of conspiracy theorists being perceived as radicals. And I can understand why. I mean, look at the face of conspiracy theory today. Right now, it's Jones, but now it's also Kanye, and they always throw in the Nazi angle, and not everybody appreciates it. And Ice-T said something rather interesting. He said, "Leave my name out of the anti-Semitic talk," and that's because during this interview on Drink Champs, Kanye said that Ice-T put him on the anti-Semitic vibe. Well, Ice-T kind of, or Ice Cube, excuse me, Ice Cube, wrong beverage. Ice Cube here with a look. He's got the monster on his head. That's his 666. I mean, all these people are satanic sellouts when we get down to it. To me, this is just a clown show. I wouldn't even want to talk about Kanye, except that I expect that he's going to go full OJ. And unless he goes full OJ, I'm probably not going to talk about him again. Unless maybe he goes full flat. Like, out of all the conspiracy theories to jump onto, you're going to jump onto the one that's going to get everybody censored. And the one that doesn't really mean anything. It's just generic conspiracy theory 101 dropout stuff. I've lost a lot of respect for the Hitler fanboys. When you really examine it, they all believe the news is real. They believe that people died, all these fake events. They believe in terrorism. They believe in viruses. It's like, okay, you're on the world stage. We're not looking at things from the same perspective. Can't be friends. I mean, we can share conversations, but I can understand Ice Cube not wanting to be associated with this. It's Instaban. Rocco says Alex Jones deserves an Emmy or whatever equivalent. Oh, he does. Well, you know what? Whatever you think about Jones, whether or not you think he's Hicks, his performance art is unmatched. And if you don't think he's Hicks, you got to listen to the commercials on Infowars. And I do listen to Infowars. You know, I'm not anti Alex Jones. I'm not anti anybody. I was listening to Chris Cuomo today. You know, Balagosi's brother. Chris Cuomo was interviewing Kanye, and I think he'll be brought up today. But this is all manufactured. That's my point. They're manufacturing this. They're taking sound bites and they're trying to build up this narrative. But the thing is, I can't help but think he's playing into it. Not just the White Lives Matter shirt and the implications there, but if you look back, and I called this back in January, I said that Kanye in some way is going to be connected to this 2022 Helter Skelter incident or psyop, which I forecast back then, and it's coming true exactly. And I guessed it, well, I discerned it based on his involvement with Marilyn Manson and a couple of songs that he did, one in conjunction with Manson called Black Skinhead. But I was talking about how Marilyn Manson was really bringing back the Helter Skelter vibe. And I've mind mapped this out, and I'm going to be talking more about Helter Skelter 2022 here very soon. Okay, let me go through your comments. Kamikaze drones are trending in Japan. Yeah, you know, I was listening to some NPR this morning, and it was about how some of these kamikaze drones, they go like 100 miles per hour, and I believe Ukraine shot down something like 37 out of 41. I mean, they could swarm them. And I kind of figured this before. I thought before we see a fake UFO invasion, they might just send a bunch of cheap drones from China. You know, they don't ever really deliver the great special effects, just past precedent. AJ206 says government, academia, media, entertainment, game. Yes, the game program. The only way to look at this is holistically. And that's what I mean when I say metascript. You know, we have to look at the big picture. And you cannot separate media from entertainment. That's why we're even talking about Kanye West, because of his significance in entertainment. But then you can't separate government from entertainment, nor from media, which is how they directly tap into your minds. And academia would just be the think tanks and the writers, the directors, the ones who establish our worldview, the high priests, the authorities. And you know, in this case, with this recent thing with Kanye, it brings up all kinds of things about censoring, social media, how far is too far, it brings up mental health. There are so many different issues that are wrapped up in this. Plus, there's the idea here of now you're a conspiracist, which I resent that implication. You know, I don't want to be associated with people who are taking sides in these world stage. What do you want to call these? This is their perpetual war. You have these tribes, these groups, they clip these collectives. And from our perspective, those of us who are being objective, we're not taking sides. We shouldn't be wrapped up with the branding of hate speech any more than Cuomo here just bringing it up. And we'll get back into that. The 1-6 thing, obviously, this was a big sting. And I'm really having a hard time thinking that Trump wasn't just a big Judas goat leading everybody into disaster, because now you have the feds, I mean, the oath keepers, and they're all feds at the top, but the leaders are always exposed to be such. But the oath keepers are now coming out saying that they were ready to use violence on 1-6. Like, I kind of held on to the notion that the QAnon story of the storm was referencing something in the future and is always in the future. No, I'm pretty sure it was deliberately a reference to 1-6 and this big setup, a big sting, which it has succeeded massively. Again, a clown is now this martyr because QAnoners are threatening to kill the clown because a clown tried to help shooting victims. That doesn't make logical sense. But to the public, logic's the last thing on their minds. They're hearing, oh yeah, conspiracy theorists hate shooting victims, which doesn't make any sense at all. In fact, all we do is we criticize their performances. I haven't seen any tears yet. I thought $1 billion would have brought a tear out of you know who. Nope. $1 billion? I mean, you can't even get a decent acting coach. 10 years you had to perfect that performance. It still came off as inauthentic. And just because you don't find somebody's emoting to be authentic, it doesn't mean you're bad. Like, this is the classic case of the Emperor's New Clothes, New Robes. Alex Jones is the kid calling out that the emperor has no clothes, referencing the media. And when we say no clothes, we mean their actors have no talent. But he says that, and all the other people are like, "Oh, you just can't appreciate this fine acting." Like, I'm sorry, I'm not going to donate blood. I'm not going to cry at any of these candlelight vigils for any of these CGI or fake or just manufactured victims, rubber victims in some cases. A lot of dummies. How many dummies were intubated in 2020? Tragedy. There was a dummy genocide. You could make the case that they were just killing all kinds of dummies. Going through your comments, I believe we generally like to start about 7. I've been having a number of side projects taking up most of my time, but they're kind of wrapping up now. I actually kicked off an eBay store. It's been about 4 years since I've been consistently on eBay, and it's a completely different project than this what we're doing here with Infinite Plane Society and Infinite Plane Radio, but it will keep the thing going. It's very convenient to have this going on the side. It doesn't take any of my time, and I'm going to increasingly do artwork that is relevant to our discussions. Like, I want to paint environmentalists setting themselves on fire, that kind of thing. ESL says brings up mental health. Oh, Kanye, yes. Medication, booze. He also called out Hollywood as the cause of his family's ruination. He's blamed pornography for ruining his life. And then you see him at some meeting with the Adidas executives, and he's showing them, X-rated content on his phone to make a point. And then he complains when the media patches together something to make him look crazy. And I don't think he's crazy. I don't think the media can diagnose crazy because, I mean, if you look at their perspective, they champion the self-immolating environmentalists, these fanatics. Like, the fanatics are all on the side of the MSM fundamentalism. ESL says brings up fashion, brings up fascism. Yes, until this recent bit of attention that Kanye got, I didn't really pay attention to his significance in the fashion world. I always ignored that. I always wore uniforms. Whether it's military, work uniforms, now I just wear the same thing every day. I'm not literally the same thing. It's black, maybe a gray, but like, I don't like to spend a lot of time choosing different wardrobes. I never paid attention to fashion. But then I'm looking at this and it makes sense to me why fashion would be a major focal point for the cult that runs the world, because fashion statements are how they change populations. It's really about that superficial. 2020 was a fashion statement, and they used that to bring about this fascist takeover, and it worked. It's a great way for the collective to intimidate individuals, outliers, and to get everyone to assimilate. And it was the face diapers, what I'm talking about. And yes, there's a strong correlation between, I would say, fashion, fascism, conformity to uniformity, uniforms. It's all about mind control, groupthink. The next fashion statement, which I fully expect to take place maybe as some sort of a trend very soon, will be spacesuits. Now, at first, they may not be objectively for spacesuits. It'll look like it, though. It'll be PPE, gloves, your own air supply, and some kind of glass bubble for their head. But it's going to basically be a spacesuit. Like we're being walked into it. Joined by HIG says, "Hey Beaks, thanks for joining." David Pryor mentions there was a model named COVID in 2019. Oh, the predictive programming for COVID is voluminous. This isn't something they just thought of. Like, oh, let's press this red button and trigger everybody. No, this was decades in the making. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that every single zombie movie that you've watched was predictive programming to make you afraid of the unvaxxed. Do you remember that movie Sandra Bullock was in right before 2020? I believe it was called The Bird Box. And it was about a plague that took over the world, and all of the people who took off their masks would catch it. Only they caught it through their eyes. That's the only difference. The entire movie is Sandra Bullock taking a couple of kids across the country to a quarantine, and that whole storyline was just setting us up for 2020. It was all about being afraid of the crazy people who took off their masks outside. And I believe that they just found COVID 23, which would tie right into the movie Songbird. All right, let us continue. New Jersey, latest state to sue oil companies over climate misinformation. Now, we were talking about this. Like, now they're suing for not believing the news, calling into question things that are questionable. I mean, they haven't had time yet, but I'm pretty sure it's on their agenda for 2023, if not sooner. But eventually, they're going to come into your homes. And I say they, I mean the NATO troops with the blue helmets. And they're going to kick down your doors, whatever it takes. I would just let them in because I know what they're going to do. They're going to take the Q's and the question marks off your keyboards. Like, that's the next thing. They want to get rid of any ability to ask questions. And this is why the question mark is the symbol of the Riddler in the new Batman movie. Because the Riddler represents your QAnon radical. It represents the internet conspiracy theorist with all these inconvenient questions. And what is a question but a symbol of disrespect to your authorities? It means you didn't listen. It means you're looking up. And you're not supposed to look up, as they say. Don't look up. They encoded that into that movie. And the subtext of the movie was basically climate change. It's like, look, if we don't look up information that contradicts what they're saying, we'll remain in harmony and we won't be destroyed by this incoming catastrophe, this iceberg that's going to hit this Titanic. But here, look, we were saying they're going to ban certain types of speech. And first, it's going to be medical misinformation. And it's going to be questioning, well, anything that they can attach to hate. That's what they're working toward. But now they're going after criticizing the climate change thing. I mean, they censor you if you talk about the shape of the earth. Well, they've already started that. So we've been used to it. If you've ever questioned the CGI ball that they present you with, if you've ever questioned the stories of NASA, their fishtails, their tall tales, their myths, their nonsense, I mean, it's a puppet show. It's literally a puppet show, the way they dangle on those wires. But, I mean, we were questioning this stuff years ago, and they already started purging us. And no one else seemed to care. Like, oh, it's just the fringe. We can do without them. Well, guess what? Now you're the fringe. You didn't want to entertain the flat earth topic. You just laughed at them, Alex Jones, and now look. And what they're doing is every time they push people off the edge, off the into the banned arena, they just shrink the acceptable. the realm of acceptable ideas. It just gets smaller and smaller. And now look, again, they're going to sue companies over climate misinformation. What a hoax that is. And who decides what is and what isn't misinformation? And that's really the problem here. I mean, it's not a problem for me. I mean, it's really not a problem if you're not really believing in this stuff. But to me, this is just, it's kind of a nightmare scenario. You have this new priesthood who have now convinced the public that if they don't recycle, if they don't go green, we're going to be hit with a flood. I mean, this is Noah's myth all over again. It's a new religion, and this is the new flood myth. And if you don't believe in this, not only are you going to be castigated as some kind of a heretic, but now, yeah, you might be sued for it. New Jersey has joined the ranks as the latest state to sue. Oh, Connecticut, no surprise there. Connecticut, too. To sue some of the world's largest oil companies for their role in denying climate policy and increasing the climate impacts. I mean, this is such a front anyway. Most of you know what this is, watermelon Marxism. And the end goal isn't saving the planet. It never was. It's just that the old narrative of class warfare, rich against poor, kind of wore off, and they needed to replace it with something a little more unifying globally. And what they did is they replaced poor with the planet itself. But it's still the same victimizer, the rich, specifically the capitalists. I can't breathe because capitalist oppression and pollution from this political and economic system. Going through your comments. Thanks for joining, everyone. Phone's going to be open here in just a moment. 833-311-1984. Waiting for Kanye to go flat Earth, but that's probably too far. In fact, I know it's too far. You know why? Kanye cannot go flat because he's already aligned with the space fakery industrial complex or entertainment complex. There is a whole area there that he's a part of because of Musk. And I believe there were already talks earlier this year, back in March, for Kanye to go to space and do some kind of listening party, like another one of these bizarre quasi-satanic rituals like they did for that Donde, where he sets himself on fire, burns the house, summons Hades on the day of Pluto return. I mean, that's what that was. That was a summoning. If you were watching on 2/22/2022, you watched the invocation of the Lord of the Underworld, who will be releasing the Kraken any day now. David A. Pryor says Bird Box was similar to Raiders of the Lost Ark. Don't look at it. Yes, in this case, in Bird Box, it was about a possessing demon that would come in through the eyes. But if you just replace it and you lower the mask, it's like, oh, you got to avoid the people who take the masks off. And the people who take their masks off are all crazy. But at the end of the movie, she and the kids make it into the quarantine camp and everything was fine. And Bird Box probably means, I'll have to look into that movie again. I have some ideas about what it might mean, but overall, when I first watched it, I thought, what could this mean? I was thinking maybe it means some kind of initiation, some kind of mind virus, but once 2020 rolled around, you could see they just cleverly moved the mask. And what they did is they associated terror with it. And I would say the same again. Zombie movies, they always have certain dilemmas. For example, every single zombie movie will have some kind of situation where a bunch of people who aren't infected are quarantined. They're safe. They're in their house. They're in the freezer at the grocery store. They somehow manage to secure themselves from the infected. Now, one of the uninfected is running around outside, still trying to avoid the infected, and they bang on the door. And they have to ask themselves, do we open the door and let our friend in and risk everybody getting infected? And in every instance, they all have to collectively decide, let's go ahead and sacrifice the individual so we as a collective can survive. And that same story was played out in the spring of 2020 following spring break, where many parents were reporting that we're not letting our kids in if they go to spring break and they go mix in with all the others and catch those diseases and bring it back. Same story, where it was lauded as good parenting to sacrifice your children to the devil virus, to not let them in, to not break quarantine. They were setting good examples. And they do the same exact thing during the hyper-realistic school shooting drills when they terrorize the children into hiding under their desks. They always have some stray kid banging on the door, let me in, and they can't because then the shooter might come in. Like, no, the MAGA with the assault rifle 15 will get in. Sorry, you gotta die to save the herd, the collective, the group. And it's just teaching again the value of human sacrifice. Thank you, Phase Polarizer. We at IPS appreciate the support. And text message alerts will resume in the morning. But things are going good overall. We're on 4 different YouTube channels right now, if you haven't noticed. They're all burners. And it's fine. You know, these YouTube channels, it's fine if they get deleted. Who cares? The fact is, our ground zero is definitely growing as I knew it would. And we have a lot of good things in the works, which we'll get into. But let us continue. Oh, we're on Gab now. I do have a Gab account. It's actually gab.com/flatearth. And look at this. Cesspool of Hate. Jake Tapper explores Gab's digital netherworld of hideously racist posts and Nazism. You see what they do? They call it the fringiest of the fringe right. All these alternative platforms are eventually attacked, eventually brought down. And this is what happened with Parler, if you recall. And this is kind of interesting because Kanye West is buying Parler. And if you recall, Parler was sort of the alternative Twitter. And all kinds of people joined it, all kinds of right-wingers, MAGAs joined it. And then it was hacked, and much of their personal information was then leaked. It was kind of a scandal. Anyway, Kanye is buying Parler. And I don't think it's a coincidence that at the time that Parler was growing, there was a shooter, a racist right-wing shooter, who looked like an older Dylan Roof, and he was shooting up massage parlors. So you had the Parler shooter running amok in Georgia, just killing people at these massage parlors. And then they're like, Parler's the worst thing on the internet. And they made it seem like maybe the Parler shooter had been radicalized on Parler. Yeah, and this is just brand smearing. It's just attacking the name. I mean, imagine if they had said the Twitter shooter because some shooter had a Twitter account. But again, I saw that as just a scripted takedown of that platform, and it worked. But it's going to be back because Kanye is buying it. Monkeys poisoned in Brazil. Monkeys are being poisoned and attacked over monkeypox fears. The World Health Organization was forced to issue a statement that outbreaks are not being driven by primates. Now, this to me is religious violence. This is the state radicalizing its believers through the church, the state church, which is the MSM. The WHO is a religious organization. It's like the new Vatican. If the NWO, if the New World Order, which is the old world order, if the order, the monocult that runs this place, if it has a central headquarters, it's not the Vatican, it's the WHO. They have updated the concept of sin and heaven. Heaven is outer space. Sin is virus. Your carbon footprint, yeah, that's your original sin you're born with, which you could never completely expiate. And as we all know, God is really mad at our wickedness, and if we don't change our ways, it's going to be an Old Testament situation, flood. But luckily, NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, is there to warn us. Hey, look, you guys got to cut down on the freedom or get on one of these space arcs. My point being, the people killing the monkeys are religious nutcases. They're not doing this in the name of science. They're not being superstitious. They're just radicalized by these crazy beliefs that have been handed down by the media. And I'm saying that these beliefs are more superstition than science. And you see it all the time. The people wearing the masks are merely virtue signaling because if they really believe the science, they would not only believe the science about the mask, but they'd also believe it about the globe, and they would stay home. Like global warming means sell your car. Global warming means reduce your carbon footprint. If you believe in it, you shouldn't even be reproducing. There are so many things that make these climate change hysterics into climate criminals by their own standards. And that's one of my issues with a lot of the fascists is that it's always do as we say, not as we do. And they don't ever lead by example. The only environmentalists that are leading by example are the ones that are getting themselves arrested. Those are the only ones who are doing right by Gaia. The rest of them, you're a bunch of hypocrites. You deserve to get the flood. When the ocean levels rise. All right, let's continue going through just some of the top headlines, and if there's anything here that piques your interest. Again, I'm just bringing this up because New Jersey is going to sue companies over not believing in climate change. Oath Keepers, part of a psyop to destroy the last vestiges of American nationalism. Mission accomplished. Oath Keeper wanted Congress to be afraid of certifying Biden. In space news, there's a geomagnetic storm coming up. There's actually someone called a space weatherman. And the space weatherman has predicted solar flares and 40 Starlink satellites or more will fall. So you have to get your space junk helmets on. All right, I'm going through some comments. ESL says, cruelty to primates by primates, that's a news flash. Well, I'm just bringing up that the only reason why they're attacking those monkeys is because the news media has scared them and sets off these types of panics. But it could be attacking an anti-masker or an unmasked person, a faced person next. Monkeys today, faced person tomorrow, or the unvaxxed. I mean, we've already seen signage. A lot of the vax junkies, they were just like, yeah, let's just gas the unvaxxed. I mean, they're pretty nasty. The goo bloods. If it becomes goo bloods versus pure bloods, I'm sorry, but the goo bloods are going to win because they have the power of state behind them. Not that I believe there's anything in it, by the way. I believe that this whole thing is Psywar. And until I see evidence, my opinion is going to remain, this is all just Psywar. Like, I'm not afraid of nukes. And you know what? I pointed out before how the public's attention span is kind of short, notoriously short. And they have to constantly reapply things. And I'm like, wait, whatever happened to radical Islamic terrorists? Is anybody here worried about getting on a plane and having some guy with a bomb in his underwear going off? Or you go into a deli and then some Allah Akbar screaming guy comes in and blows himself up. That doesn't happen. Are you worried about CGI planes ramming into buildings, melting them so they fall into their own footprints? Nope. Nobody cares about radical Islamic terrorists because they phased it out when they brought in COVID. And really nobody cares about that anymore. They phased it out with Putin. And then that got phased out. I thought that it was going to completely be wiped off the map by Chris Rock getting slapped by Will Smith, but it came back. But only because it was so bad and cringe that we had to watch. But the war got hyped up, overhyped up. We were expecting World War II. No, I'm sorry, World War III and Civil War II. Like what? It's going to be one or the other. Civil War, World War III, nuclear apocalypse, and then that didn't happen. And now we're all talking about Kanye and his bad words. So Kanye used a few bad words. We're not talking about the nukes anymore. Armageddon was last week. This week it's Kanye said something that could be taken as racist. It just shows you what the priorities are. It's all about holding attention. All right, let me see. Going through your comments. Joined by Zareth the Ultimate Alchemist. Thank you for joining. Tomonoid 2. Canty Canvas. Perfect Breather. NA Literalist. Thanks for all of you for joining here. Just checking in. I realize that it's been very difficult to stay in touch with this channel. And my intention is to keep this think tank on 24/7. That's why I have 4 YouTube channels here. Last week they took off 3 and they thought we were done. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and go through some of my notes. I had a lot of things I wanted to catch up on. We talked about the clown who's being threatened by QAnoners. Again, fake news. Like all the fake swattings. I mean, they have like 90 schools were falsely swatted by pranksters on TikTok. That's an attack on TikTok, in my opinion. But the point of it is they're using this as an excuse to lock down schools. Oh, there's a shooter on the loose. Well, the consequence of this is, according to the schools, oh, these children are being traumatized. It doesn't matter if it's a real shooter. Just the fact that they think it's real, yeah, it's traumatizing them. These kids, their hair is turning white. The kids are having PTSD. They can't sleep at night. It's ruining their grades. They don't want to live anymore in this violent world. Then why are you doing these drills in the first place? Like this incident or these incidents of the fake swattings have caused the schools to inadvertently admit the truth about the hyper-realistic school shooting drills, that it is in fact terrorism by definition. All right, let's move on. Here's a link to the Fakeologist server. I believe they were nuked. Speaking of nukes today, somebody must have used a word. They probably quoted Kanye. That's how this thing works. They will get some famous person to say something, and then you just reference it. And if you don't have a blue check, they're just going to censor you. But I believe that his server was tanked. I'll find out if that's the right link, and I'll put it in the newsletter. We have to keep our networks respawning. If the Discord server or any of these channels ever go down, you just go to the main site, ips.monster. Now, we were talking a little about the flat earth topic, mainly because I was going to suggest that maybe Kanye should try that if he wants to get some negative attention. You know, some people just like attention. They don't care if it's for something positive or negative. They just need that attention. But I don't think he can go there because he does promote rocket science. I was listening to some interviews and he's going to space. So don't expect that. He won't go that far. Thank you, 737-3737. Appreciate the support very much. I can't hear the Kraken. Can anybody hear it? It's not coming through my earpiece. If you're wondering, IPS.monster and the Kraken, these things are related concepts. In fact, I'm planning something of something for the 3rd of November. Just a heads up. It's Godzilla's birthday. Okay, the Kraken can be heard out there. Perfect. Shout out to Lean Dion. Check this out. This is a good find. This is the Black Rock, a phantom island that was believed to be a 33-mile wide black rock, described by Mercator, located at the magnetic North Pole. It purportedly explained why all compasses point to this location. Now, here's what I find interesting about it. This is from one of these old maps that show what appears to be a continent on the North Pole that's kind of cut into 4 segments. And in the middle is this black rock. Now, it's a 33-mile black rock that's posited as being at the middle of this place. And here's a letter from Mercator. Again, the Mercator projections where most of the globes you see will be from that. And it's the one that vastly overstates it overstates the northern hemisphere's continents and understates the southern hemisphere's continents. In fact, the map is a great distortion from what things really are. It's so remarkable just how far off it actually is. But my point is, Mercator was friends with John Dee, who we often talk about. He's pretty much I would say the godfather of Western occultism, ritual magic, everything that Aleister Crowley publicized and mainstreamed really stems from John Dee. He's the one with the proto iPhone, the black mirror for communicating with extra-dimensional entities, angels, or something. Astrologer, advisor to the Queen. He was an advisor on all these various voyages of exploration. But yeah, John Dee being friends with Mercator is kind of a big deal. John Dee 007. But anyway, here's a letter from Mercator to John Dee. One more point on Dee. He coined the phrase British Empire. Like, it's more than a footnote, in the bigger story. Now he says here, in the midst of the 4 countries is a whirlpool into which empty these 4 indrawing seas which divide the north. The water rushes round and descends into the earth, as if one were pouring it through a filter funnel. It is 4 degrees wide on every side of the pole, that is to say 8 degrees altogether. except that right under the pole there lies a bare rock in the midst of the sea. Its circumference is 33 French miles, and it's all magnetic stone. Again, interesting find. I posted that on my minds.com/infinite plane society. I mean, I've seen these images and I've heard about this and I've mostly disregarded it, but whatever it is, it's interesting. The story there. Something is not, I would say that something's been wiped off the maps, in my opinion. But at a minimum here, it's notable that it's a 33-mile wide black rock because how often do we see this symbol of a black rock? And I can point to many examples of it, and it's always correlated with the 33. Like, just for example, I'll just jump to one really quick. Black rock. See, in Reno, Nevada, you have the Burning Man festivals. And at the last Burning Man festival before COVID, it was the 33rd. And on the 33rd Burning Man festival at Black Rock, a 30-year-old man was found dead. Just kind of random. August 30th, 2019, a 33-year-old man died at Burning Man in the Black Rock Desert. His name was Shane Billingham. And this is the 33rd Burning Man. Interestingly enough, again, Black Rock, these connections, and I could go on to many others, but this is just one more to add to the mind map. Diana says, the Kaaba, the black stone in Mecca, the Muslims swirl around. Yeah, it's a reoccurring symbol. I think it may even relate to the black monolith, and of course, that symbol has everything to do with the 2001 Space Odyssey and 9/11, interestingly enough. All right, let's continue. Another reason to join the Discord server. Cutting edge research, a lot of interesting things that you might otherwise miss. Flat Zone on Twitter has been doing some great work. Look, the media does not like you questioning their stories real time. And even more, they don't like you going back and undermining what they consider to be settled journalism. Well, in my view, there is no settled journalism because media lies. New facts matter. Old stories maybe get a pass because there's not a lot of people watching and hasn't been a lot of conversation about it. But now that a lot of stuff is being brought back to the forefront and we have Twitter and social media, people are able to deconstruct fake news from the past. And NASA has always been terrible. Their graphics have never competed with Hollywood, but they've only gotten better over the years to their credit. But some of these are so terrible. I got an example here of an image of the ISS that, in a very glitchy way, actually goes through the
NASA.
window.
Film from the space shuttle looking at the ISS. Problem is, as we're about to see, it would seem the special effects department had a bad day at the office, getting their layering a little bit out of sync. So let's have a look. Space shuttle, then space shuttle looking at the ISS. And as you can see, with the black trim around the window, the space shuttle appears to pop inside the space.
Now, what you're seeing is an image that's supposed to be the space station as seen from the space shuttle through the window. And it looks like the space station is going inside of the space shuttle, which would be impossible. But the layer is obviously in the wrong spot and it's going over the windowsill. Now that's a glitch.
Shuttle. Almost like they're coming in for a cup of tea. You right out there, lads? Fancy coming in for a cuppa? Yeah, why not? We'll bring the space station with us. Come on, lads.
You know, I saw a similar error in the one of the planes going into one of the towers. And what you're looking at here are just a couple of layers, and that's all. And whoever animated this probably didn't account for the movement of the bottom layer, which is the space shuttle, and allowed the space station to overlap it. I mean, amateur. I mean, I understand how they arrived at that. You know, I give you a C or maybe a B. I mean, it's not that terrible, but most people wouldn't catch it. Like if I was grading this assignment as This was a student film production. But in no way do I think this is evidence of space travel. No, that's a huge leap. No way. Wouldn't even cross my mind to associate that. All right, I'm going through a number of scholarly articles exploring conspiracy theories just because I like to see where the think tanks are at and how they're going to diagnose those of you who can still think. And here's an interesting paper that is describing how conspiracy theories are all the result of Russian propagandists who are flooding our media ecosystem with alternative interpretations of things in order to contribute to what they call muddled thinking or a crippled epistemology. And this article is interesting simply because it diagnoses the mainstream media news consumer, not the conspiracy theorist. If anything, it is the conspiracy theorists who have worked themselves out of this crippled epistemology, which it is crippled if you put the screen as the filter through which everything else that you experience must be processed. If you are truly a byproduct of mass mediation, and that's kind of what they're doing, they're making it impossible to not have that. I think you do, in many ways, have a crippled epistemology. If I see it on the screen, it's real. And I can point to many examples of how people cannot tell the difference between real and fake. That's how good the technology is, but also that's how lazy I think the public has become. And that's intentional. There's a very good article it's an interview with Douglas Trumbull, who did the special effects for 2001 Space Odyssey. And he contrasts the evolution of special effects in CGI and graphics to working with real props, organic effects, models, miniatures. And he stated that things that he did 50 years ago look realer than CGI today, and that the CGI today will look bad compared to whatever we have in 2 years. And I'm like, that can't just be laziness or low budget. They just want to pay, or they don't want to pay as much for special effects. So let's just do CGI. I think it's beyond that. I think there's been a concerted effort to dumb down the ability of the public's perceptions when it comes to anything on the screen. I think they've deliberately done this. Sabotage. But anyway, this article is a systematic exploration of the alternative media ecosystem through the lens of alternative narratives of mass shooting events. And again, this entire article is suggesting that we're looking at a disinformation strategy traced back to Lenin, but basically Russian propaganda. All these conspiracy theories, if you don't trust the mainstream media, yeah, it's because the Russian propagandists. And of course, this is coming from the left side of the political spectrum, where they do not consider climate change to be a conspiracy theory. ESL says the general consensus throws out flat earthers as the ultimate ignoramus. Yeah, in many ways they do. And that's because the examples they have drawn from have, for the most part, I think, reflected that misperception, and it's intentional. They're not going to bring someone on who might have a point. And I've debated with many of these professional anti-flat earther types, and I'm like not even saying I know it's flat. I'm not even positing that. What I'm saying here is that if you take the information that they use to arrive at their conclusions and you examine it critically, you can't really honestly arrive at certain conclusions. There are certain holes in the story. And a lot of it, I think, can be exposed by understanding basic video editing errors and glitches. And it's interesting, though, because I've debated these individuals, and their expertise is simply sticking to their debate points. They will not talk about the space station. I can point out obvious glitches, things that would get you fired. If your job was to do special effects for a movie, and you did some of the things that they do on the ISS, you would get fired. But they're not even able to entertain the notion that there might be special effects. And the last thing that they would want is for their audiences to be special effect literate. And that's what we are. We examine the special effects. It's a magic show. And if you cease to fall for the spell, if you or these tricks, if you understand how they work, um, you're kind of inoculated from it. When I said that infinite plane radio inoculates you from the mind war, I quite literally mean that. Once you see through it, you can't unsee it. I remember watching these fake launches by Bezos and Blue Origin, comical things, but then I compared them to North Korea with their missile launches. And I'm like, wait, how come these missiles from North Korea and their launches look just as fake as what Bezos is doing? The only difference is it's olive drab instead of blue. Like they just buy the spent rockets, and I mean, they look kind of shoddy. But my point is, it's the same special effects. Like it's not fooling me. You think NASA's fooled? You think the people who are fooling the masses about the rockets going to space are fooled by North Korea's fake rockets? No. They're all part of the same club, the same Psy War. All right, let me see here. Going through comments. Zaret says, kill the messenger. That's what they've been programmed to do. Oh, yeah. Earlier I talked about zombie movies and about how zombie movies were preparing people to be afraid of the anti vaxxer or of the unmasked, of those who weren't quarantined. And I think it's somewhat similar here, where the messenger represents somebody carrying what? A mind virus, a meme. You carry something that's bad, that's going to affect everybody. Kill the messenger. Kill. Okay, I'm cutting into the replay. I'm going to be sending out notifications if you want to go ahead and share the stream. It is 10/19/2022. This is One-Eyed Jack and the Shells Mud Flood live at 8 p.m. Actually, we'll probably start about 5 minutes earlier. I'm just getting the phones turned on. If you want to call, the numbers on the screen, 833-311-1984, and I will likely address voicemails first. So we'll be right back. Thank you for joining. Again, text message notifications going out. Hopefully they're not too redundant.
I don't understand how a mud flood can kill everyone but leave the buildings intact. Because gravity. They're inferring a whole lot from photos. We're just going to sink. And the only buildings that don't sink are the ones that have the foundations built down low enough.
Okay, it's October the 19th, 2022. few days away from the anniversary or hoax anniversary of the Rust shooting at the set of a movie in progress by Alec Baldwin. And that movie is going to go back into production, and the victim, Helena Hutchins' father, will be producing it. Very interesting development. We'll be looking at that and a few others. We're also going to be following Kanye West world's burning. The world's shocked by Kanye West's offensive speech, and they totally forgot about nukes. Nobody's scared about nukes anymore. The Van Gogh is fine, you won't be. I see these apologists coming out for the environmentalist wackos who are destroying artwork to make points, and they're making the point that it's just property. Oh, it's just a police precinct. It's just a priceless work of art. And they are smearing, if you didn't know, the environmentalists, which is a religion. It's actually the official state religion, which is why they get a pass. The group's called Just Stop Oil. Well, now they're literally attacking oil paintings. And apparently they're using tomato soup. I'm not exactly sure why, but I see apologists out here saying again, look, the Van Gogh is fine, you won't be. The real target of Stop Oil's tomato soup action wasn't Van Gogh's painting, it was our complacency. Our complacency, including you, the non believer, which you can't even say anymore. You can't say you don't believe literally in what they show you in all the dystopian science fictions on Netflix. Like I don't really believe in all that stuff. I only see it in the movies, but no, it's actually again, it's not even an option now. It's hate speech against Mother Earth to deny climate change. And oil painting, yeah, that's going to be prohibited. And you won't even be able to do digital art or NFTs because there's a carbon footprint attached to that. I recall when they said that Bitcoin wasn't green. That's bad for the environment. I was like, okay, nothing, nothing is safe from this. And the influence of this cult is expanding. And I'm actually behind the idea of just preemptively locking up climate change activists. And they're not hard to spot. I would be fine with a roundup, mainly because they're trying to impose eco-fascism, which is ubiquitous home incarceration. They want to lock you down forever to save the planet. And I'm thinking, well, they should lead by example. But they won't. They're too busy flying around, increasing their own carbon footprints, scoring political points with these PR stunts. And I'm just saying, sit down in one place. Stop traveling, get rid of your car. And that's what going to jail really would mean. It's kind of going green. And again, it's fair. If they're trying to impose jail on you, well, you shouldn't have a problem with jailing them first. And it would keep them consistent. The only non-hypocritical climate change activists are the ones who are living a very ascetic lifestyle. Joined by Lily Bell, Patrick Borland, Tim and Vic 131, Clockwork 113. The ghost of Jerry's here. I don't see Jerry's comments, but everyone's talking to Jerry. It's the strangest thing. I can't figure it out. Is he blocked because he speaks in all caps? Penguinators here says, speaking of nukes, Fallout New Vegas is 12 years old today. Well, that's on the menu. We're awaiting the nuclear winter. I have some new developments with this Kanye West thing that's very interesting stuff. You know, last night we got into his father being connected to the Black Panthers and how Tupac Shakur's parents were Black Panthers and how these secret societies work through all these various political organizations. You know, they're at the top of the capstone. And these connections are painting a picture. Well, interestingly enough, Candace Owen, who was there with Kanye while he was flaunting the White Lives Matter shirt, and she's already a right-wing provocateur, it turns out that Candace Owens, this 33-year-old activist, is married to the CEO of Parler. And Parler is the right-wing Twitter that Kanye is buying. And it was the one that was used for most of the planning for the 1/6 rally. You can call it an insurrection if you want. You know, they're rewriting history, so it's an insurrection now, I guess. But imagine that. Kanye hangs out with her, throws out some offensive right-wing memes, and then he's buying the right-wing version of Twitter. Meanwhile, again, he did the very stunt with the wife of the CEO of this company. I mean, the whole thing just looks like a big PR stunt. Joined by Wonka World says, hello, fun loving dwellers on the glorious edge. Speaking of edge, I was going through a magazine today. I go through junk mail, and I got this GQ, and it has Christian Bale on the cover. And I'm just looking at it from the side, and I see Christ ball. And I'm like, okay, let me look through this rag. I mean, it's all propaganda, but the imagery is really where I think a lot of the programming just kind of subconsciously slips in. Stuff you're not really meant to pay too much attention to. But I opened it up to this page, and it was the Emerald City, like the Wizard of Oz. And it says, never lose your edge. And I thought, okay, that's interesting. And it says, I'll bring up the image actually. Joined also by Waynell Sexton. It says Jerry and his bots. Now, those bots were here all day. It just seems like we've been inundated with more bots. It's just because we crossed a certain threshold. Last night we were live for a couple of hours and we were crossing over 100. Right now we currently have 17 watching in Odyssey. Joined over there by Frontman242 and Echo Charlie. If you're in the Odyssey, I will hand out a wrench. You get the moderator's wrench. The only thing is, the chats over on Odyssey don't pop up on your screens here. But that doesn't matter because I have it open on a separate window. Again, just another option. I use Odyssey as our 24/7 go-to. I experimented with some others, but I did Vimeo before, and we were banned because we talked about the scamdemic, which is probably a banned word, scamdemic. And look, we're not anti-inoculation here. Infinite Plane Radio is, in fact, inoculation against the mind war. You're immune. You're immune to all the psyops, perception management. Like right now, you've got Netflix. Of course, Netflix, first CEO, co-founder, was the great nephew of Edward Bernays, the creator, the godfather of perception management, the guy who made eating bacon a staple of the American breakfast, and now he's out there promulgating cannibalism. The number 2 show on Netflix right now is an homage to Jeffrey Dahmer. They make him into a hero, a sex symbol. From what I've been reading, I haven't watched it yet. I like to watch the Netflix, do my research while I'm having dinner and stuff. I'm not going to watch Jeffrey Dahmer while I'm eating. But again, the Dahmer thing is number 2 because they put it there. They're getting the public acclimated to cannibalism. They serve human meat taste burgers. And the point of it, I think, isn't that they literally want you to eat your neighbors, but I think they want you to accept the premise philosophically that the individual is an expendable part of the group and can be sacrificed for the sustenance of the group if need be. And this is, again, communism, basically. Communism is cannibalism, extreme collectivism, a society that tolerates the destruction of the small minorities to benefit the whole. It's just implicit in their ethos, and I think they want you to internalize the idea that, yeah, we are cannibals, we eat each other. Here's the page from GQ. There's no place like unknown, never lose your edge. It's an ad for a car, I believe. But the Emerald City is a symbol we were talking about last night. We were talking about the Wizard of Oz. And there's a new Hellraiser movie out, and I haven't seen it yet because it's on Hulu. But the main antagonist in Hellraiser, and I don't know if he's an antagonist, he's the psychopomp, he's the guide to hell, but he's not so much the villain. Like the characters are the villains. He's just the one showing them the way down. But his name is Pinhead, and that's because his head is covered in nails, which is kind of a mockery of the crown of thorns. But interestingly enough, if you look at the Wizard of Oz, his name is Pinhead. And what would the connection be between this sinister character Pinhead and the Wizard of Oz? And I think I've decoded this. I think there is a definite correlation here between the Pinhead character and Osiris. Like Osiris, Pinhead is ripped into pieces. Now his symbol's not the cross, but it's a cube, which is really just a folded up cross. But you can often see in the Hellraiser series many allusions to Jesus, mockeries. But anyway, yes, the Wizard of Oz's name is actually Pinhead, which is an acronym for something else, which I won't get into. And by the way, Seattle is referred to as the Emerald City, which is another reason why I bring up this symbol, because a lot of the predictive programming for Ground Zero Seattle, which allowed us to more or less predict 3/11 as being the next 9/11, which it was, Ground Zero for the pandemic, started in Seattle, but we were already looking at it in that context. In fact, there was a pretty popular music video called Let's Start World War III by a group called World Order, filmed in Seattle, and it focuses on these yellow paths. In fact, it even pantomimes the assassination of Donald Trump. If you want to look into it, it's called Let's Start World War III. This video was released on 3/11, 2019. Another connection starts off with a bunch of Trumpers with Trump's haircut. They have an American flag behind him, and at the end, it's a New World Order flag with every nation equally represented. But it definitely does indicate that at some point, if you go by this video as predictive programming, that Trump will be put down, and it looks like he's in the snow when they do it. And I'll go ahead and cut to that scene. Again, this is a group called World Order, and this is a music video filmed in Seattle, focusing on the Emerald City aspect. But here you are 3 minutes into the video, and you can see these characters screaming or singing. I haven't even listened to it. It's unlistenable. Let's start World War III. And as you can see, they're all making the Trump face and the 666 white power hand signs, AOK, and they fall on their backs. Now it's in the winter, which makes me think that, well, nuclear winter, who knows? Going through some comments, Lily Bell says, I want to watch more dancing nurses. You know, I considered getting a compilation of all the dancing nurses and maybe even, putting it out there like a DVD, advertise it on late night TV. It'd be like better than Girls Gone Wild, and it's all real. And a lot of them are actually pretty good. A lot of these dancers. It's just that it's just shocking to see nurses abusing their equipment like that. Pole dancing on IV rods, where they're skating down the halls. There's just so many things there. Banging on bedpans like drums. That's what was going on in 2020. Lily Bell says the pandemic and empty hospitals was the best year. Yeah, it really was. It sounds morbid to say for people who aren't in the know, but if you're in the know, there's a reason why those nurses were dancing. And it wasn't that the pharmacies were open. It's because they were all more or less in on the scam. Just look busy. The public's going to filter all of their experiences through the black screen. Commenter says kids in Australia are eating bugs, and in Norway, kids are eating worms. I hear a lot of objection to eating bugs, but I don't think that's inclusive of the long history of eating different types of insects. I don't think it's necessarily a sign of, societal decline. Not necessarily. Now, cannibalism, there's a bad sign. Now, I haven't eaten any bugs myself. I mean, unless you consider mud bugs. All right, phones are open 833-311-1984. A few voicemails. Let me see if I have anything to go into now. Now, Alex Jones was hit for $1 billion by the SH crew. And then the other day, Kanye West comes out and he says that George Floyd wasn't killed by a knee on the neck. No, he was killed by fentanyl, which makes it his own fault. And that line, which I think comes from a documentary that was probably handed to him by Candace Owens, that particular line was picked up on by the George Floyd family, and they said that they are very offended, their feelings are hurt, they want $250 million. It's not a billion, but look, 250 million they can get from Kanye, and that's more than the SH crew are going to get from Alex Jones. I'm only saying that because I'm sick of it. I have Sandy Hook fatigue, I really do. I'm less than impressed by an actor poised to take $1 billion and he can't take acting lessons. How many of you saw Tears? I didn't think so. Now, if you haven't joined our 24/7 chat, there's a room there for topics that you want us to discuss. And a new person, AJ's Pokemon, which I assume is Alex Jones's Pokemon, today at 7:01 said, "Hey Tim, I just joined. I'm going back through old episodes. I don't know if this is the right place to post, but I have a question about Christchurch, New Zealand. I'll post here. I don't know if you can cover it." Yeah, we can cover everything. We have 4 YouTube channels, and if YouTube cuts those 4 channels off, literally nobody cares. We'll just respawn 8. That's how we've been doing it. He says, whether it was a hoax or whether you thought Max Egan's points were valid. With the Christchurch shooting, there was a great spat between Max Egan and Jim Fetzer over whether it was real, government orchestrated, Egan's claim, or a hoax, Fetzer's claim. I looked at the video again, and to me it's a hoax, but Max Egan makes a lot of observations which Fetzer never answered. Okay, now I dealt with this. I definitely dealt with this, and there's a couple of things. After Christchurch, there were a number of people who were calling it out a hoax, rightfully so. And among those, Fetzer was pointing out the augmented virtual reality rounds. We were looking at squibs. I didn't know what squibs were until Christchurch. And a squib is basically a little blood sac of fake blood that you squeeze when you fake like you're getting shot. Squibby Abe, the former PM of Japan who fake died last July. Yeah, he used a squib. Basic movie effects. Anyhow, with the Christchurch event, there were all kinds of special effects employed that we were taking note of. Not only squibs, but the use of dummies. You could tell there's a deployment of some kind of air-based device with the squib when garments would flop up. I mean, the whole thing was a big hoax from start to finish. In fact, we could probably bring this Christchurch shooting up. And again, shout out to PewDiePie. We'll bring that up in relation to the parlor shooter. Okay, let's continue here. Again, this was like when they first started setting up the precedent that live streaming must be stopped. Because the Christchurch guy live streamed it. And because of that, you can no longer live stream from YouTube remotely from your mobile device unless you have 1,000 subs, which gives them plenty of time to censor you. That's why I don't stream live from my phone every day. It's because I can't. I can't get 1,000 subs. But that's because of the Christchurch shooter whose manifesto was plagiarized, mostly from, I would say, Anders Breivik. And when I saw it within 5 minutes, I'm like, this Christchurch shooter is Anders Breivik all over again. But anyway, to get to the point here, Max Egan was convinced it was real, and he was definitely getting combative with anyone who said otherwise. And he and I spoke about this on a private phone call for about 45 minutes, and I didn't record it. It wasn't public, but he insisted to me that there was a group that were collaborating to convince people it was fake, and he was saying it was real. Now, what Egan told me was that the reason why they were censoring the video isn't because it looked so fake. He said they were censoring Brenton Tarrant's video because it was revealing MK Ultra, and that the colors of the vehicles were triggering the mind-controlled assassin to go do the real shootings. Furthermore, Max Egan told me that the victims were all Palestinians who were kidnapped by the Jews and transported there. They weren't Muslims in the mosque. I mean, I heard this and I just thought, this guy's doing damage control. And I believe I did call him out as some kind of a manipulative agent trying to keep people from calling fake fake. Anyway, that's in the past. I no longer care. I don't really make a point about people's failure to understand the big picture. Many people don't have the perspective that we do, or they're not willing to take it. But a careful analysis of the facts will show that we're looking at a staged event, because beyond Brenton Tarrant's video, there were 2 mosques where this thing happened. And mind you, during the day, there were drills going on. During the Christchurch shooting at 2 different events, there was a drill involving bombs being detonated, and there was a drill, conveniently, where these police were preparing for how would you drive somebody off the road and pull them out of their car, something they call a pit maneuver. So anyway, he goes to the second mosque, does the shooting, and then the police doing the drill for the pit maneuver catch him, and they pull him out of his car, just like they were drilling for. I mean, the story is obviously, it's a drill, but Anyway, the second mosque wasn't recorded by Brent and Tarrant. The video we have from the second mosque is from the people who were there. And what that reveals is no blood and actors, as in people getting up off the ground. Imagine someone on the ground, supposedly dead, and then they get back up and walk around. What are you supposed to make of that? No blood, dead people getting back up. And not only that, but outside of the second mosque, we saw photos of someone walking around with a Windex bottle full of some mysterious red fluid. What would that be? And then in front of him was a man in a white garb with red splotches all over him. And I'm thinking, looks kind of drilly. Anyway, to return to this conversation, Max Egan was insisting it was real. Fetzer was insisting it was not. What's more, Jim Fetzer has been unapologetic and honest about Sandy Hook. He's never backed down. He's always said that the public has been duped and it's just a drill presented as real. He's been very steadfast about that. I need to catch up with Jim Fetzer's work. I know he has a new Sunday show. It's like an hour long. I believe it's called All Things Reconsidered. It's in its second or third week. Now, Jim Fetzer did take one for the team here. In 2019, he was sued for $450,000. And I believe he lost his publishing company. Although, there's a book by Jim Fetzer called Capstone Event, which has not been censored. And it's because what we did is he took the Nobody Died at Sandy Hook book and then turned it into fiction. It was a concept I approached him with when I was in publishing. I was like, we could use fiction as a cipher. We could use fiction to bypass all censorship. Easy. Lily Bell said, "Who said Robbie Parker is the highest paid actor in Hollywood?" I'm not sure who said that, but the names of all these things are very fascinating to me, and I've been pointing out all the shooting events with Parkland, like Highland Park, Parkland High. We had the spate of shootings that were all connected in this way. And of course, I was thinking Robb Elementary, and then you have Robb Parker, center stage in this event. And there's got to be some kind of a code here, which we've discussed at length. And I have found a pretty interesting correlation between or with the constant reference of the park and Westworld, which is referred to as a park. And I think we may be leading to something here. Ryler05 says Max Egan went at PK Truth recently. Look, a lot of these truthers these days are squabbling and they're fighting over what they believe to be a limited supply of subs. And I don't understand it. To me, I don't look at this as a zero-sum game. I don't even look at people I disagree with as competition. I think we're all on the same team, which is critics of mass media. And I don't want any of the so-called truther channels to go away. Although they love calling each other out. Like just the other day, Russian Vids called Dearth a shill because Dearth has said that we live on an extended plane. He won't say infinite plane because he hates us, but he'll say not finite plane. He made up that word. Imagine making up a word to not bring up somebody you hate. You must really, really hate them. Anyway, the not finite plane. But then he also believes there's a dome, because on the app that he sells, there's a dome. So he goes between the two, and Russian Vids calls him out for being a hypocrite. Anyhow, Russian Vids believes we're under a dome, but I also caught him saying that we live, biblically speaking, in his words, we live on an immeasurable plane. I'm like, wait a minute. That kind of sounds like infinite. So my point is, both of them are guilty of simultaneously claiming infinite plane and domed enclosed world. Both of them do this. And they are, again, it could be staged, just staged flat earth beef. Speaking of flat earth, another UFC fighter, Bryce Mitchell, has gone on a flat earth tirade. It's a very common thing with these MMAs. There must be some dangerous mind viruses spreading around there. And I was listening to Eddie Bravo on Rockfin, and he made a very interesting point that if you look at these dojos, and the networks and how many people they know, how many people are engaging in this close contact sport, no social distancing, you would think that there would be a death spike. And by his account, none. No death spike. What is with that? Peter W says, I gave up on RV a while back. Yeah, I lost a little bit of faith in Russian vids when he changed it to Ukraine vids in solidarity with the war. I was like, that's going too far. I understand wanting to be, going along with the thing of the day, but Ukraine vids doesn't have the same ring. All right, let me play this clip. This is UFC fighter Bryce Mitchell
All that
calling.
crap from Neil deGrasse Tyson, okay? And I'm just so sick and tired of hearing your crap, Joe, about flat earthers being stupid. Boy, I'll smoke you in a debate. I will smoke you, and there ain't nothing you can do beat me in a debate, brother, because you ain't got no proof. Gravity ain't real, it's density. This paper, when it drops, it's because it's more dense than the air around it, not because of some magical thing called gravity. There is no proof of gravity, brother. There's only proof of density.
There you have it. UFC fighter Bryce Mitchell challenges Joe Rogan to a flat earth debate. Now, I don't know how Joe Rogan ever got to be the designated flat earth gatekeeper that they must overcome. Like, if they beat him in a debate, the earth is flat. That will determine it. Like Joe Rogan's opinion has nothing to do with the shape of the world. And by what I've heard, he doesn't really even know the counter arguments to the globe. And many times he's demonstrated that he can't tell the difference between real and fake, because you can't. It comes down to faith. But anyhow, UFC featherweight contender Bryce Mitchell has taken to social media to call out Joe Rogan for disrespecting him and his mother. Now, I haven't heard about this, but he says, me and my mother will tell you this earth is flat. All right, we'll see. We'll see if Joe debates him. A lot of people were waiting for Eric Dubay to debate him, but I kind of think that Joe wouldn't touch Eric Dubay because of the whole Hitler thing. In fact, he even said once you get into flat Earth, it eventually leads to Hitler, which doesn't even make sense. All right, let us continue here going through some comments. Now, this is the thing. Candace Owens and Kanye in the White Lives Matter shirt debacle. Here we go. Candace Owens' husband named CEO of Parler. Just a little information on that. The significance of it, of course, is that Candace Owens, the 33-year-old conservative activist, talk show host, and provocateur, has been working with Ye on this latest provocation of BLM, and of course just stirring the pot. And Kanye's accelerated this a bit too. He's gone on video calling out, of all people, George Soros. Like, I don't even believe George Soros exists. I mean, I guess he does. But I look at the thing, it's just like this is someone Alex Jones has been pointing to for years. He's like this designated bad guy. Like on the left, you got the hate on George Soros, Mark Zuckerberg. But on the right, you've got, Musk and now I guess Kanye as your provocateur billionaires. But it just seems all contrived. And the fact that Candace Owens has a financial interest in this controversy, where she's getting Kanye to say the things that trigger the people who will then, on the other side, of course, she's building up a new audience for Parler. And Parler is garbage. I've been on it. And by the way, it got hacked, and I don't really believe it's even really that hackable. I think they sold information because anybody who was planning to go to the 1/6 thing signed into Parler. And I signed into Parler. And this is a social media site where you couldn't get an account without your phone number and a photo of your driver's license. And like a dummy, I'm like, yeah, I'll just see what's going on here. And so I did it. I put my license, my phone number into my Parler account to get an account. Then you have 1/6 happens, and a lot of the live streamers were live streaming this big psyop on Parler. And then what happens? Oh, that's right. Parler had its servers pulled and it was hacked. And I'm pretty sure Antifa has me in their list of right-wing radicals or something. I'm just media. Lily Bell says Candace Owen only covers Hollywood now. Well, I'm pretty sure she was an actress. I'm pretty sure MTG was a American Idol contestant. But this is a fascinating development. Not just that she's 33, that's just a pattern, but the fascinating development here to me is this helter-skelter narrative that I've been picking up on. And Kanye West is a key player in this story. Like people want to say, oh, they want to ignore celebrities. Like, look, I don't worship these celebrities. I don't look up to them as idols, but they're more like pieces on a game board. We must be getting somewhere tonight. We have more Tinder bots flooding the chat. And I don't even think these are bots. I think these are YouTube employees deep faking it. We have about 20 people hanging out on Odyssey. Odyssey's getting better, and I think they're going to improve. I'm sticking with them. Same with Rockfin. All right, listen to this. Kanye West has previously described the COVID vaccine as the mark of the beast. Quote, it's so many of our children that are being vaccinated and paralyzed, so when they say we're going to fix COVID with this vaccine, I'm cautious, he told Forbes in 2020. And I'm looking on InfoWars, and it's true. They're already seeing Kanye as some kind of a hero. He's already being presented as a hero. He's speaking truth to power, etc., and they're falling for it. Quote, they want to put chips inside of us. They want to do all kinds of things to make it where we can't cross the gates of heaven. I'm sorry when I say these humans have the devil in them. And the saddest thing is, we won't all make it to heaven. There'll be some of us that don't make it, West added. This is the idea, and this is all very interesting to me, just the whole subtext here that he's picking up on. This isn't something he just made up on the fly. You can see how somebody might arrive at this, and that maybe this is some kind of bondage with the material realm, and that maybe you won't ascend. Like, I'm sorry, but the vaxxed go to hell. Is that misinformation? And I don't really mean that literally, but the idea would be that you're in some kind of bondage and you're never going to escape this matrix. And that sounds like damnation. But the interesting thing is he mentions gates and gates of heaven. And I'm thinking Bill Gates and the salvation represented by the space, rather by the needle. Very fascinating connotations here because you got, Bill Gates is like the guy at the gates of heaven, is what I'm saying. And Heaven's Gates, or Heaven's Gate, specifically references a cult where the members euthanize themselves in order to transcend and go to the comet. I mean, there's just all kinds of cultiness around 2020, as you all know, and Bill Gates is like the main cult leader dispensing the Kool-Aid, and then the idea that they're all being betrayed. Yeah, it's logical as far as this story and what he's pieced together here. They put it out there intentionally. This Bill Gatesophobia is warranted. It's part of the story they've put out there. And you can't convince me otherwise because too many of these vax companies intentionally encoded the 666 into their graphics. Going through some comments. Robert Bell says Kanye will get a slot on InfoHorror soon. I wouldn't be surprised. Now he was on with Chris Cuomo, the brother of Bela Lugosi. These Cuomo brothers, I thought they fell from grace. I thought they were gone for good, but they're back. And Chris Cuomo was insulted that Kanye wouldn't interview him in person because they did do an interview, but it was while Kanye was driving and he kept his car kind of dark and he doubled down on everything. Like I said, Kanye's going to be, or he has been, calling out people like George Soros. Has anybody ever seen George Soros and Zelensky in the same room at the same time? Because I've noticed that people have pointed out the resemblance between Soros and this Zelensky. And I was thinking, if you artificially aged this actor, yeah, contrary to social media rumors, Zelensky and Soros aren't cousins. Okay, well, my point here is the more I look at it, the more I'm like, how is this guy not just Zelensky in a deep fake? Like, this is just artificially aged. There is a resemblance. It's unmistakable. But I've noted that if anything, there's a shallow gene pool at the top of the Illuminati dung heap. All right, let's continue rolling forward. Phones are open 833-311-1984. This Kanye West, again, Kanye West is vaxxed, by the way. Kanye West is vaxxed. He made that clear. So he's not going to heaven. Sad. All right, if anybody wants to call in, phones are now officially open 833-311-1984. Open topics, shape of the world, always up for the debate. Listen to this Canadian musician. I love these tolerant humanitarians who just want to save people. The reason why they don't like anti vaxxers is because they want to save lives. They have really big hearts, great intentions. Listen to this. Canadian musician Matthew Good told BC concertgoers that he would like to, quote, take freedom protesters to the Congo and have teenagers shoot at them with AK 47s. Someone in the crowd cheered when Good told them, quote, unvaccinated people should be flown to the Congo lined up, and as they exit, they should be shot with 14-year-olds with AK 47s. Saturday at the Port Theatre. Now, the types of people who have opinions like this are usually also anti gun, which is something of a paradox, but not really. Because it's not like they're anti gun, they're just anti Second Amendment. They like it when the government has guns, they like it when those they control have the guns. And sure, they would probably like that to happen. I have a lot of clips of a lot of. In fact, let me go ahead and put this in my notes. I want to do that dancing nurse compilation, but I also want to do a compilation of politicians and celebrities threatening violence. Like James Carville, he's like, I want to punch the unvaxxed in the face. I want to get those together. Gene Simmons, the people without the goo blood are your enemy. Paraphrasing. Lily Bell says, why bother flying them to the Congo? Yeah, not very green. You know, like there's this rumor that there are these things called FEMA coffins. And I've seen these FEMA coffins in person. They're not coffins, they're burial vaults. But people point to these things, they're like, yeah, they're going to kill us all. Look at all these coffins. And I'm saying, no, they're not going to do you the dignity of putting you in a coffin and burying you, and someone's going to cry over you in a marked grave. If there is some kind of a doomsday where they kill you all, um, you're either going to be killing each other, you're going to be starved in place, but nobody's going to come for your corpse, much less give you a dignified burial. So we just put that conspiracy theory to rest. All right, Jim Fatzer outing Max Egan in a debate. I do have a clip from this debate, and look, my view on it is this. Fetzer has not backed down on Sandy Hook. He has not backed down on Parkland or any of these events. With these other guys, it's always hit or miss. The next one's real until proven fake. Instead of it's fake until they can prove it to be real. And I'm still with, you know, if to answer the commenter who asked me to look into this, yeah, Team Fetzer is where I'm at. Team Fetzer with everything except for areas where I don't even hold it against him. Like I don't think Jim Fetzer's debunked the space station, but he has debunked the moon landing ad nauseum. I have a couple of his books here within reach, and one of these nights I had to just go through and spend hours just pouring through a lot of this great information. All right, let me play a clip here. Jim Fetzer talking to
Why not,
Max
right? Do
Egan.
it right.
Okay, this is an hour long. I'm probably not going to go too deep into it now that I think about it. But here's what we're seeing here. Went in thinking he was a good guy, came out knowing I was wrong, live and learn. These are efforts to salvage the New Zealand as a false flag. This is really the central debate. If you didn't know, the central debate or question that determines, I think, whether somebody's a shill or not is whether or not they defend the mainstream story by insisting on false flags or second shooter by insisting the event was real over just calling it a hoax. None dare call it hoax. There's a line that they don't cross. And I think that there are some people out there, possibly Egan, who are designated gatekeepers. I use the term guardrailers rather than gatekeepers. I mean, people are like in a big paddock, and you can look at it as like a gate. But I say guardrails because I think it's like we're being led somewhere. That there's definitely an A to Z. There's a trajectory. There's a path that we're all on. And if you stray from the path, you get near the edge, you have certain characters whose job it is to keep you from going over the edge, to keep you from stopping and watching the thing go by. And that's really what we've done. We've taken what I call a parallel or an off world stage position, a parallel media network. We're not specifically contradicting or attacking media, but we're commenting on it objectively. And doing so does require that we go over these guardrails. We sidestep, we go around all these attempts to salvage these fake events. Like I had someone call in a couple of weeks ago who tried to convince me that the Buffalo shooting was real. I mean, not only have we decoded the subtext, the meta script, the symbolism, the connections with all the concurrent programming, but we went through the video frame by frame and we exposed the various glitches, the obvious impossibilities. The thing was AVR, augmented virtual reality. He had the same terrible GoPro lens that Brent and Tarrant had. Like both of those guys need to get refunds on their GoPro lenses. Worst, grainiest footage ever. But anyway, this person called in to try to convince me it was real. His evidence? He watched it live. So I'm supposed to believe that you're on a website with this person doing a racist rampage and you watched it live and you're calling me to tell me it was real? Like, that's just so unlikely. And in my view, that's more than likely a Fed. Tim Osman says the flat earth meme guardrail exchanged one for the other. Right. Well, Kanye's not going to go flat earth. I can tell you that. Kanye's friends with Musk. You have this new unholy trinity emerging. It's Musk, Kanye, and Trump. Trump with Truth Social, Kanye with Parler, and Musk with Twitter. You can kind of see this new ecosystem, and it's terrifying the libs. I've been listening to their podcasts, and they're scared of Elon Musk. They're scared of memes. They literally are afraid of all the things that we laugh at, like climate change. It does scare them. And they all see their objective as, I think, censoring wrongthink. Like family slaps Kanye West with $250 million lawsuit over fentanyl claims. This is the George Floyd family. I'm like, wait a minute. You telling me that the $2 million you gave George Floyd's daughter for college, I mean, Kanye West gave them millions already. That's not enough? This is from latinpost.com. The family of George Floyd has filed a $250 million legal bid against Kanye West after the rapper's interview. By the way, he doesn't like being called a rapper, and he doesn't like being called Kanye West. He's a billionaire, a visionary, the richest black man in America, and his name is Ye. And he's convinced that the media is at war with him and that they are being inherently disrespectful when they refuse to acknowledge that he's the artist formerly known as Kanye West. I don't care either way. I think this whole thing is contrived. I think we're watching Kanye West's world burn as some kind of a ritual, a play. And it's going to coincide with the burning of the West. Anyway, what Kanye said was, if you look, the guy's knee wasn't even on his neck. That's just an opinion. In my opinion, Derek Chauvin and George Floyd were best friends. The fact that they worked together for 17 years and Floyd didn't look up and say, hey, Derek, cut it out. Like, that should tell you right there, it was an act. Those guys are friends, and they're drinking Coronas on Epstein Island right now, laughing at all of us. Anyway, it says here, Candace Owens, one of his associates, just put out a documentary called The Greatest Lie Ever Sold about George Floyd's death. I'm going to have to watch it. Now, of course, I would consider Candace Owen, 33, to be another one of these guardrailers, because her documentary isn't that George Floyd is alive and that he's an actor. Her documentary is that, oh, he died, but it was because of fentanyl. Bizarre position to defend. All these people are able to do remote autopsies. All these e-coroners. Like, oh, this person died of the vaccine. That person died of the virus. It's too subjective. I don't disclose my vax status, but if I walk into a room, I guarantee that the pro-vaxxers are going to look at me and they're going to say, that guy is boosted. He is a shining example of good health. And the anti-vaxxers are going to look at me and they're going to think, no goo in his blood. He's one of us. Like they're both going to claim me because I look healthy. Yet, if I was dead, the pro-vaxxers would say, oh, anti-vaxxer, got taken out by the virus. And the anti-vaxxers are going to be like, oh, look at that dummy, he took the vax. And I've been seeing this. It's pretty much split. And both sides hate me, I think. Oh, they hate my position. John Cordone says I was a flat earth atheist. Look, I don't even say the earth is flat. I just say I don't believe that the earth is a CGI ball. I don't think it's a poorly rendered computer graphic. Like I think we live on a surface that's tangible, it's solid. I don't know if it curves. But it's certainly not made of pixels. Certainly not made of paint, MS Paint, whatever they use to fashion it these days. I'm not impressed with their imaging. Like, what's with the satellites? Why are they still using colored pencil for satellites? Like, artists' imagination of what a satellite would look like. It's like, what? This isn't 1950. Like, we have the technology that they were imagining, and these things are in orbit, supposedly. But yet, all the images of satellites, look at this. Satellites are real-time spies. This is colored pencil. Not impressive. And you can chastise the quote flat earthers. You can chastise the skeptics for being skeptics on this one issue. But you know what? There was one group of people who didn't fall for the space chorizo. And again, that came with the authority of a $10 billion telescope that you can't get a refund on because it's a million miles away from Earth. Why everyone fell for the viral space chorizo, the Atlantic. Don't feel bad about falling for it. Yeah, we're talking about a cured meat that some scientist, as a prank, posited as he put it up there and he said, this is a star. And if you look at the picture, it looks like a pepperoni, which is pretty much what it is. But the thing is, everyone fell for it, as the Atlantic said. Everyone. Everyone. Even in the comment section, many of you fell for it, I'm sure. The only people who didn't fall for it are the people who have questioned NASA. Flat earthers didn't fall for it. Like the people you laugh at and mock and deride are the only ones who didn't think that was really a star. Like that should say something. Like since when do we just put down the skeptics? Like don't we need skeptics? No, don't look up. Don't look up alternative answers. Don't look up and notice that look, this is another example of it. This is a problem that I have. The images that they show us of the Earth from space at night show the ball lit up like Christmas. But that's contradicted by many other pictures and things that are purported to be videos. Looks like CGI to me, where the night side is dark. Like, which is it? Is it black or is it lit like Christmas? Now, I did find an explanation for the magic mason jars in the Chinese space station. And these are the mason jars that have the water that doesn't float out. And they say it's surface tension. And I'm sure they didn't just make that up. I'm sure that's always been the case. That you can just pour yourself a cup of coffee, as Don Petit would say, a proper cup of coffee. And you don't have to use one of those sealed containers. You just got to pour it slowly and let the surface tension hold the coffee in. In fact, I think there's a video of Don Petit drinking coffee from one of these things. And here it goes. 1 cup of coffee to go. The 0G cup of coffee. But again, in the Chinese space station, you don't need one of these sealed containers. They figured out how to use surface tension. Ariel says, the vaccine is not the mark of the beast. We know when the mark is here and have a choice to take it or not. Interesting perspective. You know, I actually think that the mark of the beast was the mask of the beast, and that Satan's greatest trick wasn't convincing the world he didn't exist. It was swapping out the S for the R. Fooled everybody. Right, here's Don Petit drinking coffee on the space station.
On the edge there, and as you can see, as I'm putting some coffee there in the bag. And the way this works is the cross-section of this cup looks like an airplane wing. And the sharp angle, the narrow angle there will wick the coffee up, and this is what we use when we design fuel tanks for rockets to reignite in a weightless environment. The veins in the tanks will wick the fluid into the suction port. And if that angle is less than 2 times 90 minus the...
Now, a lot of people find this convincing. To me, this looks like a magic trick. I've seen things like this. For example, at the Halloween store, you can buy these clear knives that are filled up with blood, and then you move it. It's a special effect with the fluid inside. It looks like the fluid is draining out, but it's not. And it's one of those. It's literally one of those magic tricks. So here's Don here pretending to drink coffee, like a child's toy. This is
when
not
they
real.
want to have it.
This is a joke. And I'm only bringing this up because they're claiming that this is how you used to have to drink coffee in space. But I'm saying that no, if you look at the Chinese space station, there are now mason jars that are just sitting there with water out. A Chinese training video mocked, but they say it's surface tension. Surface tension explains it. And I'm satisfied with that. It's from Reddit. The water can't move up in the glass as a whole. The vacuum below would prevent this. Good to know. Again, I don't think they made it up on the spot. I just think that's one of those things that we have never seen before and just stood out. Nothing to see here. Ignore the harnesses as well. And the pixels. Pixels are normal once you get above the Kármán line. That's when you enter the raw sim before it's been fully rendered. All right, let me play a clip here. This is from Donnie Darkened, who says, "Warning to Christians, be careful you're not deceived by the princes of this world like Kanye West." So here's Kanye West after his Jesus is King album talking about how we are collectively God and that when we see Muslims moving in Mecca, we see God. And this is taken by Donnie Darkin to be an indication that we're looking at the doctrines of the Antichrist being propagated.
Kanye's behavior over the past 5 or 6 years or so fits the mold of the Gnostic New Age awakening. And as I alluded to earlier, it seems that he's not even trying to pretend to be a Christian anymore. He's back to spouting blatant, full-blown New Ageism. For example, last November, he did an interview on a channel called Revolt, and here's some of the things that he said during that interview.
It's inside of us. We collectively are God. We as a collection, God is in us. So collectively, we are God. As we move, like when they move around Mecca, when you see that, you see God inside of that, the way those people are moving. Once we move and we realize that...
You know, it's interesting. At his Dawn Day event and the Dawn Day 2 event in particular, he had a chapel, the house, which I think might even correlate to Mecca. And he had these drones, people dressed up like drones, like zombies marching around it. Let me play some more.
That we just all have to be on one accord, like to do what Quincy Jones did in the studio, but do that to our life, that we all in one accord. And then the algorithm, you know what I'm saying? The 808. The 808 exists in the lowest chakra of your body. The majority of content that's related to the 808 is killer or sexual content. The original 808s was even off pitch. So that meant it's an actual sound in the track that you don't realize is there that is f***ing up your entire frequency. Right. And now, today, every time I hear a car come out, it's 808. But if you think about African music and hip-hop and what we was breakdancing to, it was light. The percussion. It was upbeat.
All right, there you have it. Kanye West spouting New Ageisms. I'm not really bothered by any of this. It's interesting speculation, but this is just taken in context. There are some who believe that Kanye is a deceiver of some kind or a misleader. I don't know. I mean, is he a loose cannon? Is he in his own Truman Show? I can say that his role with this event, the Dawn Day 2 event, that was basically, I would call it a welcome party for Hades or Pluto. That's very significant. And of course, his connection to the Kardashians and their connection to O.J. Simpson, the Kardashians' connection to Elvis Presley. You know, I think it was Richard Kardashian, didn't he date Priscilla Presley? There's some interesting connections here. And it does seem like a setup for some kind of an OJ-like situation with Kanye. Just waiting for him to ride off into the sunset in a white Bronco. All right, let me continue. Ryler says yes. This is the okay. They need the Antichrist. They need people to believe in him because his consciousness is powerful and can manifest reality. What is the 808? Can anybody fill me in? Lean says he's got a point with the tones in music. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, look, there's definitely an effort by the powers that be to consolidate the attention of the masses, to create idols for people to focus on. And I do think that he is an idol, a living idol. When you think about idol worship, you usually think of statues, but you can find um, writings on idol worship that describe how like in modern cults like Freemasonry or even Wicca, you'll find that the way that they worship their gods is through human idols, living idols. The master of the lodge is the sun. You kind of see this with the Vatican, and the Pope is the vicar of Christ. And I would say that some of these world stage characters are the vicar of the Antichrist, the role that, or the Lucifer character. Like for example, the rock stars that people worship. If you look at the symbolism in some of these manufactured characters, specifically Elvis, think of the popularity of Elvis. And there's quite a lot we could delve into with that. The recent Elvis movie, and of course Kanye talking about wanting to be the next Elvis. Lots of interesting and fascinating connections. During the latest Elvis movie, they played the song Black Skinhead on the movie set before every scene. The director insisted. Black Skinhead is a Kanye West song. And now the title of it makes sense, Black Skinhead, given his latest rants against Jews and his White Lives Matter thing. And what's more, that song samples Marilyn Manson's Beautiful People, which the lyrics might have some relation here, but mainly it's the character Marilyn Manson being connected with Kanye, because Marilyn Manson is your connection to Charles Manson, who introduced the Helter Skelter narrative, some kind of end of the world scenario precipitated by a race war in America, but inspired by the Beatles' White Album, which I think was alluded to by the White Lives Matter shirt. But all of this, again, in my view, is engineered. We are looking at a world stage character who's an idol to be worshipped. I just don't know how much in the know these characters are. Are they being puppeteered? Are they just sort of subtly handled? I mean, he's spoken of his own handlers, and he described his experience as Truman Show like. Going through some comments. Portal Complex says the 808 is a drum machine. Okay, good. Good to know. Well, he was talking about chakras, and that's the idea that human consciousness is not just in the brain, but it exists along your central nervous system, your spine, and that your your chakras are described as being root at the bottom, and then the top one is the crown. And this is where you get the symbol of the crown of thorns and the halo associated with Christ. Of course, Christ dies at 33, symbolic of his ascension. 33 is the number of segments in the spine. So 33 is therefore associated with the fully illumined consciousness, which starts from the spine and then lights up. And he's suggesting that they're using music to distract that, to keep people operating at a lower level. The lower levels would be associated with terrestrial survival and reproduction, sex and violence, which makes sense. And of course, Kanye West's father being a Black Panther is very significant. It just shows you he was born into this network. And I look at the Kardashian thing as just an indication of all of this being a protracted reality TV show. I mean, reality TV show has always been fake and contrived. Donnie Darkened on Twitter, again continuing, is commenting that Kanye is going to get more openly hostile to the cabal. He's establishing himself as part of the alliance. It's obvious where this is heading. And he's referring to, of course, Kanye's calling out George Soros and trying to gaining actual credibility with a number of factions. There's a comment in here about the space station I wanted to address. Peter W. had said the space station has the scent of Aquanet hairspray. And I have a video here from Flat Earth Zone. I've been recommending this Twitter account, and he's showing the hairstyles on the ISS and how it's clearly being done, not by zero G, because if you juxtapose it with real zero G or parabolic flights, there's no comparison. This is hairspray.
Now, women on zero-G planes with long hair, their hair flows naturally in the air. Women on the International Space Station, because this is all fraud, no matter what she does, no matter how she bounces around, you would expect her hair to flow in the air, and it does not happen. Their hair will never look like that, because it's permed.
There you have it.
Thing that gives away the
I've been saying
International
this for some
Space
time,
Station
that
hoax.
you have to compare their fake hair with what hair would really be doing in that environment. Someone pointed out that there's a movie coming out called Black Panther Wakanda Forever on 11/11/2020. Should be interesting. We were talking about the significance of the Black Panthers as it does relate to the Marvel character who is played by a character or an actor, Chadwick Boseman, who also played Jackie Robinson. And then he was in a Spike Lee film called The Five Bloods that had plenty of predictive programming for 2020. I mean, it's really incredible how interconnected all of these various idols are. I wasn't surprised at all to find Kanye's close affiliation with the CEO of Parler. And yeah, I'm on Parler. If you want, I'll put the link. I like to stay on all the social media networks, but Parler just looks like a place for people to copy and paste their Telegram posts. All right, continuing through the headlines here. 2 charged after Just Stop Oil protest on Dartford Crossing. Yep, arresting more environmentalists. Fine with that. Space environmentalism. A Q&A with space environmentalist on protecting Earth's orbit. On 3/11/2021, NASA dropped, or the ISS dropped, the biggest piece of space junk ever. It was 29 tons. They dropped it into the ocean. You could have thrown it into space. Would have hit a star. Would have fallen into a black hole. You could have wormholed it to the distant reaches of the universe. But no, they just dropped it in the ocean. Like the only place in the visible universe known to contain life. And you drop 29 tons of used batteries in the ocean. And I'm just pointing this out because nobody cares about the oceans. The ocean levels did go up by about an inch between 2020 and 2021, solely as a result of PPE being dumped in the oceans. Literally nobody cares about the oceans. Now they care about space environmentalism, another place to regulate. All right, phones are open, 833-311-1984. I have a couple more updates about my legal suit. This is a legal dispute. Basically, I was sued, or rather, I was countersued. I sued a stalker. Stalker deleted everything. I dropped it. Stalker countersued me. And the case has been closed and marked terminated. I don't know what that means specifically with regard to this case. Closed and terminated. Worst case slash best case, because I think it's a good thing, or can be. Worst case scenario, I get hit with a $600,000 trademark infringement, which is bogus, $30,000 attorney fees, and $12,000 for hurt feelings, for a total of $642,000. Or terminated could mean the case was garbage, malicious prosecution, and baseless, and not worth dealing with. And I'll find out in a couple of days and I'll update you on that. We'll keep up with this story. UFC fighter Bryce Mitchell calling out Joe Rogan. Me and my mama will tell you the earth is flat. He's a domer, by the way. Dome earther. I don't know what the UFC connection is to flat earth. I don't know why they keep obsessing with Joe Rogan about it. I don't know. Very curious. What made Joe Rogan the official gatekeeper? Why do people seem to think that he's the guy they need to convince? Thousands of people attending Birds Aren't Real protests in New York City. Again, this is fake if you didn't know. I don't know if they're all paid. They're all brainwashed. But the point of it is This protest group is organized by Parkland High School students who survived the shooting, and now they're doing this to mock conspiracy theorists. Damage control, in other words. John Cordone says you can blame all the problems in the world on the reptilians. Say that it's aliens, or even that it's the Matrix. All that requires faith. But when we go around blaming, this is the thing, when it comes to scapegoats. Like, I understand it's a mystery. Really, we're investigating who is behind all of this, who's behind the curtain. It's kind of a whodunit, I think, for most people. But for me, I stopped treating this as a whodunit because you won't know until you're there. You'd need something tangible. It's just speculation. But what you can figure out is, what is it? And I've been focusing on what it is. And I'm looking at, well, there's a mechanism here for mass deception, mass coordination of human minds, synchronizing thought, policing thoughts. It's a worldview shaping mechanism. Religion combined with high-tech propaganda and instantaneous global communication. We're describing perception management technologies, how it works. I mean, lying has been refined. The science of lying to the masses. I mean, it's really a very sophisticated thing. We're looking at the world stage magic show, which is quite literally that. It's illusion, it's lesser magic, it's greater magic. Like, they literally do employ witchcraft, I think. I mean, how else can you describe it? I mean, that might be a way of obfuscating what it is, maybe a bit of a divine fallacy, but I don't know. I mean, it gets to be very close to the point of the technology of media as it's used today is practically indistinguishable from magic. It's that good. But again, we're just trying to get to the bottom of this thing, who's behind it or what, and some people are just satisfied with very easy explanations like Kanye, it's this group or it's that group, and that never really quite suffices for me. It'd be too easy to red herring the masses. Now, I'm happy to blame the reptilians in a sense. I mean, whoever's doing it definitely has, you could personify it as a reptilian type of consciousness or hold. But one more point. If you want to blame any group, let's just say you're going on Team Kanye, and let's blame them. Blame them for what? 9/11? Okay, well, 9/11 was a movie. Bad movie, throw some popcorn. Nobody died. How can you have a scapegoat for a crime that wasn't committed? None of these school shootings actually happened. Do we really need to hunt down the bowl cuts with the MAGA hats and persecute them? I don't think so. Climate change is fake. Do we need to smash the windows of people who drive SUVs? No. My point is, I guess, that I don't really look for a scapegoat because I can't really find any victims. I can't find evidence of a real crime. I mean, not in the sense of there being some kind of an active, I don't know, depopulation agenda. There's a lot of stories that would make people think that there's some nefarious thing, but like, when did the body start hitting the ground? Conspiracy theories explode after green screen photo of Zelensky resurfaces. This is from Daily Dot. One dumb conspiracy is a weekly column that debunks wild conspiracy theories. Now, this is not a conspiracy theory. Zelensky's as fake as they come. This whole thing's a movie. It's a big LARP. Mass casualty drills presented as real. I'm not impressed with the performance. I'm not even convinced anything even happened. The whole thing has just been tremendously hoaxy. They've wasted a lot of cheesecloth. Most of the actors and actresses that get hit or bombed, they wrap their heads in cheesecloth, but they leave the theatrical blood on their shirts so they can pose for the photos. And I just assume that Zelensky lives in a green screen room, that this is pretty much what he does all day. If he's not just completely CGI. A photograph of President Zelensky standing in front of a green screen has ignited a firestorm of conspiracy theories, suggesting that he was being helped out by Hollywood. Yeah, this whole thing is wag the dog. It's been wag the dog from day one. But I think articles like this from Daily Dot are just damage control. you actually find evidence of hoaxery. They do a story like this to make it look like you don't have a point. New York AG says Buffalo shooter was, quote, radicalized by fringe websites. Now, if you followed me on Twitch, we had a live stream that was going on for about 4 years straight, and it was taken down because of the Buffalo shooter. Just like Brent and Tarrant took down our YouTube channels, I blame these events. These events are being used in this manner. So the Buffalo shooter is live streaming on Twitch. Therefore, I can't Twitch anymore. Nope. I had multiple Twitch channels. One of them was just for my art. I thought, you know what? I'm not going to get banned if I just do some live painting. I'll play some soft classical music in the background. Nope, they pulled it. They said, we have convicted you of attempted ban evasion. In other words, they deleted my channel that could have radicalized a supermarket shooter, but since it's the same email address or same account user that has this other account, they deleted it. Because, yeah, you wouldn't want me to kick off the next supermarket shooting. Now, this Buffalo shooter was triggered, or rather, triggered, poor choice. He was radicalized by 4chan, so they say. His manifesto was pretty much stolen from Brent and Tarrant, which was stolen from Anders Breivik, which was mostly plagiarized from the Unabomber. I mean, all these things come from the same departments at the FBI. The Buffalo shooter event we talked about before was very much connected with concurrent programming, like Stranger Things. Certainly had some strong tie-ins there. But 4chan radicalized him to go to the shooting, and this was correlated with the Riddler, of course, who portrays Q, or the online radical who sends his followers to do his bidding. And of course, the Q, or rather the Riddler's weapon in the movie was the Tucker, which is kind of an interesting tie-in because this shooting was also blamed somewhat on Tucker Carlson, who was espousing belief in the replacement theory. But think about the tie-in here. Tucker sent the shooter. In the movie, the Riddler, who radicalizes his extremists to go out and do these attacks, is actually employing a Tucker as a weapon. John Cordone says, I think flat Earth is blowing up again. It may be. I mean, these UFC fighters come out once in a while and get some traction by name dropping Joe Rogan, but I don't know where else it can go. Until somebody does something other than cite the Bible, and nothing against that, but you're talking about geography, and you're trying to. I mean, if you're legitimately trying to make the case that the world's not a ball, you're going to have to confront the evidence they present. That's the main thing. But what they do is they focus on their evidence, their proofs. And it's like, you know what? You don't have a complete model to compare to their complete model. The best you can do is, I mean, really to me, point out the glitches. These things cannot be explained away. And I'm looking on Twitter. I was just pointing out that Twitter account Flat Earth Zone. Some of these videos that are showing the obvious glitches in the ISS have hundreds of thousands of hits here on Twitter. I mean, that's a lot of traction. And most people who have used TikTok have used enough of these various apps and filters that they can see through this stuff. Like, I think one of the reasons why so many people have been fooled in the past is what I've called visual illiteracy. But the visual illiteracy is mostly because, I think, the result of not knowing the tricks, the filters. Like I said, the world stage is a magic show. They use filters. They use augmented virtual reality. And most people don't have experience with that kind of video editing, the type that would be used at NASA. But now, thanks to TikTok, thanks to Instagram, these things have been mainstreamed. I mean, I learned how to use Final Cut Pro and all these different effects and filters, individually, and I applied them. Now it's just drag and drop. You click a button, anybody can do it. And I'm just saying that I think in some ways has made it easier for people who look to notice the fakery. The hard part now is getting people to look. And I don't even think it's people's attention spans are shorter. I think there's more competition for their attention. I mean, we're competing with Kanye West. You know, you're trying to talk about the shape of the world and the fakery up above, the billions of dollars spent on bad science fiction, and people are looking at Kanye West because he's espousing opinions. But yeah, there's no doubt that the flat Earth topic is useful at a minimum as a starting point. I mean, I'm interested in globe believers and globe belief. I'm never surprised by their ignorance about what they are supposedly espousing to believe. Like, I believe the Earth is a ball. I'm like, well, um, how big is it? What's the circumference? What's the shape of the solar system? The moon. What can you ask questions about how far is the moon? And many of them don't know. They've just kind of passively accepted it, and that's fine. But that kind of ignorance can't really stand up to what we're actually bringing up here. You know, nobody here is saying the earth is flat because the Bible says so. No, I'm saying that the world as it's been presented to us in total is a big fraud. They're hiding something. Maybe the world is a ball, as they say, but the imagery they're giving us from above is not representing what's below. The imagery that we're shown is from a computer model. Why would you fake it if you weren't hiding something? Maybe they're not faking anything. But what would be the reason for creating a computer model? Could be a number of things, but again, the evidence of hoaxery outweighs the evidence of it being real if you're being objective. And I may go through my Fetzer book here on, I suppose we didn't land on the moon either. Moon landing believers are also very interesting to me because they have to make excuses for bad special effects that haven't aged well. Like, you're a moon landing believer, you have to contend with the fact that the moon rocks given to the government of Holland were literally made out of petrified wood. Like, these things are petrified wood. Is the moon wood? Or were the landings faked? Or did the astronauts lie? Like, whatever your answer is, the answer is in the direction of something's fishy here. John Cordone says, "This is my answer. What should I do? Trust the science. People are waking up. Science can't be trusted." I disagree. And this is one of the issues I've had with the whole, quote, flat earth community, the group of people who are espousing it behind the likes of Mark Sargent, who would say that they're at war with science, that science is bad. And they talk about science in a very monolithic, broad brush way, like it's bad. Religion, good. Science, bad. And I totally disagree. I think that if the planet is not a planet, it's not going to be revealed by anything other than science. The different thing is, you get the uh, filter of the televised worldview and its computer models, and it just kind of distorts everything. Like, I do not think that science needs to go. I just think that science infused with CGI models and lies needs to go. Same with journalism. I'm not against journalism or the media, but when you have reporting infused with crisis actors and, again, CGI, lies, what do you have? You have corrupted science, you have corrupted media. And you notice that they're very defensive in both these areas. Oh, you can't question the science, it's settled. Can't question the news, that's hate speech to question it. Like, there shouldn't be settled science, there shouldn't be settled journalism. Peter W. says, no spin, no curve can be proven to oneself. I think what's missing from the picture, space clouds. I'm kind of thinking that's one area where you should expect to see clouds. I mean, I understand you have clouds in your atmosphere, but you look up at night, on a clear night, no clouds, but there's, in space, you can see trillions of miles, you can see light years. Where are the clouds in space? Because space isn't merely a vacuum. There's dust, there's debris, there's all kinds of space junk, there's who knows what out there. But my horizon gets blocked in a dust storm. And 8 miles away, I can't even see through the dust. And that's only 8 miles of dust in the air. Not even that thick. It's just in the aggregate, it blocks the view of the horizon. It blurs it out. Now, If I'm looking at Mars millions of miles away, how come there isn't enough cosmic dust, debris, between my eyes and that distant light source, at least enough to cause a cloud once in a while? Like once in a while, there ought to be dark spots in the night sky. There should be space clouds, just one of my contentions. I'm bothered by the lack of space clouds. And then something else, I can see clouds 120 miles away if I look towards the horizon. And I based this on a certain mountain peak out there. But I can see these clouds are parallel to the ground that I'm on. Like these clouds are, to my eyes, they're low to the horizon, but they're essentially, well, they're level, they're flat. These clouds aren't curved. And if I'm to believe that the earth beneath these clouds has curved out of my sight and curved down like boats go over the horizon, well, how come clouds don't go over the horizon? They don't. Your boat's going over the horizon, but the clouds, no, they're still flat and they're still on the same level that you're on. You don't see the bottom of it as though it's going around the ball. I mean, I get it, it's higher than the surface, but at 100 plus miles, I should be seeing the curved bottom of those clouds. Or am I wrong? Ryler05 says stars show no parallax. Well, you must not be looking through the right computer models or through the right app. Like I've been told, oh, of course there's a space station. I got the app. Okay. Well, then show me where Pokemon is. Just show me on the app and I'll go out there and see if I can put him in a cage. And you know what I mean? The app does not prove that the thing is out there. Lily Bell says most normal people don't have time to look or question. Interesting observation there. But do, quote, normal people have less free time than we have? I mean, I don't know. It's just a matter of, I guess, basic assumptions more than where they spend their time. Like, I spend hours watching the news, but my basic assumptions are this is mind war, manipulation, propaganda, with some entertainment thrown in there. I mean, for me, the whole process is entertaining. What we're doing is criticism. I think this is high art. And I really resent these accusations of being, a bully and a meme terrorist. What else have they designated us? But I consider us to be normal. Aren't we representative of we just happen to have stumbled upon a couple of salient facts and had a bit of a paradigm shift, tripping over the fact that we've been lied to from day one. I mean, intergenerational psyops. Lies going back, lies passed down. And the predictive programming is incredible. I mean, that is an incredible phenomenon. And it's not just about 9/11, as most of you here know, but think about War of the Worlds. I mean, how far back have we been fed the same narratives? And they recycle these stories consistently, but War of the Worlds is what I'm awaiting next. But the basic premise of not just the story about the Martian invasion, but that the urban legend around it, how people who were only hearing from the radio that there was an invasion overreacted. And the difference is, well, rather the similarity is between that and 2020 was instead of just having one voice, it was many voices, but it was the same message. 2020 was basically War of the Worlds. It was a panic set off by, again, a story. But look, I don't like to think of the people who are hypercritical of media as being abnormal, neurodivergent, crazy. No, I think we're paying attention. That's all. I think there's a philosophical difference. I think there's an honesty difference. But again, I guess I'd have to think about it some more. I mean, I watch the news and I watch people watching the news. And here's what I kind of noticed. You have like three groups. You have the uninformed, the ones who don't care, don't watch it. Now they're very entertained. They watch all the entertainment, they get all the same messaging, but they're uninformed by boring politics. Then you have the misinformed, and those are the ones who pay attention and they believe. And then you have the informed. Those are the ones who pay attention and they know what is true, or rather, they know what the lies are. We don't always know all the truths, but we can definitely tell what is not true. informed, uninformed, and misinformed. And the masses are misinformed and uninformed. Those of us who are informed are probably among the few. I mean, there's a smaller number of us. And even among those who are trying to remain informed, it's very difficult when you have so many people who are sowing misinformation and deliberately leading people away from the right conclusions. I mean, there's a concerted effort to stop people from calling things hoaxes. Don't call my globe a hoax. Don't call these shootings hoaxes. You might hurt somebody's feelings. How dare you insult the astronauts? I got kicked off a debate for saying the Challenger explosion was a hoax. I mean, people get offended because you're questioning the news. And, like, look, I understand getting offended when people blaspheme a religious text or say hateful things about another culture, but here we are criticizing the media, the corporate media, which has been hoarded out to government. Like, shouldn't that be something that shouldn't be off the table? Like, I think it should be fair to question that stuff. Somebody has to question it, and it doesn't question itself. There's no self-correcting mechanism within the media. That Jussie Smollett thing was meant to convince you that if somebody tries to get one over, they're going to get caught. You can't psyop us. Look, we caught Jussie Smollett, who fake lynched himself. Well, no, they fell for it for 24 hours. They believed it. But they put that story out there to make it look like this is the exception to the rule. We generally don't have this type of thing happen. But no, it's the opposite. The rule is deception. If they do tell the truth, it's usually, well, I don't know. Do they? I mean, you can be the truthiest, purest reporter out there, but you're reading off a teleprompter, and those teleprompted lies are built upon an edifice of lies. There may be some areas where your words may coincide with the reality, but I'm saying that the world stage perspective is always going to be one step removed from the real thing. Kenny Edwards says Georgia Guidestones. There aren't any Georgia Guidestones. They got blown up. I think they were actually phased out. They were replaced with the digital monolith at NATO, which has all the same messages, but it's not carved on stone. It's digital, so they can change it at any moment, just like they do the news. On 7/6/2022, the Georgia Guidestones were, well, the capstone on top was blown up. We were noting a lot of the interesting correspondences between that and a few other events, but that was also George W. Bush's 76th birthday. Again, 7/6, 76th birthday, George W. Bush, one of the most famous skull and bonesmen. And the Georgia Guidestones have been long associated with the Skull and Bones Society, also known as Chapter 322, as they mysteriously appeared on 3/22/1980. They stood there for a full 42 years and some months before they were blown up. They weighed a combined total of 238,000 pounds, which oddly corresponds with the distance to the moon in miles, according to NASA. And on the night that the capstone on the Guidestones blew up, NASA was actually sending a CubeSat to the moon called a capstone. And it went dark. Like they lost contact with it while the Guidestones were blowing up. I mean, it was an interesting coincidence at a minimum. But the fact that it blew up on George Bush's birthday probably means something. And one caller that night had pointed out that when you look at the Georgia Guidestones from above, it looks like a skull and crossbones, which is true. You have the four pillars and the capstone on top. The capstone was, of course, the part that was bombed. The next day, they knocked it over. I didn't see anything about the supposed time capsule beneath it. Commenter here says, it follows that there are a group of disinformed, not at fault for the information they've been fed. Sure, I mean, look, we've all been born into a doomsday cult. And that's what this is. It's a doomsday cult. If you don't believe me, look at the people setting themselves on fire, laying in the roads. It is a cult, and like all cults, the people in it have a false worldview, and most of them, they can't get out. I mean, people who leave cults go into other cults. people who leave bad relationships go into other bad relationships, and there's a reason for it. And I think it's really difficult for people to leave the total package they're given by the MSM with all of its false explanations. You've seen the movie They Live, where Russian vids, I mean, Roddy Piper is like trying to force the guy to put on the lenses that let him see reality. And he has to fight the guy because the guy doesn't want to put on the lenses. He doesn't want to wake up and see. Similar theme was in the Free Guy movie, where some don't want to see. And are they NPCs? I don't know if it's that. I think it's just anxiety about being exiled from the group. And that anxiety is going to increase as society becomes more cannibalistic. You know, speaking about cannibalism earlier, about how, yeah, we're being programmed to accept the premise of, cannibalism, the idea of a zero-sum game. For one to win, another must lose. And I think what they're trying to do is increase anxiety about the non-conformers. Like the idea that the conspiracy theorist is always attacked. Yeah, it's shoot the messenger, shoot the carrier with the new information that might disrupt the cohesion and harmony of the group, fear the outsider. And this is a reoccurring theme. Like you notice that the anti-gun drills are not specifically about fear of guns, because the saviors, the people who come into the school and save you, all have big guns. It's to be afraid of the individual with the gun, because the individual's a loose cannon, a super spreader, etc. Free thinkers. All right, I don't want to give the ISS a break, and I'm finding so many great examples of, various clips from the space station and its glitches. We can't let this go, because if they could, they would delete all this stuff. They really would. And anytime I find channels that are doing a good job of aggregating a lot of the fakery, I try to shout them out and get others to subscribe to them and share this. We can't let them get away from their terrible special effects. What they're going to do is they're going to phase in the next level of special effects at some point soon. And this is going to be what's going to carry the next generation to the moon and Mars, because the limiting factor on deep space travel isn't technology, it's not rocket fuel, it's the it's the CGI, it's the graphics, it's the special effects. And a lot of these outmoded special effects are kind of holding them back. I think that these are the things that they need to put some time, get some time between this and what comes next. So many terrible examples. Like here's one: NASA dropping the globe. They're passing around a globe on Earth Day and they drop it. No explanation. We have cosmonauts dropping screws. You hear them clanging around on the floor. Many, many examples. I put the link to the Twitter account, Flat Earth Zone. Lily Bell says, we were born exactly perfect for this very time in which we are living. Well, I would say that we were born at a time where it was possible to arrive at certain conclusions. I mean, pre-2012, pre-2013, I don't think you could have arrived at the right conclusions with regard to shootings, major bombings, terror attacks. The existence of crisis actors, for example, that's one of the major revelations, a paradigm changer. The level of lying and how developed lying is and how integral lying is when it comes to government and media, I think it's been vastly understated. I don't think that conspiracy theorists go far enough. And then, of course, you have us, and we go too far. Joined by Pippi Langstruff, says, yo, thanks for joining. Again, if you want to get text message alerts and you don't want to miss anything, go to infiniteplane.media. Text alerts are free. Also, I send out live stream notifications via email. Hollywood animator working for NASA says it's a delicate blend of imagination and data. Let me play this clip here.
spectacular photos and renderings that reveal a colorful and mysterious universe.
No doubt. And now Chris Martinez is introducing us to two of the artists behind some of the most iconic space art in the galaxy.
In a small, bright office, working side by side,
let's see.
Robert Hurt and Tim Pyle bring the universe to life.
What we're doing does have real science underlying it.
Robert is an astrophysicist turned artist. Tim, once a Hollywood animator, is now a planet illustrator. Together, they produce some of NASA's most popular images, from renderings of how planets light years away could look, to actual photos of stars and galaxies captured by NASA's powerful telescopes.
And this is sort of how it comes to me. And then
many of those images.
Okay, I got a question. How come I can't get a photograph? I'm just talking like a disposable camera. Like one photograph of the $10 billion telescope that I paid for and you paid for. And we paid for it, right? That's our telescope. We own the James Webb telescope. I mean, who's the philanthropist with 10 billion bucks? Like, I'm pretty sure that money came from us somehow. And I'm like, well, that's my telescope. Can I see a picture of it? And no, we're not going to see a single photo of the telescope in space. Only artist renderings of what it might look like. It's worse than buying an NFT. It's less tangible than an NFT. And they make a mockery of it by sending us a picture of a piece of salami, saying that it's a distant star. And they all laugh as the masses believe it and say, yeah, that's a star. What are you talking about, silly flat earther? I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure they're pulling your leg here. All right, let's see. I'm going to talk about a few other things, I guess. We were mostly just kind of catching up on this Candace Owens thing with Kanye West. Interesting developments all around. Kanye West calling out George Soros. Last night we got into this obscure letter from Mercator. Think about Mercator projection. The globe, most of you probably recognize as the world. You know, until you're contradicted. Maybe you have never actually questioned it. But when people think of the globe Earth, they're generally thinking of the Mercator projection. And it's just that. It's not an accurate representation. The map is not the territory. Anyway, there's a letter from Mercator to John D., which talks about a 33-mile wide black rock at the magnetic North Pole. Now, this might just sound like fantasy, and I think that's how it's taken, because this is no longer on the maps. The idea that there's some 33-mile wide black rock at the center of this place. But it's just interesting considering it's, John D. is not a nobody. Mercator's not a nobody. The term British Empire was actually coined by John D. Just to give you an idea of their historical import. And for them to be exchanging letters about this big black rock, a phantom island, and Mercator described it as 33, quote, French miles across. Again, this is one of the things we were discussing, and of course the term Black Rock. Black Rock has a lot of significance. It's the name of the city where they did the Burning Man festivals, among many other things. A. Garcia says, did we ever see a photo of the clock Bezos built? Oh yeah, it's built within a spiral staircase, and Stuart Brand was there in a blue robe, or purple robe rather, doing some kind of ritual at the site of this $42 million clock in the Sierra Diablo Mountains. So Devil Mountains, $42 million clock. Stuart Brand was there at some ceremony. Now, Stuart Brand is the one who was agitating for NASA to show us the, quote, whole Earth. He said, we need to see the picture of the Earth all at once in order to convince the world that we need to save the planet from capitalism and pollution. Like environmentalism, this new religion, was really kicked off with the image of the blue marble. And Stuart Brand was largely behind that. And Stuart Brand was hanging out with Jeff Bezos when they opened this new clock. This ceremonial opening to this. What is it? Is it an altar or is it a clock? Now, it's in the mountain, but there's one part of this clock that is above the mountain, and it's a capstone. It has a capstone above ground, which gets light, solar power, and powers the entire thing. Jeff Bezos' $42 million clock. Again, 42 is a reference to Saturn, the god they worship. Chronos, time, the god of death, the god of the cycles of life and death. And when they show you the number 42, it's just another way of representing the symbol of Saturn. You combine the two in a bind rune, it gives you the actual astrological symbol. But then, of course, the clock itself, Chronos, time, another representation. But anyway, 1996, you had Jeff Bezos hanging out with Stuart Brand and the Long Now Foundation. The clock is designed to last for 10,000 years, which shows you how far in advance these individuals think. Now, I want you to look at Jeff Bezos' eyes. If you're looking at the article on the screen, there's a picture of Jeff Bezos, and it says, Jeff Bezos possesses the rare ability to turn bizarre dreams into reality. And you'll notice that one of his eyes is accentuated. One eye is slightly squinted, the other one is kind of bug-eyed. He does this on purpose for the pictures. I'm telling you, it's the same symbol, the one-eye symbolism the elite are always doing, and Bezos has been doing it this whole time. It's very consistent with one of his parts. You see, he's a composite. Bezos is a composite of Dr. Evil, the man who fell to earth, and Nimrod, the builder of the Tower of Babel. He's literally Nimrod in the flesh. And when they show you this icon, this idol, they put nuance into it, and this one eye thing is emphasized again on purpose, and it does correlate in many ways to his role in the world as the richest man in the world, the builder of the Tower of Babel. And of course, on the back of the dollar bill, that pyramid with the 1776 on the bottom, in Roman numerals, that is definitely not just a pyramid. That is the Tower of Babel. And the capstone with the eye in it is a reference to the builder of the tower, Nimrod. And he represents him in the way that these various celebrities represent certain gods or deities on the world stage. Not a coincidence that he has the most money in the world, richest man in the world. And of course, I was thinking about the cult of the monolith, the one eye, this new monotheism. And he emphasizes his one eye. And even the word money and mono eye have a very interesting connection here in this context. But here you go, a clock that would last 10,000 years. What makes Jeff Bezos tick? A $42 million clock, for starters. And if you go to patreon.com/infiniteplanesociety or you join infiniteplanesociety.com, I do have an exclusive podcast that goes to our subscribers. And of course, this podcast is where I go deep into detail about many of these things. But it's to help support the channel. It's $10 a month, but it includes exclusive member content. And what I'm doing with the Tim Osmond's Dark Matter podcast is I'm doing deep dives into many of these subjects and many of these characters, and providing info-dense breakdowns of who they are. And recently I did a breakdown on Jeff Bezos. The next one will be about Musk and who he correlates with historically and on the world stage. And these are all intentionally created likenesses. These aren't just cherry-picked facets. These are carefully constructed characters. The correlation between Bezos and Nimrod is fascinating and interesting. Nimrod, of course, is a mythical character, but he's also the first Mason. He created Freemasonry. And if you look at all the symbolism, rising up and all this New World Order always has this together we rise. It's always about this. In fact, I would even go so far as to say that 1776 and the Declaration of Independence is part of the Masonic story, the great work about this one world system being installed. And I think America represents the Tower of Babel, and that it's designed to fall. And the 1776 is key, because we're in 1776 right now, as Pluto has returned to the place where it was at the nation's birth. And the Declaration of Independence, I think, was, if you look at from the subtext, independence from God. Nimrod building the tower in defiance of God. And I think that's the role of Bezos and many of these other billionaires about to go into space and bring down trillions of dollars in wealth. Well, what would that do? It would destroy the world by the from the perspective of the global warmists. You can't have trillionaires. Billionaires aren't sustainable. And his role as a challenger to God is on display right now, especially with his last venture into space. But again, the Declaration of Independence, 1776. We're back at 1776. The tower is being completed, and the capstone on the pyramid on the dollar bill represents the completion of the Tower of Babel. And it was last July, well, July 2021, that Bezos went into space in his capsule, in his space capsule, which is, again, it's an analogous symbol to the capstone on the pyramid. He launched at 9/11, which has very specific significance to the falling towers, and that's why he went up there. Amazon, A to Z, the space program, and the ISS, this is all part of this one world structure they built that, again, I believe is designed to fall. And I think it's this year that it falls. We're just waiting on the Kraken to be released, this reoccurring theme. And remember, if you watched Inside Job, a 9/11 based TV show on Netflix, Bezos is literally taken down by a Kraken. The Kraken takes him down on his mega yacht. And this is symbolism. The mega yacht symbolizes the Titanic. And the Titanic has been used quite often as a metaphor for the West. And the iceberg is global warming. In this latest movie, Don't Look Up, the world's the Titanic, and the comet is the iceberg. And it's the Bezoses of the movie that doom us all because of their greed. They want money from space rather than let's deflect the space iceberg, the comet. All right, I'm catching up on some comments here. Yep, Pippi Langstruff found a way to get through the censors. Use hyphens. If there are words that are being censored, use hyphens or double certain consonants. We can still read it. Appreciate everyone here who's getting rid of the bots advertising dating apps. Very irresponsible in the age of monkeypox to be promoting dating apps. In fact, they should be banned. But no, we get banned. And YouTube does nothing to get rid of any of these bots, which is the reason why we no longer are YouTube centric. If you've noticed, we're really centered now on the Discord server. It's a permanent record, permanent ground zero think tank, 24/7, always open. And if you have any topics you want to cover, you can go into that server. Just go to ips.monster and you can drop any kind of suggestions in there and we'll get to them. This is from Political Europe. It took a war criminal to speed up Europe's green revolution. Putin's invasion of Ukraine forced Europe to break its fossil fuel addiction. For this reason, Putin has topped our inaugural Politico Green 28 list. Now, this looks to the normies like, gotcha, Putin. It's a win that they extracted out of this, but I'm looking at this as, yeah, this is why they did it. This was the intention here. There's nothing that goes by, anything they televise is scripted on this level, and obviously this was the agenda, just like the agenda behind COVID. It was never about curing anybody from any flu and the whole pandemic lockdown. No, it was about moving into the green world order, the Greta reset. The Great Reset is the Greta reset. It's the green world order. It's all about environmentalism, a new pretext for lockdowns, and total governmental control. And along with that, of course, the infodemic. They don't care about viruses. They care about mind viruses. memes, in other words. Drawn by We says, have a donut, you'll feel better, really. Appreciate that. And those of you who are keeping the channel up with the super chats, I can't thank you enough because we are on 4 YouTube channels. We're on Discord, we're on DLive, Twitch, as well as Odyssey 24/7. Like just like a week ago, we had a hard time getting 30 people in because they had pulled our channels down, but now we're consistently crossing over 100. If you catch Odyssey, I think we have 20 some there, 70 some here in this room, and then there are more listening on the audio stream. And I'm going to be doing more late night open phones. I want to go through the books that I have from Jim Fetzer, specifically on the moon landing. It's so easy to call it fake because it looks fake, but there are thousands of reasons that you could point to that should call the whole thing into question. And it's kind of strange how you can debunk something, but then a few weeks pass and the people who should have seen through it just kind of go back to believing it again. It just kind of just settles back, and I think we need to refute things consistently, especially as there's this ongoing process of going like the ministry of truth and erasing the past, changing the past. Someone called in last night and mentioned, I think it was just an article about, well, I was talking about the one with Auguste Piccard. I mean, retroactively, they said, first man to see the curve of the earth. He didn't say that. No, if it is curved or it's not curved, is not the point. He went up into the stratosphere and didn't see a curve. And his description of the earth as flat, from his perspective, had been cited by many, many people as evidence that maybe we're not on a ball. But they've gone through the ministry of truth and they've actually changed it. They've changed the substance of what he said to now it's, oh, well, his family members, his descendants are saying he was the first to see the curve of the earth and that was his great achievement. It's like, that's not really historically accurate. But never let facts get in the way of a good story, right? That's kind of how they operate. All right, the world's more shocked by Kanye's words than by nukes. Although I haven't given up on the nuke or the nuclear winter thing happening very soon. I can't really overstate the importance of this being the year of Pluto return. And I'm not the one who's into astrology. As J.P. Morgan said, millionaires don't use it, but billionaires do. And I think that's 100% accurate. And the astrology would say, based on this return of Pluto thing, that this would be the year for this big nuclear winter thing to kick off. And if you recall last year, there was a lot of kind of hints about this. And the Rust shooting, Alec Baldwin, Hunt for Red October. When that happened, we started talking about, well, what is Hunt for Red October about? And then it brings up this submarine. And then you have, of course, this idea of the Poseidon, the nuclear submarine. Kremlin warns that World War III will be, quote, catastrophic. And last October, Captain Kirk went to space, William Shatner, and came down and he said that he fears what will happen after the, quote, catastrophic event. And many people were wondering, what did William Shatner mean when he said catastrophic event, as though he knew something? And I'm just looking at this, big picture. I'm thinking, based on their obsession with astrology, it's not mine, it's likely that this would be the year that they are able to effectively fake it, whatever it is that they're going to do. 2022. And the anniversary of the Rust shooting is in just a few days, and they're going to continue filming that thing. All right, this has been great. Thanks everyone for joining. I'm going to turn this back over to the 24/7. Lots of things going on. We'll likely be live same time tomorrow. If you want to leave voicemails, just go to 833-311-1984. You can also leave me emails. Just go to infiniteplane.media. Make sure you get on the newsletters because we're not using YouTube anymore for archiving because they don't allow us. It doesn't make sense. I'm putting everything on Odyssey. And if you get on the newsletters, you will be getting plenty of, well, I don't spam you, but you'll be getting all the links to all of the different platforms where you can actually watch the stuff. And archives right now are happening on Odyssey. Odyssey has stepped up their game in recent months here. They have a number of features that they're still lacking, but I'm kind of patient. It'll eventually catch up. The only reason why YouTube has any advantage right now is they just have the best chat module. You have to give credit, where credit's due. But if Odyssey can match their chat module, YouTube won't be able to compete. Anyway, this has been great. This is Space is Fake, Chief Crow. Put a link in the chat.
Because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not black and white. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Said the sky was not the limit. He fly to the moon in a nanosecond. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep over my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
I'll just start doing this.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
All right, it's 9/11 somewhere. October 17th, 2022. Thank you all for joining. This is Lucifer Tim, 33rd Degree. Go ahead and share the stream. I'll be right back. Okay, so I just got notification that I am a harasser, a threatener, and a spreader of toxic information. YouTube just pulled another channel. No explanation other than you're a bully. And I'm like, oh man, I don't have $1 billion. And the title of today's stream actually is Kanye does $1 billion in damage to George Floyd's family. And then we're also going to address the birds aren't real being a fake movement thing as well. That's a fake movement, as we'll get into. The main thing this morning, though, is, Kanye West said that George Floyd died from fentanyl. And of course, their family is going to sue him over this. And I'm like, well, they saw the Robbie Parker acting troupe there, the Sandy Hookers, how they pulled in $1 billion from Alex Jones, and they see an opportunity there, if you ask me. And speaking of Parker, he's got to be the most overpaid actor in history, and he couldn't even manufacture a single tear. Thanks for the graphic, whoever posted that in Discord. What about my feelings? Yeah, that's a crying YouTube emoji. Like, since when do people with hurt feelings have all the power? Think about that. You can shut down your political opponents because you got hurt, quote, feelings. It's insane. We're letting the cry bullies, we're letting the snowflakes take over under false pretenses because they don't really have feelings. They don't really have tears. These are political activists. They're censoring us for political reasons. I don't think there are any actual victims out there. If you think that you have been victimized by this channel, call in and let us know. What was the meme? What was the word? What statement did I make that ruined your day? And then we can work on that and we can start eliminating those memes. But they never tell us. It's always vague. Here we go. From YouTube. This was 35 minutes ago. Our team reviewed your content, and unfortunately, we think it violates our harassment, threats, and cyberbullying policy. And I take this kind of seriously. I don't like the insinuation here, because there's a story going around of Molly Russell, who was killed by cyberbullying. Or she was killed by memes. Basically, the internet killed her. And that's what they're saying now, that if you're spreading memes, these are the equivalent of bullets. It's like you have an assault rifle 15 and you're literally shooting people through their screens every time you send out a meme that's perceived to be harmful, or could be. And it's totally subjective. But again, I don't think I've ever harassed or threatened anybody. How could I harass somebody? You'd have to arrive on this channel, I guess. But then how would you find it? If you find this material offensive, why would you even be here? Like, you're in the wrong saloon. When it comes to the cyberbullying policy, I don't know what they're talking about. I really don't. I do it in real life. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not a bully. What we do here is we confront the mass media, which is a bully. The mass media is a terrorist. It's a terrorist organization. You didn't know? CNN, Fox, ABC, NBC, BBC? Yeah, they're all terrorists. They have your children cowering under desks. They have people putting on face diapers. They just scare people about the most ridiculous things. Helmets for space junk. People are afraid of nukes. They're taking that IK. They're taking their ivermectin. They're taking their injections. They're doing all these things based on what? The terrorist in the room. And it's not me. All we're doing is we're deconstructing and analyzing narratives. What we're doing is more akin to film criticism. And I don't like the fact that we're being associated with actual cyberbullies and harassers. The types have actually targeted us. That's why we carry these wrenches. We don't carry wrenches to break things. It's to keep the trolls out, to keep the peace. But yeah, Kanye West has promulgated the notion that George Floyd was killed by fentanyl. I don't think George Floyd was killed at all. Like, if they managed to extort $1 billion out of him, it's going to pay George Floyd, literally, him and his friend Derek Chauvin. And they were friends. Probably more than friends. They knew each other for 17 years. There's a whole backstory. That was a stage. We are joined by Thirst for Truth, Cub Star, Portal Complex. I know it's early. 737, T-Dog135. Yeah, one of our YouTube channels just had its head chopped off, but we still have like 3 more. And the reason why we have such a large, multi-platform apparatus is because of you, the super chatters, the contributors, the sharers of this content. We keep pushing this thing. It's like a big juggernaut, big giant penguin on 18 wheels, and we all got to push it up this hill. And really, if it was just me, they would have annihilated me a long time ago. We had to gang up. JT33, Spirit Jordak, thanks for joining. Donnie of the Dead. Diana South, cry bullies. Yeah, cry bullies are basically people who will bully you, and then when you hit back, they cry to the authority, and they accuse you of being the bully. Like, oh, well, it doesn't matter if they started it, because you actually took the bait, and they wanted you to hit them. That was the whole point. And on this channel, we don't take the bait. And that's what I mean. We're not harassers. We're not cyber bulliers or whatever. We don't go on. I mean, I study those types of personalities, and look, mostly it's in politics today. Like MTG, you have these alt-right wing types or far-right types who will literally flat tire people. Like there's that video where MTG is being, I guess, stalked. She's walking down the sidewalk by this anti-gun nut, and MTG, Marjorie Taylor Greene, steps on the heel of this woman's shoes like twice. Like that's bullying. Chiku says, I have the hardest time finding IPR. Yeah, it's difficult at this time, but it's going to get easier. Get on the text alerts. That's infiniteplane.media. It's not going to take very much longer, though, for us to get back on track. We had some of our largest channels taken down. Again, it's all under false pretenses, and we actually have some trolls who hang out and chat, and they gloat about it, and they say, I'm flagging you for spam. Like, they're happy about it. Doesn't really matter to me long term. The archives still end up in the same place. If you didn't know, we're on Odyssey now. We're on Rockfigan and Spotify Video. Diana South says, I just lost my job to a morbidly obese crybully. Yeah, the crybully thing, again, I don't really fall into that category. We never really do. We're not political here. And politics is just bullying. It's left-wing bullies versus right-wing bullies. The soy boys versus the Proud Boys. But on YouTube, you're not going to find any archives. I realize that we're never going to have them. Therefore, the archives are going to start being uploaded to Odyssey as of today. As of today, you're going to start seeing all of these archives popping up. Jenna Lovecraft Reed says, there's a robot ready to take over my job any day now. Yeah, this is the whole robot takeover, the robot wars like Skynet, Terminator 2, but it was never going to be bipedal robots like something out of one of these Boston Dynamics commercials. It was always just going to be a gradual replacement, just phasing us out. I've been thinking a lot about this transhumanism thing, and that's really what we're leading to. And a lot of people believe in this. They believe that there's going to be some kind of technological singularity. They're going to have their mind somehow uploaded into some kind of cloud. Digital transcendence, another one of these ideas. I think they can sell the public on it. Like if they can convince the public that they can send people to the moon and to Mars, they're going to convince the public that, yeah, this guy had his mind digitally uploaded. You can communicate with him right there in the metaverse. Even though he's, quote, dead. His body's dead, but his soul's in there. And people will probably fall for it. There's an entire Amazon series about it called Upload. All right, and a second thing I wanted to talk about. First thing was Kanye West did $1 billion worth of damage to the George Floyd family. And the second thing is the birds aren't real conspiracy. So there's like 2,000 people gathered around protesting against birds that are actually robots spying on us. And the media covers it. They give it actually positive coverage. And the reason why is it's a fake conspiracy movement meant to mock real conspiracy movements. But it shows you the subjectivity of this entire thing, where they can get away with saying birds aren't real, but you can't gather and say JFK is coming back and the earth is flat without them calling you crazy. Look, inside bizarre birds aren't real conspiracy group, but they're admittedly doing this as a as a parody of extremism. I want to point out the main thing that these are not just random people. It's not grassroots. It's not like a grassroots movement against conspiracy theories. No, this is actually organized by the Parkland acting troupe. The survivors, the crisis actors from Parkland, have gathered together and they created this fake movement as a parody. It's like, no, I'm sorry, school shootings aren't real, birds are real. That's what the evidence shows. But they're trying to say that this is fighting lunacy with lunacy, and I'm saying this is damage control. Like, hey, we got to do damage control. These conspiracy theorists have really just nailed it this time. I'm like, well, just hire from within. And that's all it is. Here's some more information on that. Again, this is PSYOP Damage Control by Crisis Actors. Claire Cronus, organizer with Birds Aren't Real, told Shireen Alfonsi from 60 Minutes, we are fighting lunacy with lunacy. We know we're adding to the confusing network of misinformation, but we're trying to draw attention to the issue without causing further harm. Quote, we want to make sure we're not using language that's actually harmful, that hateful conspiracy theories use to target people. Cameron Kasky, who survived the 2019 shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida, before getting involved with Birds Aren't Real. He goes on to say, my friends and I were called crisis actors, and I kind of had this strange perspective on conspiracy theories because the internet was telling me that my father and grandfather were child traffickers because they're adoption lawyers. Now what they're doing here is they're presenting victims of misinformation and showing them fighting back against misinformation. I have a short clip here from TikTok, and this is the Birds Aren't Real protest, Washington Square Park. This is in New York. They have a lot of money.
So we accidentally ended up at a protest for Birds Aren't Real in Washington Square Park. And I'll just let the camera take it from here. Once you listen to this. Thank God we came.
Now, the sick thing is the public won't differentiate between birds aren't real and legitimate questioning of media perception management operations. They'll just assume, oh, you're saying that the news media lies, like those people who say birds aren't real? Guilt by association is actually one of their main tactics, and it seems to work just fine. Zareth the Alchemist says, download your consciousness. Sounds like a great way to get the sheep to willingly walk into the slaughterhouse. It's upload. And I think they would. I think they would. And it's not all that different from what religions have always offered. That you could buy your loved one a spot in heaven. It's like selling indulgences. I think you could actually pull it off. And they have enough information on each of us to reconstruct our personalities that they could simulate almost any one of us at this point. They just did that to Steve Jobs. There's a 20-minute interview with Steve Jobs and Joe Rogan, and it's 100% based on recordings that have already existed that they plugged into these sims, and they just simulate each of these two having some kind of a conversation. And many people found it very convincing. I didn't, but most people did. And my point is, they could say, yeah, this is actually Steve Jobs. He had his mind uploaded. We just uploaded it from his cryogenically frozen brain. And you can actually have Steve Jobs, his actual consciousness, on an app. And yeah, it would probably fool a good number of the population. And what's the price for having your immortal soul digitized? Your life savings. You wouldn't need it. You just give all your money to Elon Musk or whoever's uploading you. They put you into the wood chipper and your mind goes up. 737 says, birds aren't real was funny 2 years ago and it was nothing till it was picked up and pushed. Right, well the birds aren't real thing was an operation by the same people who faked the school shooting. It's just a cover-up. By the way, ips.monster. That's where to go. If you want to find the links, the only place, ips.monster. It's our mission statement. And that's what we're becoming as a result of their deliberate attempts to exclude us from any kind of conversation. And this is what they're banning. It's not that they're banning me and what I say, because I don't say anything offensive. They're banning this think tank, this open source human intel gathering think tank that's critical of mainstream news and mainstream religion, mainstream celebrities. I mean, we criticize everything. Not even mainstream. We criticize most of the alt people. Nobody criticizes Alex Jones more than we do, with good reason. You have to be diligent about what your information and the sources and everything. I mean, why wouldn't you be? Clockwork 113 says, shout out to Cam B. Now, it was Cam B who brought up this notion that The Weeknd is actually Justin Bieber in a deep fake costume. And, I've considered this for a long time, for a while. I mean, I'll say this, it's within the realm of fakeability when you look at disguises and what's actually possible. It's certainly there. But having watched some videos of The Weeknd, I don't think the Bieber's that good of an actor. I'm not discounting the technology which we all know exists and is within I would say his repertoire. The Weeknd has all kinds of disguises. He did the Beetlejuice thing, the Joker. I mean, all these celebrities seem to have costume departments in their basements. And it's because their shared basement is probably some subterranean CIA base. Because that's what we're actually looking at here. But it's important to consider things like that, I think. At least factor into your worldview. Yeah, they have the potential to simulate somebody like Steve Jobs, or to completely fake people out in public with people who do not exist, other than as a costume. Like, I think there's a pretty credible conspiracy theory about Benicio del Toro, the actor, not actually existing. That's actually just Brad Pitt in one of these masks. Like, I can actually go with that. Although, I mean, the Weekend of the Beaver thing was very compelling and convincing, and there are many reasons why it is. But again, you can almost make one person look like someone else if you put a lot of juxtapositions. The important thing, I think, is to look for, is it even logical within a narrative structure? Are the timelines even copacetic? But in that case, there were a lot of alignments. They have a lot of shared girlfriends, shared wardrobes, grew up in the same area, part of the same mind control industrial complex. Anyway, let's continue. Joined by Uncool Ben, Sci Obstacles, says Beeb couldn't even win an Emmy. Well, it was really perplexing, the whole thing with the Weeknd and the performance he did at the Super Bowl, where he's got this cheesecloth around his head, like the people, like the actors in Ukraine who pretend like they've been bombed, and he's got this fake head wound for weeks. I'm like, what is he doing with this? Anyway, let us continue with the discussion. The main thing, Kanye West did $1 billion in damage to the George Floyd family. We'll get into that. Birds aren't real is fake. George Floyd's family threatens to sue Kanye West, and his name is Ye. I listened to his interview, and he points out that if you're not calling him Ye, you're basically disrespecting him. And I'll try to use that. But my point is the media doesn't, because they're not recognizing it. And he's made this point that he's kind of at war with what he sees as vested interests that control the media. And this is the whole trope. This is the whole thing that Jews control the media that he's been bringing up. And that's why he's getting a lot of, I would say, heat. And, Trump, interestingly enough, kind of jumped on that bandwagon. And he said, United States Jews need to get their act together. Okay, so here we go. This is Kanye West's family threatens to sue him for saying that Floyd died of a fentanyl overdose. This is the guardrailed conspiracy theory. The left will say he was killed by police oppression. The right will say he was killed by drugs. Very convenient. They each have their own little story, but neither side says it was fake. And that's what we bring here. The off-world stage perspective, the perspective that takes into account reality testing a lot of these very extreme claims, we arrive at very different conclusions. And my conclusion with this George Floyd, Derek Chauvin thing is that it was all theater and that Floyd didn't die. And much of this theater is given away in the names, the dates, and the timing, the very precise timing of these events. No coincidences. But here you have, Kanye West taking this I say guardrailed, meaning you have the establishment position, and then you have the alternative, which is seemingly going against the grain. But in my view, that one is actually there to keep people like us from going too far and even questioning, is this thing even real? Did it even happen? And again, my contention is that no, Derek Chauvin and George Floyd were both actors. And it's not that hard to fake such a thing. In fact, I would even posit that this particular psyop was probably directed by Spike Lee, and I have a lot of reasons for saying so. Also, I want to point out the very first place that was torched when the riot started after George Floyd's fake death was a factory that manufactures realistic training dummies for EMTs. One of their training dummies has a very conspicuous resemblance to George Floyd, although the company even explains that they can customize anything. 7 Sigma simulations. And what they create are dummies that can't breathe, dummies that need to be intubated, dummies that can simulate a real patient in respiratory distress, somebody who's actually dying. And here's an example, 7 Sigma simulations. Now, they were in the Twin Cities for 33 years, and then they were torched. First building. And why would the rioters burn a building that manufactures these simulations, these sim dolls? Here's a video. They're called modular airway trainers. Everything about them is real. Their jaws, their teeth, their lungs. Discover our modular and high-fidelity airway trainer, unparalleled in its attention to realistically simulating intubation. Unrivaled modularity. There's George Floyd. See that? That's George Floyd. That's what we saw on the ground. So many people said that's a dummy. In fact, I found this comment, obscure comment on a long deleted YouTube channel where someone had claimed, credibly, that they saw, I believe it was Sean King there, Telcom X, and another one of these fakers. But they saw what appeared to be a training situation, and they were told, oh, back off, the police are filming a training video. So at some point, the actor, who was a really bad actor, and I'm not talking about the porn, I'm talking about at the scene, he's in the back of the SUV, and he's like, I can't breathe, can you lay me on the ground? Like, wait, you're already in the SUV, you're already cuffed. Why do you want them to put you on the ground? And it looked like he was trying to get his lines right. The whole thing looked coached and faked. If you don't believe me, you haven't watched it. And I'm going to revisit the entire scene. On multiple levels, we can debunk this as anything other than a psychodrama. And here you have the actual dummy that they used on the ground. And again, this company got burned, meaning they got paid. They got paid by the rioters, who are all basically paid operatives. It's just the Democrat Party going full GTA.
Depending on
going through some comments here. Okay, Cy Obstacle says, anyone getting a Floyd mask for Halloween? Well, look, here's some of the names here. Derek Chauvin is a reference to Western chauvinism. Derek is a name that references a gallows, a hangman. Western chauvinism's hangman, ritualistically killing a representative of the oppressed, of the BLM, has that dynamic of class warfare, rich versus poor. The I can't breathe isn't just about police oppression, which is necessitated by the need to protect property rights, and that's their argument here, is that this system requires oppression for one class to maintain their power. But what's more, the pollution wrought by this system is the reason why we can't breathe. Our atmosphere is being destroyed. Global warming, climate change. So I can't breathe is extended beyond just what Floyd was saying. And then, of course, I can't breathe is an anagram for a better China, which I think is all just code for world communism. Going through some comments. Patrick says, I believe some crazy stuff, but George was alive at some point. Human sacrifice? Maybe, but he wasn't a doll. Well, I'm positing here that this is movie magic, and that you didn't see an uncut, basically, I think what they did is they have him exit the scene and they replace him. Basic movie magic. You didn't have one camera watching the whole thing at some point that was uninterrupted, untampered with. Everything was tampered with. But what's more, it'd be really easy to do. And even the scene in the back of the ambulance looked and moved just like one of these dummies. And they had it in one of these devices that did the automatic chest compressions. And the individuals there didn't look like they knew what they were doing. But what's more, you have the connections between him and Derek Chauvin worth exploring. And there were some accounts by some people who worked at the place where they both worked together that mentioned their interactions. Chauvin's neighbors thought he was a real estate dealer. They didn't know he was a real estate agent. They didn't know he was a cop. Like, how does that happen? And of course, there are so many questionable things about this, but the main thing is there are more indications that this was a drama, a psychodrama, a simulation than not. But now you have this alternative view that he was fentanyl to death, which again, that's just the guardrail. That's the alternative view given to the other side. But yeah, I think it was some good editing, I guess. Like I said, I think this was directed by Spike Lee. You know, like Tom Clancy, and you look at these other names, Alan Moore, so many different names that are big within the PSYOP entertainment complex. Names that show up with these big productions. Stanley Kubrick. In fact, Kubrick's got some hints to 2020 encoded in 2001: A Space Odyssey. But anyway, I think many of these PSYOP dramas are actually produced by or aided by very popular directors. And then there's the fascinating connection between George Floyd and Stephen Jackson. Stephen Jackson, interestingly enough, was the one they said was his twin. And Stephen Jackson's was also the individual who did the final interview with Kobe Bryant before Kobe Bryant crashed. And all these characters tie together into the drama we saw in the summer of 2020, which is what we talked about that entire year. The whole 2020 year itself, in a bigger context, seemed to reflect or mirror 1968 in many ways. In so many ways that it's beyond coincidence. And I have this pretty extensive mind map, which I will be revisiting because it does correlate with what we're talking about with George Floyd and Derek Chauvin. I mean, do you remember the reason why they took custody of George Floyd in the first place? It was the $20 bill. He was passing off a fake $20 bill, or tried to. That was the reason. But that's where you can start to see the clues, the connections between the Twin Cities and 9/11. And these clues are, I would say, irrefutable bits of evidence that you're looking at a scripted storyline. The $20 bill, of course, if you look at it on the back of it, this is the one you can fold it up and it gives you the 9/11 scene, which does factor into this. We're talking about an event that represents a 9/11ing of America. 9/11ing isn't just specific to what happened in New York, and that code shows up in many other related psyops. But everyone here knows that 9/11 started when the first plane hit the first tower at 8:46 a.m., and there are reasons why they chose that time. 8:46 was the time of day that the sun set on 5/25/2020 in the Twin Cities, the day that George Floyd was supposedly killed. 8:46 was the amount of time that Derek Chauvin was kneeling on his neck. What we have here is a connection between then 9/11, the George Floyd ritual killing, apparent killing, and the setting of the sun. And the setting of the sun specifically correlates to the ritualistic killing of the sun god. It is the Prince of Darkness, that kills the sun god at sunset. And this is all encoded in the story of Chauvin and Floyd, given away really in Floyd's funerals with the golden casket, another indicator that you're looking at the ritually slain Osiris. The connections between Derek Chauvin, Floyd, and 9/11 go even deeper. Derek Chauvin had a hearing on 9/11. Many other clues. 330 days after the killing of George Floyd is the verdict being read on a 420. And the 420, 4-2 are all over so many of these events. But so are 3-3s. They only allowed 33 people in the room with Derek Chauvin in the courtroom. They specified 33. And I believe it was the 30th anniversary of the Rodney King that they passed the George Floyd Act, or attempted to. And Rodney King was hit 33 times over the course of 1 minute 19 seconds. 119, of course, reverse 9/11, and the 33. And again, these are just things that are consistent. And they're so consistent that there's no way that the George Floyd killing fit this pattern that goes back many decades, and that it just happened randomly. That's what I mean. To say that it was real you would have to create such an extensive coincidence theory to explain away these coincidences that you'd have to you'd have a lot of work in front of you. Like, I do think you can discredit the official stories just by showing the narrative underpinnings that literally predict it. All right, let me go ahead and catch up on comments, see if I've missed anything. Spirit says Kobe's in Italy. He speaks Italian and he loves that country. It'd be kind of hard for him to hide almost anywhere, I would imagine. But I don't believe he died in a crash. In fact, that week of Kobe's crash, we were talking about a fiery immolation, a sacrifice in the sky that we were expecting to happen the third week of January. Why? We were noting the patterns between the Challenger, the Apollo 1 incineration. We were looking at, it seems like there's a lot of NASA tragedies, a lot of immolations, fire explosions that same week. And then, out of nowhere, Elon Musk says, we're going to test our abort system on the Falcon, and the Falcon's going to be sacrificed to Dragon's fire. And you take that apart, the Falcon is the sun god, the challenger to the darkness. Dragon is the prince of darkness, Set. And of course, the sacrifice of the Falcon was done that third week of January. We were already looking at that as, okay, this is very consistent with what we've been pointing out. This is some kind of ritual that has nothing to do with a mere abort test. And it was that week that Kobe Bryant blew up in the sky, which actually happened in 2 commercials. I mean, you can find, well, one was an actual cartoon, Legends of Chamberlain Height, where Kobe Bryant's in a helicopter that crashes and burns. There's another commercial, which is very interesting. It has a lot of details that tie into this, but the main theme is there's a helicopter and it blows up. All right, going through your comments. Diana South says, Rob Reiner directed many movies that have shaped modern day beliefs. Yeah, my contention is that MSM is the de facto state church, that it gives us the dominant universal world religion of the day. And when I say religion, I mostly mean like a worldview that's been regimented. Everybody must believe this. Everybody must accept that. Everybody must chastise that group. And everybody must worship that. And that's what we have. We have a new religion. The new world order isn't coming, it's already here. And it has the trappings of science. It has the legitimacy of science, but it uses age-old superstitions to keep people in a state of, I'd say, sheepeldom. People are basically sheep to the priests who are their shepherds. I think Bezos has a rocket called the New Shepherd. And the shepherd, I think, is a reference to Horus, or any of these various sun god iterations, but specifically the age of Horus, Horus, is what the New Agers are referring to as this post-reset age. I mean, you can call it the age of Aquarius, you can call it the New Age, but whatever it is, the Great Reset isn't a conspiracy theory. And they stopped calling it a conspiracy theory on 12/21/2020, once we had the Saturn-Jupiter conjunction, which was on a winter solstice corresponding to, well, 2,000 years ago. I mean, when we went to year 0, basically. In other words, the Great Reset was something that was on their calendar. It wasn't something that they dreamed up at the World Economic Forum. The World Economic Forum is following a script that is, well, up above our heads. It's all astrotheological. That's the basis for this cult. That whole 9/11 thing, the 846 and the setting of the sun, it's as we go deeper into it, I'm consistently finding that, yeah, it's definitely timing. Timing is everything. And so many things are repeated. Roe v. Wade, 1973, it was a leak. 50 years later, same exact thing. It's a leak. If you're on Discord, I'll be handing out a wrench. YouTube, look, YouTube, I can't access any of the channels, just heads up. We've been officially, I guess, formally exiled. Like, I can use channels that I own. Like, I have a lot of zombie channels, just troll accounts that I can stream from. But that's about it. The last time I opened up new channels, they deleted my Gmail account. Like, I think they're going after me. I have a suspicion. Doesn't mean we're not going to be on YouTube. It just means it's always going to be a burner channel. The only permanent base, ground zero, is ips.monster. 737 says, New Age, blah, blah, blah. Well, you may not be a New Ager by choice, but you are. You're in the space age, and the space age is the New Age. The New Age was something that they designed, as a world unifying world view. And I don't know how far back it goes, but if you look at Manly P. Hall's Secret Destiny of the U.S., Secret Destiny of America. In fact, Russell Brand has this Manly P. Hall book. I've seen it on his shelf. The United States' eagle is actually a phoenix, and that America is going to burn as part of a ritual immolation as we move into the new age. I was mentioning the sacrifice of the sun king or the sun god, as he challenges the darkness, and the challenger being destroyed is actually kind of encoded into this. I should bring up William Cooper. William Cooper had done a lot of interesting decoding of what he called the NASA Masonic conspiracy. And he took the names of the space shuttles and he extrapolated from that a sentence that gives you something of a plan. And to me, this is an example of what I would call a metascript. He says, "A revelation to those who understand the symbolic language of the Illuminati is the hidden meaning of the symbolic names of these space shuttles. Quote, a Columbian enterprise to endeavor for the discovery of Atlantis, and all challengers shall be destroyed." And this is interesting to me, just the fact that, he brought this up years ago. And since then, many of the events that have transpired have fit this exact storyline. He says, all the names, missions, landing sites, and events in the Apollo space program echoed occult metaphors, rituals, and symbology of the secret religion. The most transparent was the faked explosion above the spacecraft Apollo 13, named Aquarius for the New Age, at 1:13 on April 13th, 1970. This is a metaphor for the initiation ceremony involving the death, placement in coffin, and imparting of esoteric knowledge to the candidate, and then the raising up of the phoenix. What he's talking about here is the ritualistic meaning behind some of these explosions. But notice he says 113. And I have to point out, because he did here, that the One World Trade Tower, which again represents this New Age thing, it opened its doors on 113, November the 3rd, 2014, 13 years after the Twin Towers burned. And it was going to be called the World Trade Center Phoenix. You can look it up on Wikipedia. And my point is, he says here, again, they blew this thing up at 113. 13 is the number of death, rebirth, reincarnation, and the phoenix, the transition from the old age into the new. And I happen to think that the symbol of the chapel and the house that we have seen represented throughout the media, from the Rust movie set to Westworld to Kanye West's Dawn Day 2 event, and of course Westeros ties into this, but there's this recurring theme of the West burning, and often symbolized by a house. And I think the house refers to the astrological house, which is what they say is it's another term. We're going into a new sign. Well, that sign is a house. And the old house has to go before we move into the new house. Again, this is consistent with the idea that the space program is just a repackaging of the mythology of the older, more ancient cult. This is definitely an indicator, too, that William Cooper is more trustworthy than pretty much anybody else that is associated with these quote conspiracy theories, because most of them believe whatever NASA says. They'll say, don't trust the news, but trust NASA. The QAnoners believe NASA. Yeah, well, they think NASA's lying, but they think it's just because they're hiding stuff. But here's what William Cooper says. To make interstellar travel believable, NASA was created. The Apollo space program foisted the idea that man could travel to and walk on the moon. Every Apollo mission was a carefully rehearsed film, all done at the Atomic Energy Commission's top secret site test in the Nevada desert. Secured and guarded sound stages at Walt Disney Studios on a huge scale mock-up of the moon. These days they can just do it all in a studio. Alright, let me see, I'm going through some comments. Diana South said 8:46. The moment you said, I just happened to look at my clock. Well, 8:46 is when Mercury was rising that morning on September the 11th. The association with George Floyd is just one example. Jay Walker was shot by 8 cops 46 times. This is another one of these high-profile killings. It's a recurring theme. And then on 2/2/2022, a 22-year-old named Amir Locke, was shot by police. And if you look at the timestamp, it was 6:48 a.m. What is 6:48? It's a mirror of 8:46. And his name was a mirror. I mean, I'm just saying, the palindromes, the mirroring, it's all symbolism. And they constantly bring up the same numbers attached to the same agendas. And here we have this idea of the 9/11ing of America, of incendiary events meant to create schisms, which is what 9/11 did. But there's a set of numbers and symbols that we have observed that are pretty consistent. And William Cooper had noted many of them, and I believe that his interpretations are very accurate. He wrote Behold a Pale Horse, which contains a lot of the ideas, I think, that would explain the mentality of the powers that be, of the structure of the media itself, of religion. He prints a lot of their initiation oaths, which to me says something. When the initiation oath says something along the lines of, the people outside are profane, they're in darkness, and the initiate's brought in with a bag on their head, and then since they paid their dues, the bag gets removed, and they get to see the light. Well, what that says is that the people who haven't paid their dues, the people not in the club, are walking around from the perspective of the initiates with bags on their heads. That's what hoodwinked meant, and it means ignorance. It means they have a veil of ignorance. And many people at the bottom of these organizations don't see that as negative inherently. But I'm saying it very much is if you're talking about a cult that monopolizes knowledge in such a way. Knowledge, I say relevant knowledge that maybe to some of the bigger questions. I'm not talking, merely about, hidden technology. I'm talking about other things. I mean, who knows what? That's the whole point. What I will say is that the default position for a lot of people when they see all of the symbolism and these weird coincidences, they'll say, there's no way man could do that. It must be God. It must be a higher power. Or it must be our kind of, we're making this happen. Like there's some people have a hard time, I guess, recognizing that human beings can actually conspire to confuse and befuddle the minds of others. I mean, that's what religion's been doing from the very beginning. And I'm just saying that the modern media has mastered this. They have mastered the art of lying, of manufacturing false realities with words. It's spellcraft. It is somewhat diabolical. But the people are sheeple. They really are. Here's a meme on the screen. Trust in the news with all your heart and lean not to your own understanding. PBS 3.5. It's an NPC praying to the news. And you might think this is parody. But you can even find on NBC climate confessionals. I used to visit those like once a month. I'd be like, let me see what the true believers are doing right now with their climate confessions. But they've moved past merely confessing. Many of them are setting themselves on fire. Climate confessions, even those who care deeply about the planet's future, can slip up now and then. You have some of them throwing, I guess it was tomato sauce on Van Gogh paintings. Like they hate oil paintings. The Stop Oil group, they're so anti-oil that if they see an oil painting, they throw stuff at it. They lie in the roads, set themselves on fire. I mean, how is that? I mean, it's like Gaia Akbar. They're basically terrorists. Climate confessions, even those who care about the planet's future can slip up. Where do you fall short? Do you blast the AC? Do you grill steak? Share your confessions with NBC News. Now, they claim these are anonymous, but I'm pretty sure these go to the CCP, and you will be executed. This guy says, I still eat red meat. I've been trying to like beans for 10 years. I work at a coal plant. I believe that phasing out fossil fuels is the only way to save the planet, but I don't want to lose my job. I use reusable plastic bags. Okay, that's a brag. That's not a confession. I'm writing my confession on a cell phone made of plastic. Yep, throw it away. Like, honestly, I think the only climate change believers that aren't hypocrites are the ones in jail. They take away all these things. They take away your carbon footprint. They reduce it. And I think it's fair to lock up climate change believers. I'm not saying just the activists that set themselves on fire and destroy property and block the roads. I'm saying arrest all the climate change activists, every single one of them. Why not? Because until you do, they're going to be carbon super spreaders. They're going to be driving, consuming dino juice. They're going to be breathing and excessively. I'm just saying if you get them to sit in a little cell, you reduce the damage they do to the environment, and it's fair considering what is their agenda. But ubiquitous home incarceration. You don't think they want to lock you down in your home? They don't want you to fly. They don't want you to buy stuff. If you really think about the standard of living that the environmentalists would impose on you if they could, the best thing we could do right now is to preemptively start locking them up. Let them lead by example. And I don't know why they don't. Like, if you really believe all of this, quote, science, you shouldn't even be driving. You should have sold your car years ago. 34 years ago when they invented global warming. If you thought that this was coming, that Noah's flood was coming, why aren't you building your arks? Same goes for the believers in this or that pox, this or that variant. If you really believe this stuff, you wouldn't leave your house. This guy says, sometimes I get lazy and I don't compost my coffee grounds. Yep. CCP is going to get that. We toss out good food every day at work. By the way, I work at Starbucks. Snitching. This person will actually get promoted. You'll get +5 on your social credit score. You just ratted out your employer that wasn't being green. Why don't we talk about the billions of disposable diapers? 450 years to decompose in landfills. That's in plastics. You're going to have to reduce the number of babies. That's their whole point here. I'm trying to go paperless on all bills and recycle. Well, it's the god of recycling. It's quite literally that. It is the god of recycling, the god of recycling souls, the god of death and rebirth, the god of the harvest. And that's what they have created with this Gaia worship. These are real. These climate confessions are real. Going through your comments, 24K says, I sent you a new song in your Discord box. I'll check it out today. Appreciate it. If you haven't been into the new Discord server, there's a chat server. Go to ips.monster. JT33 says, every hospital around the world has trash bins overflowing with used masks on a daily basis. You know, one of the things that stood out to me as a red flag, as someone in the military, I was NBC decontamination, and I know a little bit about the procedures that go into controlling the flow of contamination, preventing transference, and sending people to the grocery stores is the wrong answer. From the very beginning, that would have been a no-go. 2, you don't go into a contaminated zone and then go home wearing the contaminated protective gear. That has to be taken off outside of your house. You have to have an area that is like where you take off your garb before you go into the home so you don't transfer the waste that you brought from the outside world. There's a whole procedure that wasn't being observed. But I remember hearing about how you have this thing that if you touch something, it's there for 28 days. It spreads on the money. Any surface needs to be sprayed down with the holy water hand sanitizer. They made everybody paranoid about this stuff because it's supposedly contagious and it could kill you. However, masks and PPE were never put into biohazard containers. And whenever you clean up biohazardous waste, you have to separate it from the regular trash. And the reason why is bloodborne pathogens can be transmissible to somebody else. You can't put bloodborne pathogens in the regular trash. It has to be separated, biohazard bins, and it can be treated separately. It can be autoclaved. And my point is, masks should have been in red bags, red biohazard containers, and they should have been picked up separately, kind of like they do our recyclables. You have your blue bin for your recyclables, there should be a red bin for your PPE. They never did that. And that kind of stood out to me as kind of like a hole in their plot. Now, I don't believe in global warming or climate change, but I do believe the ocean levels have risen a full inch. From 2020 to 2021, the ocean levels around the world went up a full inch, and that's just from PPE. That's just from masks, because that's where it all ends up, in the ocean. But nobody cares about the ocean anymore. F the whales, nobody cares, because now it's all about space junk and space environmentalism. They were just using the ocean. Just like the commies use the poor. They use the environment. They use the ocean. They don't care about any of these things. It's a false pretense to get more power. Watermelon Marxism. Green on the outside, red on the inside. The earth is flat, didn't you know? Some K-pop singer wore a flat earth shirt, precipitating a lot of damage control. People will read into it, and I think they might have blocked the search term. Chiku says, we were told not to recycle masks in Korea, they just ended up on the ground anyway. Spirit says, my doctor uses the same mask all day and continues to touch it all the time. It's basically a handkerchief. It's a Kleenex. You got a handkerchief on your face all day? Fine. You can pretend like that's normal. And then you have the outbreak of maskne, which I think might have actually been the explanation for the monkey thing. People get maskne, they get merpies. I mean, the whole thing was just foul, if you ask me. And again, it was a fashion statement. And this is an important point here. The connection between fascism and fashion, uniforms and conformity, and how the top of the pyramid is able to use the masses and fashion as a weapon to get them to adhere to the fascist agenda, to get them to conform, all through the use of the uniform. And I've been giving fashion itself a bit more consideration in the wake of Kanye West's recent outbursts and the outrage he's created with all of his statements. And I'm thinking about this, the role of fashion and why it's so important, apparently. Why is it so prized by the entertainment industrial complex? Why is it so important? Well, I think it's because they know the power, not just to sell products, but to sell ideology. They can sell you on masks years in advance. Next, there'll be spacesuits. And I'm pretty sure I've seen Kanye wearing plenty of spacesuits. And there's a reason why, of course. It's the religious garb for the new era. Yeah, Murphy's is no joke. I'm just saying don't share your masks. You don't know where it came from. All right, let us continue. This is Politico Europe. It took a war criminal to speed up Europe's green revolution. Vladimir Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine has forced Europe to finally break its fossil fuel addiction. For this reason, he has topped our inaugural Politico Green list. Now you can see the real agenda here was probably this all along. They needed an excuse, and here you have it. They did the same thing with COVID. They said, COVID's doing Greta's work. And it's because we were adopting green measures as a result of the lockdowns. They were quick to point out, hey, look, more lives will be saved from air pollution being cleared from the lack of commuters than will die from the actual virus. Meaning clean air saves lives. And it's worth it. It's worth the occasional lockdown because of a viral outbreak if it means this. It means we save lives and Mother Earth gets a break. Earth gets to breathe for a moment. We can stop kneeling on her neck with our Western chauvinism. You want to call in? I'm going to open my phones. It's 833-311-1984. Go ahead and call in on the soon-to-be banned video. It won't be banned on Odyssey or Rofkin. You can get it through all the major platforms. And by the way, Infinite Plane Radio is on 25 plus podcasting platforms. Here you have it. Activists with Stop Oil throwing tomato soup on Van Gogh's sunflowers and then gluing themselves to the wall. Yeah, throw them in jail. Put them in jail. We just need to round up all the eco-fascists for their own good. Let's quarantine the greenies. Putin deploys 11 nuclear bombers just 20 miles from the NATO border as Russia warns of World War III. Yeah, I'm getting really tired of all the bluffing, but I'm pretty sure I know what's going to happen. If nothing else, you can say that predictive programming is something of a predictive model. Whatever you think, whoever wrote it, whoever's behind it, it does seem to be a precursor to the future in every instance. And there's so much predictive programming for an incoming nuclear winter that I'm thinking it's this year. Spirit says, in France right now, 60% of the gas stations are out of gas. Strike excuse. Exactly. There's always an ulterior motive. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey.
Hey, what's up, caller?
Echo Charlie.
Good morning.
Morning.
What do you think? Is it time to round up the greenies and put them into quarantine?
Who, like Extinction Rebellion?
Yeah. Extinction Rebellion,
Yes.
Even just your regular run-of-the-mill environmentalist with bumper stickers on their car. They shouldn't even be driving.
We had an Extinction Rebellion at one of our Assange things. And she was interesting. And then I was the born again, and she was the my hard left, and it was like they wouldn't let us talk. They would be like, if you're for Assange, then all of your speech is at risk. I mean, it's a big umbrella, this whole free speech thing.
Well, but it is.
She was like, I don't know. She was ready to do some vandalism. We're like, no, we're not here to do vandalism.
That's the leftist response. They tantrum immediately. Isn't it amazing? You look at
but they didn't want to hear what I had to say either, so it was like, whatever.
But they get away with it. They can burn down cities, and they're called peaceful. And you put on a Viking costume and you stroll through a government building and you're a terrorist. It's a major double standard.
But what I'm calling about is the mask, the whole mask thing. I got a little story about Tennessee's response.
Oh yeah, masks.
And there's a parallel. There's a parallel with what happened after 9/11, the other big, huge agenda-setting psyop. So our new our new governor came from a business background, and he knew a guy that had a sock factory, like athletic socks. And he had a bunch of COVID money, I think from Trump, and he was like going to give every Tennessean a COVID mask. And so he got his buddy to make everybody these masks, and his material has silver in it because it's odor, because he makes socks. It's like odor, limiting. And after they gave everybody a mask, they're like, somebody pointed out, hey, silver is not good to breathe, possibly. And they're like, we think it's safe. And that reminds me of, you remember after the buildings fell and all that toxic dust, and that mayor was like, it's safe. And then all those firefighters died. I mean, it's very, I'm like, oh, good. This may be a little subtext for later, 10 years later. Tennesseans are like having some weird lung disease from wearing those stupid sock masks.
Oh, interesting.
They were so porous, Tim. I mean, they had like huge holes like tube socks have. It was hilarious.
Well, I figure anything that happened, like whatever people were inhaling, it would have been ascribed to the mysterious flu, the virus. They would have said whatever the symptom was, because people were putting all kinds of things on, and everything was just ascribed to that.
Yeah.
Now,
but that was somebody. It was I was following it, and they were like, "Oh, these socks have silver ban in them or odo ban. Are we supposed to be breathing this?"
Well, commenter here, G33 says silver is a natural antibiotic.
That's true.
But poison's in the dose. Speaking of free speech, Alex Jones has to pay up $1 billion to the Sandy hookers, and then Kanye. He just insulted George Floyd's family by saying he doesn't believe that George Floyd was kneeled on to death, but was fentanyl to death, that he killed himself, essentially. Do you think Kanye should have to pay $1 billion to George Floyd's family?
Oh, wow.
Is $1 billion enough? Like, how much should I have to pay out? You think I've hurt anybody? They've banned so many of my channels.
Yeah. Yeah, keep going with the Kanye stuff. I he's interesting. I see you pointed out he had a chapel in his burning house. Because, yeah, that was my thought, was when he starts bringing up faith, it's like, oh, the faith was burned down by COVID, for sure. We're in a rebuilding stage right now, so it's, I mean, whether he's going to be a part of that or if he's controlled, like that quote, they will give us a leader if we want a leader. So he may be controlled.
Yeah, I would think on some level he's handled for sure. It's just a question of is he rogue or not? He looks like he's running for office in 2024. He implied it. He can't say it explicitly, but he's running for president.
No, someday. He said, I will be. He didn't say 2020. He just thinks in the future he will be. If he plays this right, I mean, it could be 20 years from now because he's young.
Yeah, good point.
Trump say? Trump said he would be like way back too, maybe 30 years ago.
Yeah, that sounds like insiders dropping hints. I mean, Trump first mentioned it like 33 years before he ran. It's always like that. They have their destinies written out in advance.
Yeah, Kanye's, he's an Atlanta boy. So, I mean, us Southerners, like, we really believe this Christianity. That's the thing. Like, there's still a little remnant of us. So I feel like I know where he's coming from, which I may not.
Do you know what his dad did?
But it's enculturated. I mean, we're not the same as the rest of the country as far as we're holding on to certain things a little more strongly.
Bitter clingers to your Bibles and guns, is that what Obama said? Now, Kanye West's father is a Black Panther, and I think that's relevant, very relevant to this whole conversation.
Yeah, was he card carrying? Was he just like sort of, or was he like really?
Oh, I think
I want to know.
Well, not only was he deep in it, but he was also deep in media, working for some Atlanta paper. So there's connections there that I think are very pertinent here to the provocations of the White Lives Matter, of his song Black Skinhead, which happens to have Marilyn Manson on there as a sample. Like, I think there's a story here that goes back, and I think he's got all the connections to suggest that maybe he's going to help instigate the next phase on some level.
Okay.
Appreciate the call very much, and we'll see you in the chat. Echo Charlie, everyone.
Okay, thanks.
If you want to call in, it's 833. Cubstar says, Ye is sus. Jesus. George Floyd's family threatened to sue Kanye. Again, they see that Sandy Hook money. They're going to go for it. I don't want to play this. Dr. Oz on television. I mean, I don't want to play it because it's too much information. And we saw this with all the popular Flat Earth channels were part of this whole movement of some kind of, I don't even want to say it, it's so bad, but this is Dr. Oz. And I guess just politics is normal, but I hear this stuff and I think they must be referring to some kind of secret ritual that they all have to do. And what I'm talking about here, I'm going to go ahead and play it.
I've never eaten anything that came out of my body, to be honest with you. Really?
When I was a kid, I was so excited about the human body. I would study it.
Do you want to
every way
lay
possible.
down while you tell me this
Yeah, do you
story?
mind? But we're talking about, when you lost something that came out of you, you want to know what's going on, where's it going, where did it come from? All those things made me really curious.
Wow.
So I asked questions, I touched. I was a bad boy.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Wow,
tired my mother down.
Yeah, you must. Wow.
That's Dr. Oz describing how he started drinking his own urine. Just bringing that up. Sorry, I have to bring it up. It's just in the newsfeed here, and I'm like, I don't believe it. Like, I don't believe somebody would say something like that on TV unless they're all in the same club and they all do the same sick stuff. And I don't know. Just speculation, I guess. But am I strange for not feeling like that's normal? And we've seen this phenomenon in a few other places. It's just been it just pops up in the strangest places. It's like almost instant discrediting. But there you have it, Oz. Summer of swatting continues into the fall of swatting, school swatting incidents. New Jersey school swatting incidents bring police officers to districts across the state. It's kind of a new tactic now, I think. Like what we're seeing here is fake shootings being reported causing real lockdowns. And these lockdowns are reportedly traumatic. They say these children are just as traumatized by these fake shootings as they are by the real ones. These fake reports. And I'm thinking, don't they understand the connection here? That for 20 years they've been using simulations and drills where you're not supposed to know it's a drill. You're supposed to entertain the hypothetical that it's real because that's how they program you. And here they are managing to, I think, implement their lockdown drill operation much easier. Just have some caller do it instead of having to actually bring in actors and fake blood and all the rest. But yes, this is a story that's been continuing, and they said it's being spread by TikTokers. So there's another tie-in. Look what TikTok's doing. Look what viral information is doing. Callers are known as, this is again, they're using the emergency services to do swatting incidents. And swatting incidents are very popular on the right wing right now. From Proud Boy founder Gavin McInnes to MTG to Tim Pool. Infinite Plane Radio. Hey, what's up, caller? Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Hi, Tim.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing?
Great. It's hard to catch you, I guess you're going live, right?
Yeah, it is difficult, and I've given out a number you can get text alerts, which is the way most people
Are you live?
Yes, we're live right now. Oh. And is this a repeat caller? You sound familiar.
Yeah. I called before. I actually left you a voice message about Dr. Shiva's organization, Truth, Freedom, and Health. I asked him, did you ever look at his work? Because he dissects a lot of things.
Okay, yeah. You know what? Actually, I played your message live, and we did talk about it.
I didn't catch it. I didn't catch it. Okay.
But let me go ahead and go to that site. But yeah, what did you want to speak about particularly? And I'll go ahead and I found the site, truthfreedomhealth.com, Dr. Shiva, and he's the the 4 degrees from MIT, Fulbright scholar, inventor of email.
Oh yeah, and they tried to say that he invented email, and they tried to discredit him and say that he didn't, and he's got all the proof. He did it when he was 14. If you watch his video, he explains all that. But I want to economize on your time because I love catching you. You're not only you're brilliant, you're hysterically funny, but you. Now Shiva ran for office, and they messed with the wrong guy. He actually figured out, because of he's a scientist, how they cheated on him, and he calls Tucker Carlson out and all these people as he calls them scumbags because they're playing a game. He realized he was naive. He realized they're playing a game. They don't really want the truth. That's why he started his organization. He reminds me a lot of you. I mean, he's brilliant. And at the same time, but he decodes all left and right. He busts Trump. He busts Biden's camp. He's not on either side. He just exposes all this stuff forensically because he's a scientist.
Well, I'm looking at his site here, and it says the Truth Freedom Health System makes you street smart, so you can see things as they are beyond left versus right, pro versus anti. And that is something we do here. Mm-hmm. We're recognizing how they put people into these polarizing categories, and even this Kanye West thing I'm referencing. To me, this is all about black versus white and polarization. And until you see through those, you're on the world stage. And we take a very off-world stage perspective. And that does involve, I think, a careful analysis of the facts. It's not based on intuition. We have a method here for breaking apart psyops, and so it seems to me that he's on the right path if he's looking beyond pro-anti.
Yeah, he's very much like you, but we have the similar training. He's a systems analyst. That's what I am. So he shows people how to forensically decode, things. But here's the thing, though. He still as a scientist, he still believes in things like gravity, the Earth is round, because those are things he was taught. So so a guy like you having a conversation with him, I think would be great because he's also open. When people say, "Do you know about such and such and such?" Instead of being pompous and saying, "Well, I know everything," he goes, "No, tell me about it." right? So I think for his development, he has yet. I love him, but he's got to learn that the Earth is not really round, dude.
Yeah, I find that there are many people who have broken down so much of the systems that are used to keep people in this state of confusion and keep them in this simulation, which is what it essentially is. The worldview that we've been given is based on so many false explanations. But once people are settled in it, they often don't have a reason to discredit certain explanations that have not really been problematic. And if you've never questioned it and no one's ever brought it to your attention, you might never get there. And I think that's intentional. I think they want the whole topic of cosmography and what the world is. They don't even want that question to be addressed by serious thinkers. And that's one of the things. It's kind of like I'd call it a blind spot. I even find people who can write books on debunking the moon landings who yet believe in the space station. And I'm thinking, how can you debunk A and then believe B? It's not logical. It wouldn't follow.
But I think he's sincere. I think a conversation, if someone got to him, I plan to do it at some point. If I can, he's very, very busy these days because of what he's doing. But I think a good conversation, he'll be open to at least look at things differently.
I'd like to talk to him, and not even specifically about the shape of the world or non-shape. That's probably not even the most interesting thing, about the person's worldview. I'm more interested in how they're analyzing the big deception, because I think it's so multifaceted that they're quick to just overlook the patterns. There can't be patterns. It's got to be coincidence. And what I'm seeing here is just such an integrated mechanism for keeping everybody on the same sheet that you need a philosophical outlook that accounts for all of the types of illusion and perception management. And if you don't have that, you're going to be lost by default. And I would certainly like to speak to him. I'm looking at one of his charts here. It's the forces of power, profit, and control. And on this pyramid, it has brings up the role of ignorance. And I was talking about this today, the role of ignorance, where all of the secret societies have the central premise that they have the light and everyone else is in the darkness. And it seems like they monopolize the, quote, light, whatever it happens to be. And the ignorance that we're looking at is something that has to be reasoned through. And that's kind of what we do here. We're just trying to apply reason to a very unreasonable world where you're just expected to believe and follow.
If you check out any of his YouTube video on a topic, you'll find him on YouTube because and he plays a trailer that describes his organization. It kind of will explain to you what he's about in just a few minutes.
Okay, and I'll definitely reach out. I will reach out, and I'll come up with a list of topics after I've analyzed what he has on his site. And yeah, thanks for reminding me. I appreciate the recommendation. I have him here bookmarked, and I'd be
actually, because I'm an entertainer, and I gave him a shout out in Times Square. I won't get into that on the air, but his organization thanked me, so I have it in. So is there a way? Maybe there's a way I can fast track it to get you guys to talk at some point. I have it in, to him, if you'd like. How can we make that happen?
I would say email him and email me. My email is you can just find me at actually infiniteplane.media. There's a contact form.
Hold on. Your email is what?
Just email me at timosmond007 at gmail.com. And
OSMAND?
OZMAN. And then here's the thing.
I'm sorry, hold on. OZMAN, right?
At gmail.com.
Right?
Gmail.com.
Okay. Tim Osmond at gmail.com?
Yep, Tim Osmond 007. And what I'll do is I'll email and I'll see if he can communicate via Skype or Zoom and or by phone.
But he's incredibly busy. I have one of his people, I'll do my best to make that happen. But because he's sincere. He is. You'll see he's very sincere. It's just that he his training, his building blocks on things that are already established.
Sure. And look, I think that's all of us. I mean, I believe the official story of pretty much everything up until a point in early 2013 when it started to just really fall apart for me. And to me, it's really just a matter of challenging certain presuppositions or explanations that you never questioned before. But uh, I'm looking at a site here, Politicians, Gurus, and Grifters, the Machinery of Ignorance. I like it. I like what I see here.
He calls them out. Imagine being a scientist. He calls them scumbags. People are saying to him and says, "Oh, Dr. Shiva, you shouldn't curse. You're a scientist." He's like, fuck you.
Well, I can't argue with that. I'm looking at these puppets, and it's a puppet show, and to me, it's entertaining as heck, really, when you get down to it, because our perspective, I think, takes into account the fakeness of it, so we don't get emotionally engaged. And right now, it's such an awful spectacle, and it's never been easier to call out some of the phoniness. Even quote normies are able to see through the fakery. It's just they stand by the fakery of their side. They only call it the fakery of the other side. And that's why it seems like Dr. Shiva and what we do here, yeah, you have to take into account that there's a third perspective, what I call the off-world stage.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he actually they had him do some of the forensic audit right in Arizona, and he went down there as a scientist, right? Because that's and he did it, and he realized they're not really interested in discovering what really happened, and so he started calling them out.
Yeah, that's interesting. So he was suggesting then that the whole idea of voter integrity might just be a way to sow, I guess, resentment and perhaps even, weaponize the doubt. Because that's kind of what it looks like to me. It doesn't even have to be fake. You don't have to prove it to be fake. You just have to convince people of the appearance of some kind of voter theft, and they'll act on that.
No. What he's saying is that they don't want to get to the heart. Because remember, the reason what got his feathers up is that they stole the election, his primary. He was running first time running for office, and he realized they did it to him. And he figured out how. He figured out the algorithm because he's a scientist. He's computer. One of his degrees is computer science and health. This whole thing. Okay. He was calling out this whole thing about the virus and all the thing early on. He was calling Fauci out early on. They banned him and all, like you. They banned him and all that. But he was doing this before it was popular. And that's why he calls out people the grifters. He says they only say things when the time is right. I mean, he's giving them hell. I'm telling you.
Right. Yeah. The whole event from 2020 was, I think, very educational because you could see it just seemed like there were a lot of people who were poised to take very specific positions, and a lot of it seemed like to me an operation to get any free thinkers associated with ideas and with channels that could get them flagged and banned. And they ramped up the censorship agenda, which makes me think that was the point the whole time. The entire thing was never.
He's number 6 on that list, by the way, as a threat. They had him as number 6.
Oh, was it the Dirty Dozen? They had like 12 people on a list that were.
Yeah, he's number 6. Yeah. He's number 6 as a threat. I mean, this is early on. This is before it got crazy because he was calling things out. And by the way, they invited him to Mike Lindell's thing, right? So Mike Lindell's going live, right, and showing with all that stuff, and Dr. Shiva's looking at the presentation, and he takes out his pen and starts calculating. He goes, "This is all wrong." He says, he goes on air. He goes, so they don't, it's live, and so he goes, the master, this is wrong. So what are they talking about? He says, he starts calling out the people that are supposed to do this forensic stuff for, the Lindell camp. He's going, they're grifters. He said, this is a lie.
Now, Cubstar in the chat here says, Shiva is showing that viruses are fake from day one. That's
he's amazing. I mean, you two are so similar. I mean, but we got to get him right. He's still, I mean, I love him to death because you see he's sincere of where he comes from. But the point is, he still believes some of that other stuff because it was part of his training, and he didn't have time to examine everything. But he has a scientific approach. If you talk to him about certain things, he'll apply the scientific method.
Does he believe in global warming and climate change? Probably not.
I don't think. I think so. No,
I would
no,
say
no.
no. And the thing is that if you've discredited and debunked the whole premise behind global warming and climate change, the same logic would deconstruct everything from the space program. It's just a matter of thinking further than just the local psyops and look at the big picture one. But someone's perspective on the shape of the world is of secondary importance to me. That's one of those almost metaphysical questions at this point, just because we don't have any way to test the opposing views at this time. But what they presented us isn't satisfactory. It doesn't stand up to scrutiny, that's for sure.
Yeah, I now say I can't always tell you what is, but I can tell you what it isn't.
Right, exactly. I'm a bit shape agnostic, but I'm open to evidence. Show me a curve. And to date, no one has. And the more I look, the more I find questions. There's so many things I find missing with this picture. But anyway, I appreciate the call, and I'm going to reach out myself. And if you want to send him an email, and then just send it to me as well.
I'm going to get on there. I'm going to do my best, Tim. I mean, you two really need to talk. I mean, you're on the same path in a lot of things, but your tongue-in-cheek humor though it gets me. Me and my lady all the time, we crack up. I mean, you say things that goes over people's heads all the time, and we're on the floor rolling.
Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate your comments, and definitely for reaching out with this, because I am making it a point now to do more conversations one-on-one, more guests. I've opened up my schedule a bit, and this is pretty much what I want to do. And yeah, thank you again, and hopefully I will get in touch with Dr. Shiva very soon.
Great, excellent. That's a great thing. Thank you, and keep doing what you're doing, man. And listen, it's trying to find you is like trying to catch a rabbit, man. So I want to support you and whatnot. So I mean, I got a notice today, so I clicked on it and said, okay, I guess he's live. So how do we find you? Where's the home base to find you?
Yeah, the new ground zero, and I've made it very simple. It's ips.monster.
Mm-hmm.
I want the .com. I don't have it yet. But .monster.
.monster?
Yeah. Easy to remember, and it's part of our mission statement. Infinite Plane Society is turning into a monster because of their attempts to constantly repress it. Sure. And by the time it's unignorable, it'll be too big to control. IPS.monster is the ground zero, has all the links, takes you right to the chat, all to the latest archives, everything.
So again, that's www.ips.monster?
Correct. Absolutely.
Okay. So monster is no .com, no .tv, any of that is
nope,
.monster.
Yeah,
okay.
the domain is a monster domain. And this is the new ground zero, and it definitely will put you in touch. And then you can sign up for text alerts. So if I go live at some random time, you'll be alerted via text.
We can donate. Yeah, that's great, because we got to keep you going, man.
Hey, I appreciate it. And yeah, I have a 30-year plan here. We're not backing down. What we're doing is we're going to grow this parallel media network. It's film criticism, it's philosophy, it's media analysis, it's critical thinking. It's a lot of things, and it's not hate speech or cyberbullying or whatever they try to mischaracterize us as. But no, we're not stopping for that reason. We have to. You
and Dr. Shiva, I mean, you see the organizations, but I mean, it sounds very, very similar. I mean, you're gonna love each other. I'm telling you. You guys are. I'm surprised. I know you got to go, but I'm surprised you guys haven't cross paths sooner. I stood back and said, I'm sure that they're going to run into each other. Then after a while, I said, that's why I called in. I said, wait a minute, have they ever sat and talked yet?
We would. I can't even imagine how many contacts we would have made had we not dealt with this constant repression. I mean, we've had channels up to 11,000 subs. We've had spikes. We've had people part of our network here. Mainstream news, mainstream platforms. We've made a lot of noise, but they're constantly attacking it. And that's the reason why I don't think that we've reached all the people yet. But, it's not too late. My objective here is to, reach people who are what I consider people who are off-world stage, people who are looking past the simplistic left-right narrative, counter-narrative, anti-pro stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, great. I'm going to let you go, and I'm going to reach out to my contact at his place and see if I can expedite things. Okay.
Awesome. Well, good talking to you, and have a great day.
All right. Take care.
And this is why I have voicemails open, 833-311-1984. If you can't catch me live, you can leave a voicemail, and we do catch everything. And yeah, we were speaking about truthfreedomhealth.com. Dr. Shiva, quote, ignorance drives confusion that enslaves you in division into left, right, pro, and anti on every issue, politics or health, complacency, desperation. You've been misled. And I like to look at these frameworks they use to confine our minds into very simplistic paradigms, needles versus guns. And when you look at them very closely, you can see how they're coordinated. And they're using the technologies of mass influence like perception management. And you cannot overstate the significance of the first CEO of Netflix being a relative of Edward Bernays and Sigmund Freud. That tells you everything. The most popular propaganda outlet, managed by a guy who is the great nephew of the father of perception management, aka public relations, who are both related to Sigmund Freud. And then you can look at the political issues and how they're marketed, and you can see this is some deep insecurity tapping agitprop, whether it's we're going to grab your guns, we're going to regulate your wombs, and the womb regulation is being opposed by the left, the gun regulation by the right, gun masculinity, the womb, the feminine, male versus female, left versus right, everything so deeply templated that it's no wonder that people always feel like civil war is about to pop off. And I'm saying it's not, because we exist in a constant and chronic, perpetual civil war, as Orwell said in 1984. Zaret says, the only guy who's had 1,000 channels, diehard penguin. Yeah, I believe it's all going to backfire. Eventually, it's all going to backfire. All these attempts to just shut us down for what again? Let me go back to the complaint. Again, there's no individual attached to this complaint. There's no name attached. They didn't say Mrs. Snowflake called and said she felt threatened and cyberbullied and harassed. There's no victim. It says our team. Now, there's no accuser. It's a team. It could be 5 people. It could be 1,000. How many people on the YouTube team are sitting around listening to our live streams? And they're thinking, okay, I feel like this harasses somebody. Or it could hypothetically harass. It could hypothetically threaten, hypothetically bully, hypothetically offend. In other words, I think we're protecting hypothetical victims, not real victims. And I have a problem with that. That means that imaginary, non-existent victims are being used to victimize me. That's kind of the dynamic they put into place here. And they set the premise. They have set the premise that it is better to censor 10 free thinkers than let one snowflake potentially have its feelings hurt. Only it's very partisan. It's not uniform. The left wing has carte blanche on hate speech, on political violence, and on things like destroying property. I mean, look what the environmentalists do. Here's some signage from your lefty friends. Screw your rights. Force vax now. Kill the unvaxxed. Take their kids. Comply or die. These are real signs. Real sentiments. Real brave of them to express those while wearing a mask. Here's the cover of Time magazine, if you haven't seen it, from October the 11th. It's Abraham Lincoln, how the greatest president saved democracy, and we can too. It's got Lincoln looking at a big crack in the ground. I would call this predictive programming, foreshadowing. Again, Lincoln, what does he symbolize? And there's quite a lot in this story right now, this big meta-scripted story that has been referencing Abe Lincoln. And I think we can point back even to the shooting of the Japanese Prime Minister named Abe, spelled like Abe, wasn't shot in the head, but shot with a homemade gun. But it was like a live killing. And it was associated with Trump because he and Trump were friends. But the connection there is interesting to me because assassins have been in the air all around. We've had John Hinckley in the news. He's the one who shot Reagan and Brady. Then you have the Highland Park shooter, obsessed with Lee Harvey Oswald. He was the guy who shot up the July 4th parade. The connection there, of course, he connected himself to Oswald. with that poster. And then he's hanging around at Trump rallies. I'm thinking, what is this would-be mass shooter hanging out at Trump rallies for? Again, you have the specter of an Oswald-like character being brought up. Then you have the assassin, the killer of George Floyd, Derek Chauvin, gets hit with another 21 years. I mean, all these various names popping up all at once, and then talk about a possible assassination of Trump. Again, this to me is just, it's a build-up. And to see Time, at the end of this, putting Lincoln on the cover is, I think, very significant. Spirit says, trying to call you to explain the school swatting hoax. Oh, yes. In fact, I have to take a break now, but we'll be back in the evening to take calls. And yeah, Spirit Jordak's the one who called and explained how all of these YouTube celebrities getting swatted for street cred are probably hoaxing it. Well, likely hoaxing it. That the swatting procedure isn't as easy as you can dial 3 digits and send a paramilitary force to take out your enemies. No, it doesn't work that way. Not even close. There are a few other things I want to get into later today, like the mason jar full of water on the Chinese space station. I found some damage control articles, and they're now saying that surface tension will keep the water from floating out of the jar. Surface tension. Like, do they make it up as they go? It would seem like it. How does the jar stay on the table? Velcro. So between Velcro and surface tension, you can drink out of a cup. You don't need to have it in some kind of closed container like a bag. Or at least that's what they say. And this is, again, the Chinese space station, which will be there when the American space station goes down. Hopefully not until after Tom Cruise gets to film his movie up there in space. All right, everyone, thanks for joining. We'll be back later on today. Sign up at ips.monster for the text alerts. Thanks to the callers and all the chatters.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah, because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't let it. Say the sky was not the limit. You fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Deep under my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
search Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
I watched the George Floyd documentary that Candace Owens put up. One of the things that his two roommates said was, they want a tall guy like me. They want a tall guy like me. And the day when he died, he said a prayer for, 8 minutes. Mm-hmm. He said a prayer for 8 minutes. They hit him with the fentanyl. If you look, the guy's knee wasn't even on his neck like that. When he said mama is his girlfriend. They said he screamed for his mama. Mama was his girlfriend. It's in the documentary. But something that hit me, that fucked me up when I was watching the documentary, and it said, they want a tall guy like me. When I looked at that image of him, this tall black dude with the bald head, he reminded me of somebody else. Who you think he reminded me of?
Virgil.
He reminded me of Virgil. You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna cry in front of y'all because that's how they get me, right?
Right.
But I know that we lost him. And I know that this white company, Louis Vuitton, is now making statues of him, like as a martyr. And we don't know why exactly. We say it's cancer.
But I mean, all right. I want to be careful with this subject because.
Wait a second, but tell me, could you even really run this interview? Because Mav didn't run my interview.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They blocked me out. The Jewish media blocked me out. This shit lit, right? I'm lit, right? I'm lit. I'm lit. You know what I'm saying? JP Morgan, I put $140 million into JP Morgan, and they treated me like shit. So if JP Morgan Chase is treating me like that, how they treating the rest of y'all?
That's outrageous, yeah. And this murderers with Chase accounts. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I am outraged. By the time people they want to calm it down.
Because no matter what, you didn't break no law.
I didn't break a law.
No matter
I didn't
what,
break a law.
the bank shouldn't be a judge or jury on anything that's
but
going
this
on.
is it's like a social contract. Candace Owens has a word for it, I'm forgetting. But it's basically like they told Candace Owens she couldn't hang out with me.
Killer. Beats in the
None of these niggas, all you fake hard niggas, fuck you. Oh, got the address.
What it good be? Hoping this what it should be. This your boy NAO. What up? It's DJ EFN. And this is motherfucking Military Crazy Raw Radio. Drink Champs Yappy Hour award winning. Motherfucking make some noise! Now, last time we had this brother on here, our numbers went through the roof. I mean, we were, whew. And let's just for people that don't know, the man is a genius. Musical genius, lyrical genius, fashion icon. He can wear a rubber shirt and you're gonna wear it. Because that's how influential he is. Right now, last time he came here, he said, cancel me. He pointed to himself, he said, cancel me. They did not cancel him. They could not cancel him. Right now, it's a little turmoil. We're going to get to it. We're going to ask the questions. We're going to do whatever. I asked him if anything is off the record. He said, absolutely nothing. But we're going to give praises and love to the one, the only, Mr. Ye. Make some noise! Now, Ye, I want to start because, you know, the very famous interview is you and Sway, right? And then you saying that you wanted to be like Ralph, or you wanted to be up there with that caliber. And now it's like you are Ralph. You are that caliber. And then so I guess what I'm trying to say is, so that's where we get confused with
Did Sway have the answers?
No, yeah, I think you already admitted Sway had the answers. Yeah. But I guess that's where we get confused with the Adidas part of it, is because, like, that's how you became a billionaire, right? Through the Yeezy. So, like, what was the discrepancy with Adidas?
You know, I just didn't have the relationships with the factories at that time, and I was managing a lot of ideas. Like, I was a new dad. I was newly married. I had a bunch of team, like a big team of designers with me, and we hadn't established who we were. We were still fighting to get our respect in fashion. So there's a lot of fights at the same time. So we had to go and basically like intern almost up under these companies.
Because you interned for Louis Vuitton at one time, right? Okay.
Louis Vuitton, Fendi, and we interned in a way at Adidas. I like the licensing deal was my intern to become, you know, more in that Bernard Arnault, Bezos, Elon territory. And just understanding how to, you know, how money works. Like, this is first generation, like you can say, like, look at like Jay with the Duce, this is first generational wealth.
And learn those infrastructures, right?
Yeah, the infrastructure is how to do a factory. Even right now, like when I left Gap, I moved, we made this t-shirt, like all the tremendous stuff we're doing right now, which is a flip on Supreme, where the guy that used to work for me, Tremaine, is now at Supreme. And, you know, we can go further into that a little bit later. But for the main point is, so I took it over to Dove Charney at LA Apparel, and he founded Los Angeles Apparel. So then we made the White Lives Matter tees, and then when I put up the tweet, the DEF CON tweet, now he ain't releasing the tee because he's Jewish. And I'm like, see, this is my exact point that I'm making. Like, Jewish people have owned the black voice, whether it's through us wearing a Ralph Lauren shirt, or it's all of us being signed to a record label, or having a Jewish manager, or being signed to a Jewish basketball team, or doing a movie on a Jewish platform like Disney. And we understand, it's like, I respect what the Jewish people have done and how they brought their people together. You know, they came into money through the lawyers when after Wall Street, when all of the like the Catholics, they wouldn't divorce people. Right. So the Jewish lawyers came and they were willing to divorce people. That's when they first came into their money. So, like, say with me and Jay, with our culture, with the darker Jews. First of all, because you got to.
This happens when anybody starts talking deep.
Okay. Yeah, with the darker Jews, the 12 lost tribes of Israel, who we are, because we Jewish also. We from Africa also. We're the blood of Christ. So we're not just black. We are Jew, just like the Jewish people. And now we're coming into money. But the main thing is, I got to drink the Douce over the Hennessy as the first step to us coming together, like how the Jewish people came together. But we couldn't even talk about. I remember Ben Horowitz called me after 444 and said, I don't know about Jay giving up Jewish business secrets. And these secrets.
We was talking about building up the properties and stuff like that.
Yeah,
on 444.
These secrets they not finna be a secret no more. Like, if somebody tells me something, they're like, yo, I want to tell you this, but it's a secret. I'm like, I'm not your personal hard drive. Like, if you want to be a secret, don't tell me. I'm not here to keep nobody's secrets, because it's only the truth that's going to set us free. And what they do is, the Jewish community
especially in the music industry, they'll take, in the entertainment period, they'll take one of us, the brightest of us, right, that can really feed a whole village, and they'll take us and milk us till we die, and then Stevie Wonder's son got to get a job, right? But Cameron Azoff got a job at Apple. He's already set up because of the way Azoff is connected, and we have to make our own connections. That's what I saw. What I loved about it, I love Dove just as a human being.
And this is the guy from Adidas?
Dove is from American Apparel.
Okay.
But I'm talking about put out my White Lives Matter tee. The White Lives Matter tee don't say nothing. It don't say DEF CON or nothing on it, right? I'm like, put it out. And he's telling me, like, yo, I want you to visit the Holocaust Museum. And I was like, yo, I want you to visit Planned Parenthood. That's our Holocaust Museum. I'm like, yo, I'll put my life on this at this point. Because they've been fucking with me too long. They put the crazy narrative out there. My Jewish trainer, Harley Pasternak, who's Lizzo's trainer, put it out when I went to the hospital, put it in the press. I got a bunch of friends that went to the hospital. It didn't go to the press. They did that just like they did in the documentary in the 3rd episode to say, we love Ye like the rest of y'all. We know he a genius like the rest of y'all, but sometimes you got to turn the camera off on him. So they'll go and get a dude that's supposed to be my friend that's been taping me the whole time and buy this nigga out for $30 million.
I thought you co-signed that.
I ain't co-signing, but you get used to that. Paparazzi taking a picture of you, you ain't getting no money off it. You just get used to getting screwed by the Jewish media. And I'm saying, y'all done poked the bear too fucking long. When I wore the White Lives Matter tee, I had 4 SoFi Stadium shows. They canceled my shows. I said it's up. And let me tell you one thing. It's like if a black man is caught with something in the car or something, everybody in the car gonna go to jail with him, right? But if a black man can play basketball or rap, only he gets the record deal. So meaning like if one black man does something bad, all the other blacks get caught with him. If one black man does something good, nobody else gets nothing with him. It's a reverse for the Jewish people, right? If a Jewish person could repeatedly fucks me on a deal, it's just them. It's just the businessman. It's not the people. It's not nobody else. But if a Jewish person does good, all of their people eat with them. That's one of the flips. I got to tell you something. Where is a black guy that has a Jewish person signed to him? Point it out. Tell me that. Where is a black person that's signed to a Jewish person? All of them. Basically 90% of them. So what I'm saying is, y'all done poked the bear too many times. Y'all should have learned with Drake. Y'all should have learned with Puff. Y'all should have learned with Hove. Y'all dealing with a different kind of animal here. You know, everybody wants to say I'm 730. Well, I'm gonna use that to my advantage. I told y'all I was the leader. I told y'all I'm gonna free my people in the name of God. And I will put my life at risk, because if I wasn't in a glass prison, just like Larry Hoover's in a real prison, then I would have had to say so when my kids go to school. I go into my kids' school, I see Hanukkah books, then I see Kwanzaa. Christmas is Christ's Mass. Where's Jesus in the school where all the celebrities are paying for their kids to go?
Cell? I'm sorry. What did you just say?
Hey, I'm talking about.
Right,
but ain't nobody listening to me type shit, you know what I'm saying? I'm in like a glass box of like celebrity with a bunch of handlers around me and shit, and people colluding behind my back and being like, is he ramped up? What we gonna say now? What I told y'all, because I talked to Larry Jackson last night and he was like, yo.
From iTunes.
Yeah, but now he's got his own deal. He started telling me how Clive Davis changed his life. And I talked to him for 6 minutes. He said, well, usually we talk back and forth. I said, Larry, this is my life, though. I'm letting you know so you can let everybody know what it is. What it is at this point. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of y'all no more. And we don't have to be afraid. I understand that they got us so paid off every which way, they cutting down. And my whole point just off the tweet, the fact that, what does that even mean, what I said? And the fact that I got taken off proves my point. Jamie Lee Curtis went on TV and said, I hope they take his children away from him. Wow. I hope they take his children away from him. Everybody they put out, Triple X, Tupac, that's what Larry was saying. My response was, well, I guess I'm next then. Because it's no backing down at this point. I talked to Q because Q been labeled an anti-Semite. First of all, we are Semite. We Jew, so I can't be anti-Semite.
Right.
First of all, I need my 4 stadiums back. The 78 media outlets that called me abuser when I was trying to get that heroin addict away from my kids that was tattooing my kids' names on them, Skeet,
Right.
Pete Davidson.
Right.
They popping up. You know what I'm saying? It's like they Trevor Noah, not even from America.
Right.
He just looked black.
Right.
Right? Gonna say, yo, Kim, it's gonna get dangerous. So they putting all that, he crazy. He's so OJ.
Right.
Nori just want the family back together.
Right.
I just want the family back together.
Right.
Kim is a Christian. On TMZ, I just saw yesterday, they said Pete Davidson and Kim have sex by the fireplace to honor their grandmother. It's Jewish Zionists that's about that life, that's telling this Christian woman that has 4 black children to put that out as a message in the media. So when I drive by and I see the Hulu ads and I say the JP Chase Morgan ads, I'm gonna let y'all know right now, the devil is a defeated foe. You can't poison me. And by the way, y'all done already fuck with me so much. Y'all already black mirrored me. You already made everybody think I'm crazy. You already took my family away. You already separated all my friends. I don't got no celebrity friends. Because when I was on TV, on Instagram saying, I don't know where my child is, and the Kardashians kidnapped my daughter in public, and I didn't have the address of my child, none of these niggas that want to say something
Travis
now.
gave you the address, though, right?
Travis gave me the address.
Right.
But as far as Meek Mills,
Right.
Puff Daddy, whoever, none of these niggas, all you fake hard niggas, fuck you. Hold on.
Okay.
All you fake hard niggas, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck who, because you can't shoot nobody anyway. And the reason why you got to talk is because you did a deal, you fucking fed. You know what I'm saying? That's why you got to come at me, because part of the deal for you to be a do all that, and get out of jail is that you promise that you're going to go pull my co-car. So y'all niggas shut the fuck up about me. Now let me say it calm. You niggas shut the fuck up about Michael.
Right.
I'm Michael now.
Right,
Every Michael you can think of, but mostly Godfather Michael now. No. I'm Michael now. I'm Michael now. I am the richest.
Right. They say you're the richest black man in American history.
In history.
In American
history.
Can we make some noise for that, goddammit?
So I want y'all to run up on me.
No.
I want y'all to come kill me.
No.
I want you to smack me.
No.
I want you to do all the shit you rap about.
No.
All the shit you rap about. I want you to come do it now. Come down to this joint right now, please. Or otherwise, shut the fuck up unless you was there when the Kardashians kidnapped my kids. You understand? Now go and get y'all some motherfucking business while we go and get free. Because I'm Moses out here. You know what I'm saying? I watched the George Floyd documentary that Candace Owens put up. One of the things that his 2 roommates said was, they want a tall guy like me. They want a tall guy like me. And the day when he died, he said a prayer for, 8 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
He said a prayer for 8 minutes. They hit him with the fentanyl. If you look, the guy's knee wasn't even on his neck like that. When he said mama is his girlfriend. They said he screamed for his mama. Mama was his girlfriend. It's in the documentary. But something that hit me, that fucked me up when I was watching the documentary, and it said, they want a tall guy like me. When I looked at that image of him, this tall black dude with the bald head, he reminded me of somebody else. Who you think he reminded me of?
Virgil.
He reminded me of Virgil. You know what I'm saying? I'm not finna cry in front of y'all because that's how they get me, right?
Right.
But I know that we lost him. And I know that this white company, Louis Vuitton, is now making statues of him, like as a martyr. And we don't know why exactly. We say it's cancer.
But I mean, all right. I want to be careful with this subject because.
Wait a second, but tell me, could you even really run this interview? Because Mav didn't run my interview.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They blocked me out. The Jewish media blocked me out. This shit lit, right? I'm lit, right? I'm lit.
Right.
I'm lit. You know what I'm saying? JP Morgan, I put $140 million into JP Morgan, and they treated me like shit. So if JP Morgan Chase is treating me like that, how they treating the rest of y'all?
That's outrageous, yeah. And this murderers with Chase accounts.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I am outraged. By the time people always, they want to calm it down.
Because no matter what, you didn't break no law.
I didn't break a law.
No matter
I didn't
what,
break a law.
the bank
shouldn't be a judge or jury on anything that's
but
going
this
on.
is it's like a social contract. Candace Owens has a word for it, I'm forgetting it. But it's basically like they told Candace Owens she couldn't hang out with me. You know, I'm here because I ain't have no outlet. I was on Tucker Carlson, right? And people, Trump supporters, they think it's so, you know, they think it's nice that a black guy supports Trump. But it's like, would they really support me when I do? Because they said legally I'm not allowed to say what's happening in 2024. But all those people that love me when I run against, when I wore the hat, right? Would they support me? I got to say something about the hat. That's one of the things that really drove me to the edge.
Talking about the MAGA hat.
The MAGA hat. Imagine your own wife telling you, oh, the hat's small dick energy. Meanwhile, the Clintons got them trying to get people to get vaccinated. I know somebody, I'm not going to say his name, where Kim and Chris got on the phone with them trying to get them to push the vaccination to black people. Meaning that's how in tuned and how aligned with the Clintons that the Kardashians were through Corey. Through Corey. Corey is a plant. Corey was, you know, Puff Daddy, Nanny, Manny. You get what I'm saying? Then he was with Justin Bieber when Justin Bieber got in trouble. And then when Bruce did a transition to Caitlyn, he popped up. Now he run around like he Kylie Daddy. But he's there for the agenda and controlling the power of that family. Four of those people in that family have been raised Christian by Rob Kardashian. I know y'all want a question, but you ask something right there.
I think you just gotta let some of this out, and then we.
It's not even venting or inventing. It's just it's up. You know, they done fuck with me too long. Every time they say my name wrong, it's like they calling me Cassius. My name Ali. If I change my name, you respect that I changed my name. It shows you the level of disrespect. Every time they say one of my outfits are bizarre. When the last time you read a headline and they called me a billionaire? For 3 years, Forbes wouldn't say I was a billionaire. It's all to diminish me so y'all wouldn't listen to me. So say when I did the Ye and Drake show, right? It's so funny, I look up and it said Ye, DRK right there. But I look.
How you see it.
It's just a similarity
Are you dyslexic
to it.
like me?
Yeah, absolutely. Gemini dyslexic, left-handed, made to be right-handed, so I can fit in.
Okay. All right. That's all right. Continue. All right. I'm gonna take another shot. I'm gonna be honest. This is a lot. This is a lot. I'm gonna be honest.
Only the Duce.
Yeah. Okay. Only the Duce. This is beautiful.
Yo, think about like Nike. Nike is as popular as Apple, but it's company number 321. Apple's number 1. Nike's on defense. It's not on offense. Right? Because niggas love Nike. Right? So Nike is used for political influence because it's not about the money you make, it's about the position you have. So when they signed me to Gap, it wasn't to raise a stock price, it was to be able to be like, to tell the Fortune 500 companies that do deals with China, to tell them, hey, Gap has influence in the underserved communities.
Right.
That was what the deal was about.
That's the girl part, not you.
The same reason why I was in a Kardashian situation. So you would feel.
But hold on, let me ask you something, because as a person that when we first seen the Gap deal, right? We understand that rich motherfuckers ain't going in the Gap, but you know what? They was going in the Gap because of you. They was going, and it said powered by Balenciaga. But then you walk into the store, and then these clothes that's just on the floor. Is that degrading to somebody that's rich that want to come in there and support you?
We should degrade the rich. Everybody is dirt. Everybody on the same level beneath God. Because we'll hop over.
That was all. I wasn't ready. Go ahead.
You know, we'll walk over a homeless person to get to the Gucci store.
Terrible.
Ray Kurzweil said a utopia is possible where we're led by the least noble and the greediest people. I brought the head designer of Balenciaga, the greatest designer on our planet today, Demna. Demna is the Ye of clothing. Demna is the Drake of clothing. Drake is the greatest rapper ever.
And you said,
and I don't apologize about it.
You said in war he held fuck your baby's mother's mother?
Yeah, that was hard.
That was
hard.
Yeah, I was like, what's going on? What does that mean? What does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty
like, we was confused.
You know what it means. So,
God damn it.
And I put like, Corey know what it means.
Corey, oh my God.
So,
Let me get another one. So to bring out the Yabby Easy. Oh my God, I'm sorry, go ahead, continue.
Libra, happy birthday.
Oh shit, okay. Ye is out there, let's go. Speaking of that, are you single? Are you back in the market? You finger popping out there? What you doing? What you doing out there?
Yeah, you know, I'm the type of person, I'm gonna go from girlfriend to girlfriend. Like I like focus. You know, I like to, like I say, would it amuse you if I amused you? Like I like to make a girl my muse. I like to take them and, you know, take them overseas or something like that. I like to get them Birkins. I might even get a girl a house. You know what I'm saying? I'm just on some like ridiculously rich shit. You know what I'm saying? I just do everything.
We went from one extreme to the other. Don't step over the homeless guy to get to Gucci and I'm like,
remember, we gotta go back to Gap.
No, because we can't have them homeless. We can't have them homeless.
No, but one day.
Ridiculously rich shit.
One day I'm singing one of my favorite songs. I'm like, your life finna change right now.
That was about Cheney.
Okay.
Dick Cheney?
Wait a minute. What? No, but I was singing it.
No, at first, you know, the funny thing, it was about Stas. And then Stas, Kylie's friend, and she was scared to come down to the studio because you know,
her life was finna change right now?
Because the Kardashians got her threatened. So then I just took her name off.
Really?
Yeah. And then, but the thing, it's like a mix, because I could like I could like a couple girls at one time, and I'll put that together in a verse. So some of the stuff is like specifically Cheney, and some of the stuff is more Stas. And then you know, at the end of the day, it's all gospel, right? So we could be inspired by what God made through the female's beauty, but at the end of the day, we got to give it all to God. So at the end of the song, it says, Stassi, baby, why you twerk so crazy? I want to be on an airplane, because it's a twerking video, she on the airplane. I played it for Trav, he started laughing. But then I switched, I said, Lord, take me where you want to take me. Too much drama lately, your life finna change right now. Your life finna change right now. Balenciaga for all your friends, Hermes for the argument. Your life finna change right now. Okay, let me talk about Balenciaga.
Okay. I'm Balenciaga that. Just in case you don't know, I studied.
Yeah.
So I did my part. Oh, and I got the lights lighting up too. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I've been since you did the last interview. I've been Balenciaga. You know, my nickname is Yala, so now they call me Balenciaga.
That's what I'm saying.
I killed that. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry.
All right, so Balenciaga has the best design because they have the best designer. Period.
And that's not you?
I'm more like a Steve Jobs type. You know, you should say to Steve, like, yo, you don't even program. You know, I would never disrespect a designer that been to school and that can cut and have dedicated their whole life and call myself a designer. I'm more an Imagineer. I'm a visionary. And I place the pieces of our culture together. Even right now, you know, I want to bring joy and laughter. So even if say we wanted to like look at the interview and we have a conversation out and say, look, do we need this first segment? Let's just do the shit that's like, you know, it's controversial because people ain't gonna really name names, but it's funny still.
Right.
I think about that. It's like we need joy. It's too much pain.
Right.
You know, it's too much anger, and it's too much trauma economy. You know, I'm not gonna be like, I talk about the left, the Democrats, and how they prey with BLM on our outrage. You know, even when I put up the DEFCON 3 tweet, I was outraged at this point.
What does DEFCON 3 mean?
It's like level of
Actually, when it's DEFCON,
it's like nuclear war shit.
I spelled it wrong. I have a tendency to do that. But DEFCON is actually that you're preparing to protect yourself. Because that's what I did. Because once they cancel 4 SoFi stadiums because of what's classified as wrong-think, because you have groupthink, it is very important to have the black vote be in groupthink and to not separate from the thought and be completely in line with the agenda of the left, the Jewish media, and the Chinese.
There's a lot of
Chinese niggas got something to do with it?
They got something to do with everything. This is my issue with Jared Kushner. So I went to a dinner, right, with Josh Kushner, Jared Kushner, and Ivanka. I'm always saying her name like that. So
we know what that means. That's a different ring to it. Go ahead, continue.
No, me and Ivanka, nothing never happened. But
I hung out with you and Jared one time.
It's so funny though, because me and Drake, you know, before Donda came out, we met up at the studio, and the 80% of the time I'm just talking about how much I love Future and how I want to work with him, and how, you know, he's, you know, the most influential, you know, artist of the past 10 years. He had the most #1s in history now, but Wait For You, so we was right about that, right? So, and he says, yo, I just want to tell you, you know, nothing ever happened, you know, with Kim.
Who, Future?
No, this is what Drake told me.
Oh,
I'm only talking to Drake about Future, really. Like,
Okay.
I'm like, yo, I love Future.
This is after y'all squashed the beat, after the concert?
This is when we were squashing it,
Okay,
right?
okay.
This is when we squashed it twice last year. In the beginning, and then when me and Jay Prince went to go see him. I got another funny story about that.
I would love to hear it.
So then Drake says to me, yo, I need to tell the story like this. So basically, you know, Jared Kushner asked Steve Stout, like, yo, just tell me, like, did Ye fuck my wife? And Steve Stout was like, no, Ye never did nothing. So when I went to the White House, I saw Jared. I was like, yo, I want to just tell you, nothing ever happened. He's like, yo, I don't know what you're talking about. I was like, yo, and I grabbed him by both shoulders, and I was like, yo, Jared, nothing's ever happened. And he said, yo, thank you for saying that. Okay, so when I saw Drake, we was in a parking lot, we were talking, and he said, yo, I just want to tell you, yo, nothing ever happened. And then I said, yo, thank you for saying that. When did I become Jared Kushner?
I didn't know where this was going. I did not know where this was going. You had me scared for a second.
Hidden Hills. Give your wife the chills. Yeah, so
you gave me the chills. What's your I got it.
All right, so this is why we're gonna win for 2024,
Okay,
bro.
let's go.
This truth. The
Right.
truth, because every man got their truth.
Right.
Every man could be the victim or the victor. You either one, you know, you cheat with somebody, you're getting cheated on. You know, you either the victim or the bully. Like, it depends on the situation you're in, and I just want to show you that situation. So we're going because the old man made a call for me and
You said
Drake.
old man, we're talking about Larry Hoover.
Yeah, Larry Hoover
That's right.
made a call for me and Drake to squash things and to do this
That's dope.
concert together. Just like Farrakhan said something to me and Puff just now about White Lives Matter and Black Lives Matter,
Right.
and about the misunderstandings that we're having out here, right? So,
Which is beautiful.
So it's me, Jay Prince, G, it's Jazz Prince, it's his wife, and I got a girl with me, and I'm like, damn, my bitch not as bad as Jazz's wife.
Well, you saying this out loud? You wild, bro.
I'm like, damn, she killer. No, So anyway, so Dave Chappelle has a concert that night. The night where we're going to, so we're seeing like, yo, can we go chop it up with Drake and then make it to the Dave Chappelle joint and go by the house? And then, so we're on the plane and we're like, well, where's Drake's house in comparison in distance to the concert? And I look up, I say, Google it. That's the whole thing. You could Google it. Remember that was the whole. Wait a second. I can set it up differently. Remember the whole thing was.
Yeah, well, you gave Drake
I
address
gave
out.
his address.
Yes.
And my whole thing is you could Google the address, and everybody on the plane started laughing because you could Google the address. You know, it just looked like something on Instagram. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh, got the address. And guess how I found it? I Googled it.
That's crazy.
Oh, shit. Your house don't look the same on these Google Maps.
So but how is that? So you actually go to his house to squash it?
Yeah.
You walk in the lion's den for lack of a better term because you're on his grounds. And then you at this time, at least I remember, this is Kanye Dolo. This is like Kanye's not rolling with no one. Or did you go with security at that time or no?
Nah, I mean, Jay Prince is there.
Okay,
so,
yeah. That's real.
That's successful.
Let's make some noise, Jay Prince.
Yeah, that's
Real nigga, what's up?
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Yeah, but you know, Charlemagne.
How you knew I was going to talk about Charlemagne? How you knew that? That's in my notes.
He just, he gonna go on air and be like, oh, but I'm gonna paraphrase it. Kim is with Pete because he got a bigger dick. Why you talking about another man's dick on camera? Nothing you got to deal with.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just like a bunch of these industry plant niggas is just like Samuel Jackson and Django. Not Samuel Jackson in real life. I fuck with Samuel Jackson in real life. I'm just talking about the character in Django. It's like, man, y'all are not helping, but it's like a video game of life. You know, we all gonna get free eventually. And like you see, I got love for everybody, but it's no love if somebody's fucking with me. I'm like, I really don't wish harm on nobody. But I do realize that I can make people jealous by like flexing so hard, and that's gonna come with it. You know what I'm saying? It's because me and Cons would be in the studio, and we would make songs and be like, yo, we wanna make niggas mad. We want to make niggas mad with the music. Like if it don't hurt. Like if it don't, it can't just compete. It has to hurt. We not just. That's the reason why I'm not washed, because I still make it hurt. You know. So, and then it comes out and it hurt, and people be hurt about it, and then I be halfway acting like I don't know why they hurt. They hurt because you hurt them. This hurts. You know what I'm saying? Sleeping in a stadium hurts. All like, throwing Balenciaga Couture on the floor, it hurts. Like even when, I went to the Ice Cube Big 3 event, and I had Justin LaBoy, King Toxic, and I had Vori with me, and I was saying like, yo, Drake, because this is my number, it's like if we're gonna put our album out, you gotta go after the #1 artist.
Which was Vori at the time?
Which was Drake.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like right now, when me, James Blake, and No ID are in the studio working on our album, who do you think we be bringing up when we talking about songs? Stadium artists. Who do you think we bring up? And we ain't got no problem. There's no beef and no problem. It's just like, yo, we competing. Not Drake. Who do you think we bring up? Anybody else got another?
Travis?
Stadium. Think down here.
Kodak Black.
No. Stadium. Stadium. Bad Bunny. That's who's on our wall. That's who's on our wall when we make music. We loading up concert footage.
Oh, you talking about the aesthetics of the stadium and what it's looking like?
Yeah, not just the aesthetic.
And in retrospect, if it wasn't for me, it might not be no Bad Bunny. I brought reggaeton to America. I'm sorry. I was making noise for me. I'm sorry, let me get Come on, let's go.
So the thing is, it depends on what we're doing. You know what I'm saying? If we're gonna do clothes, we're gonna look at Supreme. We're gonna look at Balenciaga. We're gonna look at Ralph. If we're looking at these raps, You know, we're gonna look at Drake. You know what I'm saying? We're looking at stadiums.
Right.
We're gonna look at Bad Bunny. We got to look at everything that's really happening. We're gonna look at money. We're gonna look at Elon. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna look at the Saudis. That's how I look at everything.
That's a widespread view of everything.
You know what I'm saying? It's like everything has to be Apple, you know, level.
Because we heard you was building your own Yay community. Is that still
Yay Immunity?
Yay Immunity.
Unity. You know, this is one of my issues that I have because I've been building. I've invested like over $150 million in 10 years of research into simplifying our communities because there are no black, not just because there are no black-owned communities, but just me as a black person, that's who I am in this video game of life. I'm the type of person that's like, yo, we are one species, right? We're one being. There's no salute.
Let's make noise for Yay real quick. I'm sorry. We are one species. Take it from
we
there.
One like, but
you got to sip it. It don't count. Yeah, it don't count. I'm sorry. It's drink champs. What's all?
Oh, that's good, right?
It's not Tucker Carlson. It's not Good Morning America.
Oh, you said his name right this time.
I said it right. You is back in the culture, and guess what? Welcome back, baby. Go ahead.
Welcome back. I'm a living Mace rap.
Yes.
Just listen to a Mace rap and like if this was a person.
Right. You know, Mason was going on tour, got canceled. They should have added you.
I would have got super canceled then.
Oh, fuck. I didn't think it like that.
Super canceled.
They had the meanest 5 dates ever.
There you go.
Yeah. Atlanta ain't canceling.
You know, it's so funny that the Gap wouldn't put a store in Atlanta.
What?
I was born in Atlanta.
What?
All of the freshest, like, you know what I'm saying, me, Andre 3000, Playboy Cardi, like all of the like freshest dress, you know, influencers are like from Atlanta and stuff. So that's that thing where people talking about you without you in the room. That's the thing when we sign and do these licensing deals.
You're a brand though. Yeah, they supposed to talk about you a lot when you're not in the room.
Yeah, but that's when you sign to them. They're seeing how they're gonna use you.
So this is what. All right, break it down in like simplest form for a record. So you wasn't signed to them. This was a distribution deal. This was
it was like a licensing deal.
Okay.
And the funny thing is they think they could give me a baby B, and you know the baby B. It's a billion, yeah, but it's just like it's like a little
baby billion.
It's like a little billion. It's like a little billion. It's a baby B.
That's above our pay grade.
You said a baby B. No, I don't know what that is yet. I'm sorry.
If you don't want it, we'll take the baby B.
Yeah, but they think they could just like run us with a baby B, little baby B. And the funny thing is, you know, they'll give me that, and I'm making, you know, more money than anybody that works at the Gap. But you want the information. It's like a friend that caught your girl cheating, right? How much is it worth to have the actual information? And then he said it, but then she's lying, right? So if you actually had something on camera or a phone or a text or a screen grab, what would that be worth to you? Let's say you bought a car or something like that. Wouldn't it be worth 2 cars just to have that text? Just to have it? I remember I found out some information one time. It was on the Super Bowl. I literally found it at the time when Tom Brady was throwing a touchdown. The audience was going like this. I was going like this. Yeah, I caught you now. You was lying the whole time. Like,
I'm talking about inflation.
What'd you say?
The inflation when the ball was.
No, not the inflation.
Okay.
This is a later date and shit.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is, information is the most important resource to our species above water. Because with information, you can find water. So Jewish people have information, Chinese people, it's not even information, it's intelligence, right? Because what is the definition of the word nigga? Ignorant. So it's intelligence. So you see a human being that can be looked at or classified as a nigga that is cocooning or breaking out of a cocoon into intelligence and bringing all of his niggas with him at the same time. And that is the way that we're gonna get free and come into our own power the way the Jewish people came into their power.
and avoiding misinformation, which is more of.
Misinformation, like trauma economy, like the BLM. You know what I'm saying? When they do BLM, when they do school shootings, the same amount of people getting killed every week in Chicago, but they're not posting that. They're not showing that.
But why you not posting that? Because you from Chicago. Barack Obama's from Chicago.
He from Hawaii.
Oh, what is that?
No, he was born in Hawaii.
Oh, you said Hawaii?
Yeah, but he made his chops in Chicago.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because
from Hawaii.
That's the thing is, what's crazy is I noticed Clinton. When Clinton became into the administration, Little Rock, Arkansas became the most wildest place there was. And then when...
It didn't start with him going to
I'm just saying.
Little Rock was wild.
The George Floyd area, the free George Floyd zone that they made, the murder rate is up 50% since George Floyd. It's mayhem. It's Mad Max.
Yeah.
But keep going, what you're saying?
No, that's what I'm saying. What happens to these cities when we have somebody so... illustrious becomes from this city, and then now this city becomes the murder capital. Like, it seems, that's what it seems like.
I mean, but look at like Barack, you know, look at his hair color when he went in, look at the hair color when he went out.
Yeah, everyone said, yeah.
You know, like, because if you don't have the connections, you know, Trump had enough connections to make it into office, but he didn't have the Jewish media on his side. Because the Jewish media was already aligned with an agenda with the left, with the Chinese. So you got like Alex Baldwin dissing, you know, Trump soon as he went in, used to be his boy. You got black people dissing Trump. Black people know they love Trump. Yeah. We used to have raps. Guess who the black Trump? You know.
But he could have been better at messaging. That's what I feel like the rhetoric was just unnecessary sometimes.
But it's that frustration. It's like what I had to learn is like that thing I said with DEFCON, that was like me going Trump, you know, level. Right. You know, that was, you can't, as you see, when we got warmed up, it's like a conversation where even in the beginning, we'll see if we want to use stuff in the beginning, if it's any of the messaging.
Right, yeah, I definitely need another one.
That we want to put out, you know.
You got me going, man.
The only possible way that I could have won, that I'm a win, the only possible way is for me to early on call out the Jewish media this early, right? Because they'll play nice with you. But I see him fucking with me, like the SoFi Stadium, like 78 media outlets calling me an abuser based off something Trevor Noah said, me being canceled from the Grammys, me being said, they saying that I said a racial slur because I said, Kumbaya, my Lord, Kumbaya, talking about Trevor Noah. And then they kicked me off the Grammys, and I was slated to win Album of the Year for the first time in my life. It's my 10th album. It's the most #1s in Apple history, and I'm, you know, an incredible artist. It reached at this point, and we don't even know who won Album of the Year. It got canceled by who? Jewish media. By the time 2024 runs around, the Jewish media, they're gonna be my friends, because you can't just go into the White House like Trump did and have the entire American media against you. Because he can't get the work done. It's like having like 3 million Meek Mills at one time. At all times, every time you're talking, it's just Meek Mills, just talking shit about you. And you're trying to, you know, show that. When the last time you heard North Korea? You know what I'm saying? Trump did that. He came out the gate, boom. He did that. So I feel like that's like, for me as a musician, to mention the Jews is like North Korea for anyone else's career. And my dad said something to me, because my dad was proud of the shirt. He understood it. I was like, why you like that? He said, white lives matter. And he's like, it's cry face, cry face. I said, why was that funny to you, Dad? My dad don't know none of my rap lyrics, nothing like that. He's political, he a genius, he like Steve Jobs. He got a water purification center in the DR. This nigga's smart, right?
Yeah, relax, Dominican people. Go ahead.
So our focus is water, right? Our second most important resource. Our second most important resource to knowledge is water. Our third is food. Our fourth is shelter.
Let me ask you: have you seen that guy that created that system that gets water out of the atmosphere?
Yeah, I met with him before. And we need that. We need every version of how we could take salt water, water out of the atmosphere. But right now in America, say one of the laws that I would change is it's illegal to collect rainwater in America.
What?
Illegal?
It's illegal?
It's illegal to collect rainwater
You go to
in
every
America.
other country, they're collecting rainwater.
You know, people are controlling the water. You know, it's going to be what T-shirt you wear, what political opinion, and who got beef with who. You ain't got no water.
Right.
You ain't got no life.
Right.
I'm trying to tell you, because, you know, a lot of people call me, they want to call me crazy. It's like running a marathon. If I got some short shorts on and a tank top and I'm sweating hard as hell, running down a street, running the wrong way down a freeway, then you're gonna say that person is crazy. But if 100 other people do it with me, then it's a marathon.
That's a good way to put it.
Killed that.
Yeah.
Killed that.
So some of the stuff, I'm the first person that's saying it.
Right.
Or Candace Owens is the first person that's saying it.
Right.
Then another person sees it and say, I kind of feel you. Floyd Mayweather might say, oh, I feel you. And then Steve Harvey might say, I feel where you're coming from. There's a lot of black conservatives. You know, the liberal agenda is to take God out of the homes and separate the families. With that, you're going to get mayhem. You're going to get Mad Max on the other side. The conservative agenda is still that God runs the world. And I'm Christian, and I feel like I got the best taste on the planet. So that's Jesus. I'm Jesus gang.
Okay.
But the Jewish people and the Muslims are all sons of Abraham also. And what Farrakhan would talk about right now is for the Jewish people, what I'm doing is I'm Me Tooing the Jewish culture. I'm saying, y'all got to stand up and admit to what y'all been doing. And y'all just got away with it for so long that y'all don't even realize what y'all doing. And it's like, y'all can't fuck with me either because y'all behind that gated fence, y'all soft, your hands got soft. You ain't out here getting beat up every day like me. You ain't out here getting called crazy every day like me. You ain't out here getting your family snatched like me. You ain't out here half your culture getting aborted like me. You ain't out here getting outraged with false narratives like BLM like me. So for all the Jewish media, y'all want to sit down and have a conversation with me? Then let's have a conversation. But you ain't gonna send Harley Pasternak, Puff Daddy, Meek Mills, Kim Kardashian, none of the usual suspects and get me to stop talking. You're going to have to take my life. I don't care if you Black Mirror me. I don't care if you do some of the alternative, what the thing was, show me talking, saying somebody didn't say. I don't care if you have me fucking a goat on camera. I don't care what you do. You're going to have, yeah. And by the way, and if you take my life, there's gonna be some college kid, some young Ye, some young Pac that's gonna even go harder. It's gonna, y'all thought George Floyd was gonna send it up. If you took my life right now, you're gonna see something you never saw. So we might as well have a conversation because I love
Let's
you.
have the conversation.
I love the media platform.
And we love Jewish people.
And
we love Jewish people.
We love Jewish people. But I'm very mad. I have a problem. The conversation ain't over. It ain't, okay, yay, clarify. It ain't nothing to be clarified until we have a conversation. You got Jamie Lee Curtis on TV talking about, I hope they take his children away from him.
Yeah.
It's up.
Yeah. Yeah.
The queen is in the house.
But it can't be narrowed down to, like you're saying. You're saying Jewish media, but it's the media. There's people obviously in
I'm not narrowing down. I want Jewish children to look at their daddy and say, why is Jay mad at us? I want all the kids that love my shoes and love my songs to say, why is Jay mad? What have you done to his people, to the darker Jews, to our brothers that has Jay speaking up, that had Nick Cannon speaking up, that had Ice Cube speaking up. What'd you say?
Would you say blacks is Jews?
Blacks are Jews also.
We gotta say we love Jewish people then. We love Jewish people. We got great. I love Jewish people.
So I'm gonna be like...
My homie's a Nicaraguan Jew. His dad came from Poland, escaped the Holocaust, and his mom is Nicaraguan. He would be like, I don't know what's going on.
And by the way, we haven't escaped the Holocaust. We still in it. Plan B, Planned Parenthood. We are still in the Holocaust. Even the information put in our music, the toxicity put in our music, is nothing promoting the idea of a king taking care of a queen and then taking care of the future kings and the future queens. It's just us talking about killing each other and Jewish people getting paid off of it. So I could be like a parent that I got a belt, so it's like, bow, I love you, but bow. It's I love you, but it's still up. It's up until we get it fixed. Until we get it fixed. It's not no, oh, we gonna calm down because you done fucked with me and you done fucked with my people too much. And you could throw whatever tag you want. You could call me a racist. You done call me everything already. What I got to lose? My 6-year-old son came to choir practice and said, why I gotta sing? I'm not even going to your school. This is a billionaire a male billionaire with the face of Kim Kardashian. If he's saying that to me now, who is he at 16? Who is he at 26? By 26, he might be in jail because I can't say nothing to him because they took me out the house.
Deep.
I definitely needs you, bro.
Do we dare do quick time with slime?
Do we dare do it, you say?
All right, quick time with slime. Listen, man. Ye know our show is about celebrating. He celebrating and we doing both. This is what I'm talking about. But yeah, this is why, look, this is quick time. You played this game before.
Is this Duce in here?
That should be. It should be Duce. It's a black man drink, goddammit. Drink it up.
This Duce is delicious. This Duce is brought to you by my brother Hove.
That's right.
Courtesy of the throne.
That's right.
Part 2
throne.
coming soon. Hint, hint. That's right.
All right, yeah. Can you explain him the rules of the game? He knows the rules of the game.
Yeah.
All right, it's quick time with slime. We're gonna give you 2 choices.
You pick one.
You pick one.
If you don't pick one, then we're drinking.
But we drink with you. Okay.
Can you imagine when Jay-Z and Beyonce support me in 24?
Yeah.
There'd be no way to lose.
In 2024.
Be no way to lose when we come together.
We in. All right.
Okay.
All right, we in. You ready?
Yeah.
Cool G rap or Big Pun?
I like both.
Take a shot. Salud.
Hey, man, because, the thing is, Jay Electronica...
You gotta take the shot. You ain't gonna get away with that. This is drink champ.
You
take a shot?
You drank.
It's delicious. Did I mention that this Duce goes good after a workout?
I ain't gonna lie. You like your cognac.
Yeah, that's my...
And tequila sometimes.
I think it's kind of like my name a little bit, my older name.
Wait, he was going to explain the big pun.
No, but Jay Electronica hit me. He was like, yo, I actually wrote with Nas before. You know what I'm saying? When I said Nas over Jay Electronica. So, God said for us to not compare each other amongst ourselves. So when I compare the greatness of Cool G Rap and the greatness of Big Pun,
which was inspired by Cool G Rap,
then it's not godly. You know what I'm saying? Like I know Ross said, God forgives, I don't. I'm forgiven. I forgive everybody. I forgive the Clintons. I forgive John Legend for wearing them bum-ass sweaters. I forgive... Well, I forgive him. He's forgiven.
Big Sean, forgive
May they
Big
all
Sean.
be forgiven. I forgive
Big Sean.
I forgive Big Sean for not being able to make the choice between braids or a beard. Choose one. I forgive.
Who else you forgive? That's it?
Everybody I ever, you know what I'm saying? I
Right.
forgive everyone. I forgive Bob Iger. I forgive the left party. I forgive the Jewish media for creating the Ye's crazy narrative and, you know, buying up the black voice and bullying us and creating a mob culture to scare people that anytime they bring up that a contract was wrong is labeled anti-Semite as a way to disable people from their truth. I forgive the Jewish culture for that.
Okay.
All right, next.
All right, next question. All right, next question. Okay. College dropout or late registration?
Okay, so census, but you know, I'm gonna say that, and then there'll be fans that like means this to me. I'm gonna say that I feel that my two offerings that I was the least enthusiastic about, in a way, after the fact, were late registration and the song Power, because I felt like I filled in the blanks too much. It was like black man votes Democrat kind of thing. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's the obvious. Like when you heard Power, you had actually heard it before from me, right? Because it had the drums from crack music. It kind of sounded like Amazing. You know what I'm saying? It was just like me bringing everything you know I could bring at the same time. Whereas when you heard Love Like Down, hey, 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 don't say you will, you will. You know, that's Drake.
That's where all the tunes, bitches.
Yeah. That's Drake. I told you I buy a house.
Right.
I do something different. I'm on some super rich shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Holy moly, guacamole. I love it. All right.
Once you my girlfriend, you always my girlfriend. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Okay. Low End Theory or Midnight Marauders?
Dum 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 dum. Back in the days of the Boulevard of London.
I used to get my great shit on records was kicking. It was I, the abstract, and me, the 5-footer. Hey, you know, you ain't team. Hey, you on point, EA?
Yes, I am, G.
You on point? You on point, EA?
Yeah, I am, Nori.
Come on. Which one?
Where we at? So we didn't answer that.
No, he didn't answer. I'm saying which one?
I did answer because I did what jumped out my body. What jumped out my body was that bass line.
Because you're a tribe kid. Like, if you think about it, like, if you look at, like, the superstars of nowadays, you, Pharrell, is from the tribe / native.
Lauryn Hill, Fugees.
Lauryn Hill, Fugees. Yeah.
But think about my personality, right? Is my personality
He on the world tour.
Yeah, or is my personality dum 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 dum. That's me every time I do it. Oh, get money in the bank. You know, that's that pocket right there. Dum 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 dum.
Heavy bass line.
I made the whole beat right now.
Yeah.
Come on. Okay, all right. Public Enemy or NWA?
Sheesh.
This is both. I don't know. I'm both to me, at least.
You got your shot ready?
But then Cube started working with
Public Enemy.
Yeah.
Public Enemy.
Yeah. With the Boss
So it's an
Squad.
oxymoron. I just take a shot.
You know, I'm down with the PE. Now every single bitch want to see me.
America's Most Wanted.
Yeah, you know, Cube's really set me up for this. You know what I mean? It's like you really influenced me to get on this anti-Semite, you know, vibe, and I'm here to finish the job. I'm here to not back down. They should have never let you niggas get money. My dad said, you know, what the leftists say about they still call me Kanye West. What the leftists say about Ye is he's dangerous because he's rich. What did Lil' Kim say? What did Pac say? You know, I'm thinking about like Money, Power, Respect. How did she start the song?
Key to life.
Yeah.
Money, power.
First you get
the money.
Yeah.
Then you get the power.
Yeah.
And then you get.
And that's the whole thing with the Jewish media. My thing is, hey, I love Irvin Azoff. Y'all just gotta respect me and my people in a different kind of way. We're you. And the Jewish people, after the Holocaust, they said it's never again. And they went and they got their respect. And I respect Jewish people for that, right? But we in the championships of life, right? And I'm telling the Jewish people like this. I need my ring too. I'm the best out here. I'm getting my 4th ring, just like how Curry said. That's what y'all need to understand. We gonna pull these people together. Puff told me today, he texted me, he said, buy a bank. I said, I don't know how. Can you show me?
Killer
so
Mike
the
got
next
a bank.
time,
Yeah, bank with that blank. Yeah,
Killer Mike got a bank?
Yeah, Black Bank in Georgia, right?
Okay,
He worked with them,
there
yeah.
we go. So now we sharing the information.
Right.
That's how we gonna get it. So the next time you see me and Puff together, we're gonna be buying a bank.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
And wait, and to clarify, because you said on an anti-Semite vibe, meaning that's what they're saying that you are on.
They're saying
not
that because
you're not saying I'm anti-Semite.
But they said we a nigga and we started to believe it. You know, they said we crazy. They said I'm crazy. Started to believe it. So whatever you want to call me, I'm gonna embrace that and keep moving. I'm gonna just be like a snowball. When a snowball's going down a hill, it don't say I can't accept this tree. I can't accept this snow. I can't accept this dirt. I'm gonna take the tree, the snow, the dirt, and just get bigger till I roll over your ass.
Holy shit.
That's one way of explaining it.
How do we go to this next one? Biden or Trump?
I mean, I already know. Maybe he says both. He gonna be like both.
Don't think because I went to sleep and acted like I was dead that I was saying Biden.
I said that in the last episode. It didn't come out yet. I didn't say that.
Let me tell you what. I'm gonna tell you guys. We're never gonna get fooled again. Kamala Harris is our never again. When they added her in as the vice president, the Democrats got 96% of the black female vote. You would have thought Drake was running.
Jesus.
Kamala Harris is our never again. We're never gonna be fooled just because you put in this like very attractive. I am single, Kamala. Now, you
shit got weird. Go ahead,
You walked for that one.
Nigga like Kamala fucked up.
He left you
I'll holler though.
We won't talk about politics. We just gonna hang, drink some juice.
We don't come over here to the juice. What's up? I want to say Boosie line.
Nah, what I'm saying is, I might buy a house. Once you're my girlfriend, you're always my girlfriend, Kamala.
What? Yo, Jesus, I didn't know where this was going. I didn't know this was going.
But I know why I feel she gonna watch it. She gonna want to go,
I was actually looking at the spot in Napa. And
oh my God.
No, we're on that. We're going.
All right, next question.
Where Ye at this weekend?
Oh,
he
what did
Napa?
he pick?
He did. He obviously
picked Trump, right? Biden and Trump.
Yeah, Trump.
Okay,
he cool. He cool for now.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe neither goes works there too.
All right. Dungeon Family or Wu-Tang Clan?
Oh,
you know, see, it's ungodly. Wu-Tang.
Right.
Come on, man. This is like Tony Stark's. This is the drip, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but I gotta say, the Wu-Tang videos had me spending a lot more money than I needed to. Me and Don C was buying new Timbs, new puffer jackets, fitted hats, white tees, wallabies, and then cause it looked like every day was a video. And I got to like New York and I seen dirty Timbs. I called Free Up, I said, I didn't know niggas had dirty Timbs in New York. I done spent all this money on a fresh pair of Timbs. I can't let my Timbs go more than 3 days.
Yeah.
If my Timbs got a scuff on them, I'm in the meeting. Meeting adjourned. I need a new pair of Timbs. I'll be back. And I carry the Timbs in a plastic bag, put them on in the meeting. Now let's continue the conversation.
Yeah. Okay.
No, this is the DJ. Well, I gotta do this.
You gotta do this. I'm sorry. You're correct.
Khaled or Drama?
This is a big thing on the social media right now.
Yeah.
Because Drama want beef with DJ Khaled, and
I'm gonna say Khaled because he brought me to his house and just the energy and just the positivity and everything, and just we got more records together. We got Grammy Family together. We got
recently you did the remix joint, right?
Eminem, you got a record with Eminem on this.
But it wasn't me. See, I'm sitting there, you know what I'm saying? It was anybody that's ever been through a divorce, it's a difficult thing. You know, because your baby mama gonna play with you. Like when we did the Donda 2 thing, when my kids came on a plane, after they was on a plane, Kim texted me and said, North's not on a plane. And knowing my personality, you know what I'm saying, that could affect my show. So baby mamas across the world, not just me like on some billionaire.
That's the Gemini shit.
Yeah.
I can attest to that.
And like, but everybody goes through a lot of that type of, I just thought about, you know, all the time when I thought me and Kim were gonna get a divorce, like throughout our relationship, I always thought about Big Boy, man. He really told me what it really was on I Choose You.
Oh, you're talking about Outkast. I was thinking about Big Boy Radio.
Like, your baby's mama don't like me. They try to come to the studio, try to come and fight me and blah, blah. And then when he said,
Sorry, Miss Jackson, right? Yeah.
Okay, but then also he says, better pick the right one or pick the kiddies up. And the whole time I'm like, this rap is just rolling through my head like a mantra of what it, you know. So, and I still be in my head like, you know, maybe one day our family could get back together. You know, like Shelly Azoff left Irvin twice. Shelly left twice.
Oh, you talking about Irvin Madison Johnson?
No, Irvin Azoff.
Oh, I don't even.
That's Kim's. That's Kim.
I'm black. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm
baby bees.
Yeah.
Irvin Azoff is watch this. I'm not even saying this to backtrack. This is a good friend of mine. He's a mentor of mine. He's basically the same video game character as me, and he's Jewish. And his wife is they're like Kim is like their goddaughter, and his wife is somebody that Kim always looked up to also. But Irvin Azoff ran MCA Records, and he merged, I think it was Ticketmaster and Live Nation. It was something that people had never seen done. He's building this giant like sphere in Vegas. This performance venue is incredible, and he's like really just someone I always look up to. And every time, you know, I go up on Instagram and I'm going to get my contracts, I always say this is the spirit of Ice Cube and this is also the spirit of Irving. Because Irving, like, when he had, like, you know, he was legend. You know, I think he had some where somebody was messing with Shelly and he, like, broke their car and, like, threw a gallon of piss in the car or some shit, like on some like real like proper like wild out shit, like some shit I'll be on, you know. Okay. So I just think like
you say he's passed though, because you say he.
No, he's not passed. No, he's living.
So you still talk to him?
Yeah.
So what says being he's your Jewish friend? What does he say to you? Anything in terms of what's going on?
I'm sure he's reading the paper like laughing, thinking it's funny and shit, thinking it's lit, thinking it's that because like who lit? Who lit?
Right.
Tell me who lit. I know. I want to know. Like
Drink Champs lit.
Who lit? Yeah, exactly. Drink Champs lit.
Drink Champs lit. Hold on, but let's move. Only built for Cuban links or the infamous?
Yes, only built for. I didn't have to hit rest. I didn't got hit rest.
Come on, the infamous.
Only built for
the infamous.
Okay.
They both super classics.
Only built for Cuban links. You going with that? Sticking with that?
And the infamous is the other one.
The infamous is the other one.
Both super classics.
I remember Havoc came to my crib. You know, because Famous, we played earlier, Havoc did the drums for that.
I made that bitch famous.
I made that bitch famous. Now, before the Me Too movement, I remember I had it, and the lyrics said, you know, there's a lot of movements out here. Right. The movements is the treadmill hustle. Right. So Havoc came on my crib, and it's always like, Drake is like, I got the bigger pool, I got this, that, blah, blah. You know, Corey asked me, was he with the baby mama's mama? You know, so this is true. I have no reason to lie. So, and I don't like Corey, so I have no reason to lie for him. The funny thing is I actually do like Corey because it's his job to be likable. That's how he makes it in like that. So I asked Havoc, I was like, yo, did you ever have like a Drake or somebody? He was like, yeah, Wu-Tang.
Oh, wow.
Wu-Tang was Mobb Deep's Drake. Wu-Tang was Mobb Deep's Drake. I never thought about that. And they would get influenced, they'd be influenced. Think about drop a gem on them. That's post Wu-Tang, Mobb Deep. Hang up home. Drop a gem on them. Also, what I'm doing is for Prodigy, too.
Rest in peace, Prodigy.
Illuminati on my mind, soul, and my body.
No.
Secret society, trying to keep their eye on me.
He was saying a lot.
Are we making some noise for that? I feel like we should make some noise for that.
Rest in peace.
You know, because we alive. You get what I'm saying? We're going to die. It's guaranteed.
100%.
So don't be afraid of death.
Right. Okay, we're gonna move on.
Wait, we didn't pick. Did he pick?
He said only people.
No, but he didn't hear the infamous.
He did hear it,
and then he gave a happy story. So we really don't know.
But you picked only Bill for Cuban Links, right?
I gotta take a shot.
Oh, let's take a shot.
I told you.
Salud. Okay. Rakim or KRS-One?
He's skip a lot of shit.
That's it. I can't.
You gotta take. Okay.
All right, cool. I shouldn't have drank earlier. I should have just waited for this segment right here. But I can handle my drink. I don't even get drunk. I just get hungover.
No.
I would love to see a convo with you and KRS-One.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That would be an incredible conversation.
I like it too.
That's the next interview.
We got you. On Drink Champs platform. Okay.
Absolutely.
Because is this true that Jason Media was running Ye Media and now he's not? Is that true?
Yeah, he's not running it. He not running it. I just felt like people just walking in with too much Balenciaga. You know, if you know what I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like, they just out here like flexing, you know what I'm saying? They just flexing like, you know what I mean? And I don't like somebody saying, well, I'm gonna be the voice of Ye. Ye the only voice of Ye. Ye the only manager of Ye. Like, I look at every single bill I pay. I only pay bills on a Friday, and I look at everyone one by one. Like, I was thinking, getting to be a billionaire would take me out of having to do work. Now, one of my biggest jobs is keeping my money, because there's a lot of people that's on a full-time job to take my money.
Right.
And I've literally lost hundreds of millions of dollars by not looking close enough. So
it reminded me of that what Shaq said when he had the deal and he had the studio in his crib, and when he got the
check because he was paying himself,
and then he looked at what they were charging him, the label, and they were charging him for studio time. He was like, the studio's at my crib. And then he got a couple $100,000 back. But it's funny, he would have overlooked that easily.
Yeah, because my thing is like, you know what? Why would the Jewish media push BLM and force people into outrage, right? But then say, I don't have the right to my anger. As a human being, I know I can read all the books, I can meditate, I can study and say, hey, I don't have a problem with Jewish culture. I don't have a problem with what Jewish people have done to my people. I don't have a problem with the fact that the Jewish people have bought. I could say that, but I do. And I own my right, and I own my anger. And I'm gonna keep that anger as an energy to wake me up until it changes. You're not going to back me down until it changes. I'm not clarifying nothing, TMZ. No, I'm not talking specifically about businessmen. I'm talking about you, TMZ. I'm talking about the media also. I'm talking about the entire culture. I need your entire culture to take a look at itself and picture this moment. Picture every single black athlete, black actor, and black rapper being able to put their contracts up the way I put my contracts up. And we compare and contrast what things should be in the deals and what things should be out of the deals.
There's gonna be a lot of people embarrassed by that.
I was $53 million in debt, and I said it in 2015, you know, the night after MSG. Because the funny thing is I had Adidas, I had this, I had all that.
That's when you asked Mark Zuckerberg, right?
Yeah, and nobody would help. Everyone's seeing, but nobody's gonna really help. They just wanna capitalize. Nobody really wants to help. They just wanna see what's in it for them. Nobody's really trying to support or give you the information. They wanna own it. A thing that a Jewish person will always say is they'll say, this is mine. With something with like something a black person built or that any company built. And they'd be like, that's mine now. I remember when Scooter Braun called me and said,
the manager for Justin Bieber.
Yeah, he said, yo, I got some people who got some early stock in SpaceX and we can buy it behind Elon's back.
That's the way you go.
And I said, I'd rather have a relationship in Elon's face than to buy something behind his back.
That's more valuable to you.
Now, my thing is like, look, all Jewish people are not bad.
Please say that.
I just said it.
All right.
But I need the ones to step up. Because up to this point, I can name you 20 nightmare situations.
Yeah, but that you can't. That's like me going to a projects, right? That's like me going to 40 projects and 40 projects and shit happened bad to me. But then I could go to 40 projects in a certain time, and the church people walk me right through that same projects, and I'm good. Is it the projects to blame?
Yeah.
Or is it certain individuals?
Or going to Mexico in the cartel? It's like we can.
Yeah, is it them certain individuals?
Yeah, it's a project mentality. I'm from Chicago, and I have a project mentality. Even with the intelligence that I have a project mentality.
Right.
If I go to somebody's block and somebody shoot at me, kill one of my homeboys, then it's fuck they whole block. Now you get it?
Yeah.
Now you get it?
But for the record, nobody's killing Kanye. Everyone loves Kanye. Are we right? Everyone loves Kanye. We just want you to.
You're not asking for anybody to kill you.
Yeah, we want to reiterate that.
You know who's killing Kanye? Jamie Lee Curtis talking about, I hope that he don't see his children.
Right.
That kills me. That kills me. And the fact that now that's hate speech. That's hate speech.
Yeah.
That's hate speech. That's what's killing me when I couldn't see my child and nobody said nothing. Nobody, next time that happened, you gotta say something.
Right.
You gotta say something. Everybody never let this family kidnap my kids in broad daylight. That's how beat into submission by the media we are.
But I was saving this, bro. Let me just say something. But do you not realize that's how much we respect you? Is we don't want to speak out to the family that whether you once loved them or love them now, is that's how much, so much of us respect you, is that we want to mind our business when it comes to that and kind of like leave it up to you.
I need y'all as a tribe. I need y'all with me.
This is something we need to hear.
I need y'all as a tribe. I need the culture with me. I need everybody that loves my music and loves my shoes, loves my point of view. Don't love it. Everybody that's mad at me, that was hurt by the red hat. If you was hurt by the red hat, that means you love me. I need everybody that love me. Sure. If I'm in a situation where I don't have the leverage with my children, or you got Jamie Lee Curtis talk about we're gonna take his kids away from him, I need y'all to rise up and make sure that they don't take my children away from me, running this false, crazy narrative.
Right.
Because they could take my kids away. They could put me in jail, and y'all sit up and say, well, I didn't say nothing out of respect.
Right. I mean, it's a seesaw, right? Yeah. Because
it's a delicate seesaw.
On one hand, just picture it like this. Picture it like this. All right, I'm gonna name this person a cup, right? And this person jumps out the window and he goes, man, yo, Kanye, blah, 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 blah. And then Kanye gets back with Kim, y'all fall back in love. Now this person is thrown the fuck out the way because he just spoke about your wife. And now you get back with your wife. Hold on. You get back with your wife, and now this person who wanted to spread this analogy, the same support that you did, but then you go back and you fall in love.
It happens all the time.
Do you understand
the friend
how
that sides with you when you break up with your girl, and then you get back with your girl.
And it's not like you don't have no regular girl. Like this is whatever this person says is going to be on every blog site. So they support you, then you get back with him, and then because you want your family back together, and then now you're looking at this plastic cup and you saying, man, you shouldn't have said that at this time. And boom, because course maybe you're not saying that, but Kim is saying, I didn't like what he said at such and such time. So do you understand how certain people can...
I respect that, but the thing is, like, look, if someone is not going to speak up at that time, that's going... Meek Mill's probably go through the same situation, you know, with his baby mamas or something like that. So, don't speak up on me now if you ain't going to speak up on me then. But I'm asking you guys, I'm saying... by the fact that I crossed the anti-Semite line, I crossed the gun line, I stood in front of the tank in Tiananmen Square, I'm saying, look, this smoke screen that's been created to make us so afraid to speak up for ourselves, this is just a smoke screen. And even if it's not, right, even if they're gonna like take us down every chance they get, that's cool too. But I'm trying to explain to you, it's like, whether it's my money, my reputation, and my life, I'm not taking this shit no more. They done bully. You know, would you agree with the things that I'm saying about the Jewish record labels, about artists getting fucked? Uzi the future. I just need to tell you that. Lil Uzi.
Little Uzi, right?
Lil Uzi, like, remember I said future?
Yes, you said it on here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I got a couple...
well, really, you know what it is? It's always two. It's always two at a time. You know what I mean? It's really Cardi and Uzi. It's really Cardi and Uzi. Playboy Cardi and Uzi.
We had Quavo and Takeoff here the other day.
What they were saying?
Real shit.
Yeah.
They said Quavo said that you asked to borrow his Twitter during the blockout. Is this true?
Yeah. He said he offered it. He said he offered it. He said he offered it. But you know what I'm saying? I just said, let me take this time as just like a breather. They put me like it's a technical foul.
Right.
Because here goes another thing. I said DEFCON 3. What I wanted to say, what I meant to say was, no one's afraid of the Jewish media mob, which it is, right? And what I said was DEFCON 3. Now, I'm not backing up on a feeling of what I wanted to say. I just didn't say the exact thing that I wanted to say at that moment. So I feel like God put me on a little timeout.
Yeah.
Because my dad was like, I feel where you coming from, Ye. I understand. But you got to be more sophisticated with your words. You have to be more sophisticated.
I agree with God.
That was less sophisticated than I needed to be.
You said God text you that?
No, his father.
Yeah, second to God, my dad.
All right, yeah. Because I know for a fact, you know, pissing off Jewish people and pissing off black people. I know that
there's just too much to read when you're articulate something. There's too much that people can pick and create a different narrative from.
You know what I like about this? The Jewish media was pushing the narrative off the White Lives Matter t-shirt that I didn't love black people. And I came back and I was like, no, fuck the Jewish media. And everybody's like, what? Wait, what? Right now, we're supposed to be living and breathing in the Ye doesn't like black people because he wears a red hat. Ye doesn't like black people because he... And I was like, nah, fuck that. And God was like, fuck that. On some like Moses, like, think about like Moses had 4 chapters. Like, contrary to popular belief, I did read the 4 chapters of Moses, right?
Because you say you ain't read somewhere.
No, what I'm saying, I've never actually finished a novel, right?
That's fantastic. I respect that.
Yeah, because by the way, you know, one thing is that there's nothing whiter than English itself. I do not like to read, like I do not like to work out, like I do not, like, you know, there's certain stuff in life that is currently necessary that I don't like. That don't make, I'm not disregarding people. Some people are more powerful. How many people do you know that can read very well that can't dance very well?
But see, look, talking about articulation, could it be said that it's misunderstood that reading equals knowledge? That's
another
misunderstood
thing.
because you don't
feel
have
like,
to read books to really have knowledge.
That's right. And the information isn't there. You know where the information, the knowledge is from? The knowledge is from the two fathers. Who are the two fathers?
You tell us.
Your father and the father above?
Your father and the father above.
Oh shit! You
now what? Now what has happened to the black community?
They erased the father
Taking out
there,
the father
so
there.
all you have is the father above.
But they've erased that
Even
too.
that,
yeah,
in the
because-
messaging.
in the
They
message.
have contracts. There was a contract. Now it's later been amended, but Victory Boyd that signed to Rock Nation, a line inside of the contract that I'm sure Jay-Z and Beyonce never saw was, it said that Victory would not be able to sing about Christ or be able to sing about God in the contract. Rhythm and blues was the first step of taking God out of the people. Because we had gospel. Aretha Franklin had gospel. Ray Charles.
Patti LaBelle.
Yeah.
Patti LaBelle wore your Yeezy slippers. I gave her the Yeezy slippers. She wore.
Yeah, she
she
wore
crip
it.
walk right here,
Yeah.
right here, right here.
Yeah.
Yeah, did you see that? I sent you the footage.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Come on, Yeezy, come on.
I didn't see if I just say yeah, because I'm
You
on
say
the show.
R&B was the first step taking it out of me just now. Yeah. But no, wait. He said R&B was taking it out.
Yeah, it was funny. I was like
Taking God out of music. You
yeah,
said?
I remember I was at Roscoe's, earlier this year, and I love Roscoe's and stuff, but they're playing the music, and it's like Usher saying, "You got it bad."
You got it bad.
Yeah, that messaging is not uplifting.
Some niggas got it bad, yeah.
Yeah, but when we sing, God created music solely for the purpose of worshiping God. Now, if you listen to the majority of the music, it's not worshiping God.
No.
It's going into dark holes. It's like
From the
saying,
sweat to my nuts.
yeah,
That's
but
what it's-
it's saying I want to fuck your bitch.
Yeah,
It's how
I
many
wanna fuck
bitches
your
I
bitch.
fuck.
Yeah,
I want to fuck
yeah.
your girlfriend. I want to fuck your mama. Like it's like, and I want to do drugs while I'm fucking your mama.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
it just takes you into that place. And God has a place for us in the promised land that can't be defined by man. It's not the 400 acres that the oppressors can take away from us. Only we can oppress ourselves, and it's only for us to rise up that we can be who God really made us to be.
Right.
It's not going to be on the Jewish people. It's not going to be on the Catholics. It's not going to be on the media. It's going to be on us collectively to rise up. And I want to change something. I said I am the leader. No, let me change that. I am a leader. And there's a new leader being born every day. And there's leaders locally that will hear this, that can play this. Leaders of their school, leaders of their boys club, leaders of their church.
Leaders of their crew.
Leaders of their crew. And that's another word for crew. Leaders of their gang. You see what I'm saying? Gang
really-
has
yeah,
like
it's the same thing.
a negative connotation, but by removing the gang
Gangs
leaders,
is originated in Chicago.
yeah, and exactly by removing the gang leaders, you're removing the leaders, and that
And that's
was
what
something,
happened in
and
fucked
that's
up Chicago.
and that fucked up the world,
Right.
because those gang leaders would organize right there. You know what I'm saying? Gangster Disciples saved my life in Chicago. I'm here because of Gangster Disciples. And I am exactly who Larry Hoover wanted to see come out of the organization that he created.
Right. Took out leaders, took out structure.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we still on quick time and slime. Even
All right,
though
let's
this
do
is
it.
not
Quick time.
quick
I'm
at
on
all.
quick time with piss in a minute.
All right,
Yo,
I gotta pee too.
really nothing fucks with a Drink Champs interview, right?
No,
It's like
no.
because
you,
when
yeah.
I go to Tucker Carlson, they're just like
It's
so
not the same.
They're just so marveled by the
Yeah.
fact that of the brilliance. They're not respecting the brilliance. They're more like shocked and like marveled by. It's like hilarious to them. It's like that squirrel can jet ski.
Oh shit! I wish the horn worked. It didn't work today.
All right, this is gonna be a good one. Kodak Black or Little Baby?
Come on, man.
That's it. Not a Chico.
Yeah, I mean,
Be politically
as a future president, I'm just gonna have to take a shot.
Yeah, take a shot. Yeah. 2024. Okay, my bad.
Hey,
Hold on.
but I tell you what, I feel like, you know, we could point out just like
you gotta sip it, Kanye. You know that.
Yeah.
After you connect with me, you gotta sip it.
it's like, just like you said with Bad Bunny. Yo, I need to get a studio with Bad Bunny, right? You can connect that.
We can definitely. I don't know if I'm the Puerto Rican ambassador anymore. Listen. I will try my best.
Drink Chess can connect.
Listen, Drink Chess and wait a minute. So we gonna do for our first single for Drink Champs album, Yay with Bad Bunny.
Oh, it's gotta be the Drink Champs features.
Absolutely, and Noriega.
God!
Yeah.
No, I gotta be on the record. I just want to let y'all go crazy.
No,
you gotta go back to it. You gotta go back.
You gotta regain
what you took. You brought
You lit.
You lit with the bra and everything.
I'm about to go ham and get him right now.
Yeah, you lit.
Yeah, okay.
We lit.
Okay. Ooh, this is a good one.
I want to say, but what about when I sent out that tweet where I said, "Lil Baby, my favorite rapper"? You remember that?
Yeah. Little Baby. So that's when he caught the body too.
And as Lil Baby, what position he in?
Yeah, they canceled him too. That's what Boosie said. Boosie said they canceled him.
Well,
no, that's the baby.
Oh, my bad.
You getting your babies confused, buddy.
I'm sorry, I got my babies confused.
You gotta get with the times, bro. You gotta get with the lingo. Remember that?
You got me back? I'm the guy with the great beard right now. Okay, my bad. Okay. All right, holy shit. All right, where are we going? Okay.
You going UGK 8 ball and MJG?
You go that. You the South guy.
UGK
or
8 ball and MJG?
Rest in peace, Pimp C. But you know about my thing coming out so hard. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's like people had to
real
Google.
hip-hop. Yeah.
People had to Google. That's what me and GLC was listening to in Chicago. 8 Ball and MJG. You know, so
super legends.
So I told you, like, on this right here, you got to understand there's a possibility I may be running for office. Hint, hint. So I can't.
So take a shot, then, goddammit.
I'm gonna have to take a shot because I'm running for office.
You gonna be our first
I just
drunk
have running
president.
for office. It's a possibility.
Okay. Holy shit.
This game does. It's like what's cool is I can speak up on it. Like it sparks like where bought me a red. You know what I'm saying? Where the lines hit me.
Yeah.
I always thought like, you know what I'm saying? It's like I always thought when I would speak to rap, like somebody like Pimp C always made me like feel like, for me it's like the pink polo rapper. I always felt like less of myself, so I get on the phone with them or something. You know what I'm saying? Because they just it almost like everything they rapped about was like dissing everything that I ever did. You know what I'm saying? Like they was like very not tight jeans, very not close. You know what I'm saying? But I remember Pimp C had a conversation like, man, I like the way you had your vocals turned up so they could, so they could hear what you saying. You know what I'm saying? You having your vocals turned up.
Right.
And that's a very big thing. You know, like it was a guy that came to one of my 60,000 square foot spaces, and he was in the band of Strokes. He's in the band of Strokes. And I remember they had this song where their vocals were low. And I wanted to make my vocals low on All Falls Down. It didn't work for me. I had to speak up. You know what I'm saying? They canceled me this week. There's not Tucker Carlson, no platform would carry me this week either. And even the publicist that I'm working with was like, I don't know why you would go on Drink Champs. I said, you understand that our numbers did 3 times the numbers of when Kim was on SNL, right? You understand that, right?
Nigga ain't wanted to clap for that. Niggas wanted to make sure his ways was right, knowing he had ways in 20 years. He just wanted to do this, you know what I mean? But go ahead, goddammit. Yes, and we won an award for you. But let's stick with quick time slime. We're gonna get the
damn. I should have went up to. I should have accepted the award with y'all.
Yeah. We were scared to call you. We were scared to call
Next
you.
award, you gotta come up.
Next award. No, we winning the Emmy. We winning the Emmy.
That's what I want. I want to win the Emmy.
This interview right here giving us the Emmy.
You know, there's something where there's like, okay, people are like, what's the goal? This is because Emmy. I think Jewish media, right? This is the one where you win the Emmy, right? Because you say Ye calls out the Jewish media.
No, we do not say that. We say Ye makes amends with Jewish people because we love Jewish people, love black people, we love everybody, and we love Ye, and we gonna make everything amended. Let's make some noise for that.
Eventually.
Let's make some noise for that.
Or we let Ye say whatever he wants to say.
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
because we live in a country where it's still freedom of speech, and that should be allowed.
Well, we can't amend. To amend is not to pretend. We need to amend. Because I ain't finna pretend. You know what I'm saying? I understand Hollywood is a world of make-believe, but why this will win an Emmy, which I'm just gonna make an assumption is a Jewish media platform, is because we're going to demand the amendments in our culture. We're gonna demand, I'm Me Tooing the Jewish culture right now and saying, y'all gotta come out and say what y'all have done between the mob action, what they'll do for groupthink, like if you go against them, I put the White Lives Matter t-shirt and they cancel my shows. And they've actually called multiple people and threatened them to step away from me. They called Candace Owens, they called Tucker Carlson, they called anybody, even the people that was with me when I had the red hat, they called them. Tucker Carlson works for Fox. Fox is not allowed to show anything because just like when Jared Kushner was in office and I say that he held my boy Trump back, think about that if I had said that 4 or 5 years ago. I want to talk about the people that threatened my life.
But that's when you was in full support of Trump.
I'm still in full support of Trump. I just think that I would be better than Trump.
If you would have said that Jared Kushner lined in, it would have been...
Lined in with who, though? You said he held him back.
In with Trump.
Jared Kushner is an example of how the Jewish people have their hand on every single business that controls the world. And everybody knows that faux fact. Like, you ever seen the movie Lego Movie where the guy realizes everything is the same company? That's what's happening. By the way, we can't be mad at them, and you can't call me anti-Semitic for calling out. You can't call me anti-Semitic for saying I'm going DEFCON 3.
I think what you said though is important though.
That sounds pretty anti-Semitic, except for the fact that I am Jew.
And you said you can't be mad at them because you want to do the same.
You know what?
That's an important thing to say.
I can't be, but I am because I'm jealous because I'm a human being.
And you want the same
and I'm a competitor. I want my people to rise up like the Jewish people. I'm a competitor. I feel that if I am not the leader, I'm one of the strongest, most vocal leaders. And I feel Lauren is the leader. I feel like there's multiple people that are leaders in this community, right? And I'm jealous of the Jewish community. I'm jealous of how the fact that they do not abort their people. I'm jealous of how the fact.
So why not say that as opposed to
saying it right now. It's coming now. Let me say it, bro. It's coming now. It's coming out. Let me say it. You have to get to it. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of the fact of how they don't abort their babies. I'm jealous of the fact of how they stay with their wives. I'm jealous of the fact of how they do business together. I'm jealous of the fact of how they read their contracts and understand their contracts. I'm jealous of the fact. I'm jealous of the way Jewish people do business. And I'm jealous, not just for me, but for our entire culture. And I believe that once we rise up, that we will have a position to be able to serve God, because it's not about taking over the world. God runs the world. We need to be in service to God, and we all need to be in service to God. So I'm jealous. And you know what? Because when I would speak on the Khaled and Drake record, why I speak on that? Out of jealousy. When I was speaking on Drake, why I speak on that? Out of jealousy. When I'm speaking on the Jewish culture, why I'm speaking on that? Out of jealousy. I'm jealous of the Jewish culture. You know, actually, I just thought of that right now, shit, but it had to happen.
That's a breakthrough. Yeah. That's a breakthrough.
But that's why it's going to win an Emmy. That's why we're going to be standing there next to Chris Rock and Will Smith and everybody.
They're going to be together?
Boom.
I'm with that.
Absolutely.
I'm
going to tell you something. I'm going to re-say it because people might not have saw it. One of the things that Tremaine, I know nobody never heard of, we get that.
Supreme designer.
Supreme, the Supreme.
That's the elephant in the room.
Let's not call him the Supreme designer. Let's call him a designer at Supreme. So,
Continue.
Okay.
Continue.
So
that's the guy who spoke out against you because
he said keep Virgil name out your mouth. You wasn't invited to the funeral.
Very
Welcome to Drink Champs 3, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
We back up in this bitch like we never left.
So,
I'm gonna take a pee-pee at this point. I'm sorry, guys.
Okay, yeah. Can we come back?
Yo, we gotta take a piss break.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie. I've been holding this shit this whole time. I was trying to.
Now we get warmed up.
We're about to release our culture cards. Yeah.
Fire.
It's trading cards, like NFT trading cards.
Oh.
Yeah, man. Yeah, this Frenchie, everybody.
Frenchie!
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like he like damn near a Slumdog Billionaire, because somehow this nigga knows everybody. Everybody.
I mean, we back. You know, you see,
We got
that's the
Juicy Juices
Juice
here.
Wall.
Got it.
Yeah. My wife. And yeah. But let me. My wife just said she had a hat for you. But can we address this hat? What does the 2024 mean?
2024.
The run?
It's time for us to rise up. It's time for us to put somebody in office that is us, that cares about us, that serves God and serves the people. That's what 2024 means.
20. So we can't say this right now, or can we say this?
He's been saying it.
I've been saying that we can't say it.
We can't saying that we can't say it.
Yeah.
So that the yay might be against. But what if Trump runs?
No, in 24, or he might, yeah.
I think that's what America's been waiting for.
You against Trump?
Yeah.
Who you voting for?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie, man. I'm a fan of a lot of people, but respectfully, I don't like nobody better than me.
Right.
If he asked you to be VP, would you?
Yeah. Absolutely. If that was a piece, that's like me. Let's say Watch the Throne then.
Well, you thought he was VP on Watch the Throne? I thought
Yeah, I thought
that
it was equals.
Co-president.
But still, that's my elder. That's my senior. That's a person with
That's
more
respect.
experience.
I love the respect.
Yeah.
I love that respect. Holy moly. Are we still on Quick Time with Slime, or we moved on?
No. Go. Finish
shit.
Quick Time with Slime, man.
Oh.
And I'm already on the Bad Bunny situation.
Oh,
Yeah.
Look, see, it's Latino shit. See what happened?
Yeah.
He know when to turn Latino. You know what I mean?
I'm always Latino.
Nah. I ain't gonna lie. I'm drinking this.
Mama Juana.
No, don't drink that marijuana.
Hey, man, Mama Juana, man.
Jay, do you know where they make that, right?
Don't listen to him, please.
You know where they
Just
make
do not
that?
listen to what
They
he's
make
saying.
that in a tub and Kindle.
No, man.
You do not want to drink Mama
This
Juana.
is Dominican Mama Juana, made by the
No, don't
homies
throw
out
it on
here.
Dominicans. It's made in Kindle.
No, it's Dominicans, and it's not made in Kendall. You don't even live in Kendall. You come with that fucking bullshit.
In my mind, this is what happens. In my mind. Okay, but this is the crazy. This is what's crazy. I'm not going to lie to you. I love loving hip-hop. I do love hip-hop for my one season.
Two seasons you on.
Ray J comes, and he sees me. And he's on, because he's on Love and Hip Hop as well. So we have a conversation about you. And he goes, I gave Ye what he asked for, or whatever. But the next day he went on Hulu, or whatever.
Meaning the show.
The show. I didn't know, Did you hear his statement about that?
Nah, tell me exactly what the statement was.
Basically, he was just like, I don't think he dissed you. I think he just said that.
Like I played him out. Like I literally took the thing that he was on. He got this thing, because we only got a little bit left, just as black people currently.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? What we got, the word nigga and braids. is literally like what we own. Right? So for Ray J to have like the information about the sex tapes and the laptop, he gave it to me as a black man, and then I handed it over, and they lied about him. But I handed it over like I'm trying to show.
So this is like a private airport that y'all met at?
We was at the airport. Man, this man came in literally dressed like Black Panther. This man came in like it was like Wakanda. Like this man mask was so it was like the Black Panther mask for real. He's like he gonna take it up to another level.
And it was literally just you and him?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And then he's just telling me about how he was told that he should, you know, like basically he was gonna make him the bad guy. And then, you know, in the same way how like with the whole crazy, Ye's crazy, like I don't feel like people calling me crazy all the time. And Ray J doesn't feel like, he said he didn't feel like people saying that he leaked the tape like he had did like, I think that's what is that called? That's an illegal thing, right? It's called, like if you have a girl's footage and you leak it or something, what is that called?
Foul.
What's that? Revenge porn, yeah. So they made it seem
shit.
like the tape was released on the premise of revenge porn.
The original
tape to keep, you know, Chris and Kim clean. And in my eyes, from what I can see, I feel like the lie detector test was fake. And
that's what he told me.
Yeah, and
he said it publicly.
He told me.
Yeah, and people, you know, one thing about liars is they make the lie their truth. So even when you expose,
but yeah, this is still your mother-in-law.
See, and that's the thing, right? So we have a war, a spiritual warfare, right? I don't want to say good and evil, say binary. Let's say it's no good and evil, right? It's just like spiritual warfare, and you got a thing where it's like, I am Ray J. I am Ray J. I'm actually the exact same person, like the same video game character.
Are y'all saying stepbrothers?
Yeah, we stepbrother, and me and Reggie, right? It's like
Reggie Bush?
Yes.
Jesus, y'all going too far. But let us go.
No, I'm saying, but it shows you that Kim has a type.
Every time you say something deep. Look,
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. But so it shows you that she has a type, right? We're the person, right, at that time where, okay, we're gonna take this, like we're gonna take the sex tape from Ray J. We're gonna take the credibility. We're gonna take his red hat and flip that to getting Alice Johnson out of jail, and I'll take some Balenciaga and some kids while we at it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And $1 billion while I'm at it. And now I'm on to this. But the only problem with Kim is that there is no this after this in this situation. But I feel just as used as Ray J. So Ray J gave this to me in confidence, but I was taking the tape, like I used my like whole, like you know as people say, I don't know karate, I know crazy. I used the whole, oh Ye so crazy to hit the 730 red line to my advantage, right?
There was an actual another tape.
Ray J says, I've never seen this tape, but Ray J says that it was a second tape.
Right. And that's what you gave her on Hulu on...
No, it was just like some other kind of footage. This is definitely a awkward moment, or should we say a cockward moment, that we like, literally, because what do you do? It's like, he's got like the laptop, like the old Apple, you know, it's like a desktop type of thing. And it's like, okay, well, let's load it up, Ray J.
You didn't care if there was, like, how do you know there wasn't copies that he had?
Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't about the big thing is like, you know, I'm actually friends with Whack 100 right now.
Right.
Everybody, the Jewish media, you get what I'm saying? Whoever, the head of Ukraine, the head of Russia, we're gonna be friends with everybody, right? You know why? Because God runs the world, right? We get on our jealousy stuff, like, you know what I'm saying? I'll be having like 12 writers in the studio that don't add up to Drake. God's version would be like, oh, Drake just said. That's why I was interested when we heard 30 Hours, because Drake wrote that for me. I sent him like, boom, here I got like this many ideas. Like the line I had like, I was nervous to do Victoria's Secret show until I pictured everybody with no clothes. Right? Was like a line I had, and like
it's like a stripper line. Keep it real.
like,
yeah.
but you don't think about it. Say you could be nervous to do like a speech, and they say picture everybody naked. So we flipped it. Like I was nervous to do Victoria's Secret until I pictured everybody naked, and I sent it to Drake, and Drake took it and barred it out and wrote the whole rap. You understand like how much easier my life would be if Drake would just like write my raps for me. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure everyone wished they had that luxury, but
That's crazy to hear that.
but you know, that's what happened when I brought the head of Balenciaga to Gap, because we had sold a hoodie. We sold a hoodie I designed, me and Duff Charney from Los Angeles Apparel Design.
That's the case.
Tell me this, is this presidential?
Yes.
Is this presidential?
Yeah. 2024. Yo, 2024 presidential. It's 2024.
Okay.
Not
It's legal. It'll be legal. Let's go.
Come on.
Decriminalize that.
We got to decriminalize.
Let's go.
I got my license. I put it right on my head.
We got to decriminalize it, baby.
Yeah, that's the one thing Joe Biden did. He decriminalized all the weed cases. I can't. And it's a blunt this time. Holy moly.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes. Yeah.
Should we have, I feel like the two Libras in the house to come with us and like smoke with me right quick.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, dude, all the birthday girls.
Birthday girls?
Yeah, birthday girls, come over here.
Yeah.
Birthday girls.
Patricia, oh shit, shit's going down. Let's go. Goddamn. Come on, bring some more Hey Biggie for me. No. Hey, Patricia, goddamn.
I feel like we need music now.
Yeah. Mariachi.
Mariachi, I did it for your birthday, buddy.
Yeah.
You did not appreciate it?
Yes, I did. I loved it. I was very shocked. Very shocked. Yeah!
Happy birthday, girl. 2024.
2024. Everything.
That's your Secret Service.
Yes, this is Secret Service.
Like Gaddafi.
Yeah.
But it's all cool. You and Ray J. Okay. All right, quick time. Finish the quick time. All right, finish. Can
we
you
had
finish?
a couple points we wanted to bring up. We didn't even get to.
Oh, we
get
fucking up, man. We fucking up.
Hey, man, this is drink champ shit. Because you know what?
We still doing quick time with Islam?
Yeah. Where's it's on you?
It's on me.
It's on you.
Dale, chico, espera.
All right.
All right, I'm ready.
Let's go. This is good.
New Jack City or King of New York?
Sheesh. Cause I feel like I'm Christopher Walken.
That's Frank White, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Ironically, you picked Frank White. I'm being honest.
Yeah.
Frank White. That's what he's picking.
You picking Frank White?
So not Wesley Snipes in New
Not
Jack
Wesley
City?
Snipes? Because you know Wesley Snipes like your brother.
Nino Brown. New Jack City was dope. Rockabye, baby.
I'm just more on some King of New York shit.
Okay, all right, I respect that.
It is what it is.
Chance or Lupe?
Sheesh.
Take a shot. We with it.
I'll take a shot, but you know what I want to say? That's the level of intelligence. That's the level of kings. That's like Jewish business leader level minds that we have. Chance and Lupe are supercomputers, bro.
Wow.
We got what we need.
Wait, so you said Jewish level minds, meaning they're thinking like...
Yeah, they can think like, it's like, think about like Chance is independent. You know, the funny thing is like Lupe is super gangster, low key.
Wow.
Super.
He don't
like
be riding skateboards at all.
That's what I'm saying. Like with the glasses and everything, it's like the most. You know what I'm saying?
He's like a kung fu master now, too.
I would never ever have a problem with Lupe type shit. Like you don't think of Lupe in that context. It's like
it's real.
Yeah.
So we're taking a shot for that. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Thank you.
All right, salute.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
Cheers, fellas.
Cheers, thank you. But reason why I said that right when I started, I was like, oh, these are the people that's gonna get us right, like the Jewish people. These are the people that's gonna put us in that position. You know what I'm doing right now? You know, I used to the way I look at the Jewish culture is the way I used to listen to
Because why not we just do it ourselves and not be mad at nobody Jewish, nobody Chinese, nobody black, nobody anywhere. We
gotta get like the
hip-hop
Chinese
against
too.
the world.
We got to,
The
or just
Chinese
with it.
on point.
We got to get like
Chinese
them,
on
right?
point.
We got to
Okay.
get our own factories. We got to put it together. Whether it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at like Warren Buffett's factory or something. It's got to like when you walk in, you got to feel. That's the reason why. One of the things is like when me and Puffy was like going back and forth on Instagram text. I went and changed my. I was on a car service. I'm like, I want to just did Maybach fleets for everybody. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting my people in a higher, position and stuff like that. I got 2 Maybachs type shit. I got like 4, you know what I'm saying? Our fleet, Donda pull up, this is back to back, yay backs and shit. And until we make our own cars. Until we make our own cars, but it's like we're not really maximizing who we are. We're not living it to the maximum. We're the legal BMF. You know what I'm saying? We have to think like in that manner. You know what I'm saying?
Legal BMF.
Oh, we taking a shot?
Yo, I might have to take a shot on one of them questions. You got me shot. You know how it is in Miami, though. Boom. I ain't trying to play you by not taking a shot. No disrespect.
You got to take a sip. You don't even got to take a shot. You got to take a sip.
Don't feel peer pressure from this guy.
Yes,
man.
please feel peer pressure.
I feel peer pressure, but this is the peers I want to be pressured by. And then we're gonna put them. Yeah. We're gonna put them under pressure. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what you know what I'm saying. If Drake ain't lived 5 blocks down the street from me,
Calabasas.
In Calabasas, I don't know if we have beautiful morning. You're the sun of my morning day. None of the morning. Who can I turn to?
We skip a good one.
But that's but I'm saying the pressure. Let's look at it like this. You know what? We had a real epiphany. I don't love the word breakthrough because that's the word break. Right. I'm very serious about the way we use language. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like forward. Like one of the best words we have is all. One of the best words we have is we. Another best word we have is us. So just every day for us, if we can remove I and move as a body, that's how the Jewish people do, because the Jewish people are already showing us.
Leave the Jewish people alone.
How to.
You've been going way too far.
No.
You gotta stop.
The Jewish people are my new Drake.
Right. No, leave them out of Drake.
But I don't even think it's Jewish people for you. I think it's a certain people that are doing certain things.
I think it was 20 people. I think it was 20 people who kind of hurt you, and you kind of taking it out on
and
the
they
whole
happen to be
thing.
Jewish.
And the thing is, I have did that with like people from like our projects. I had beef with, and then I just took it out on the whole project. And I'm being honest, I was wrong. So I'm just telling you, please, the Jewish people love you. Black people we love you.
I'm still wrong. I'm still wrong.
You're still wrong. And
I'm still in the wrong.
Yes, please.
I haven't left out the wrong yet.
Yes.
I'm not ready to be right yet.
Yes.
But you should have the right to speak, even if you're wrong or right.
I should have the right to be wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
I got the right to be wrong.
Yeah.
No, that should be all of our rights.
Right. All of our rights to be wrong.
We did have an epiphany, which I feel like we could get like a better word for that, but as an alternative word to breakthrough, or 2 words, is when I said I was jealous. Because that's really gonna set it off, right? Because I know like the Scooter Brauns and because Scooter Braun is my boy also, right?
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
as well, right?
Because even when I talk shit, it's just like complaining about a foul. But I'm like AI and Jordan combined, right? It's because it couldn't be a John Morant without an AI and Jordan, right? He brought carrying. He made carrying legal, right? Because carrying, like, it relates to the way we play basketball. You know what I'm saying? So everything about basketball relates to the way we play basketball. And we could hit a 3-pointer while we at it, but everything is super niggered out, right, in basketball. Well, I make business super niggered out. You know what I'm saying? I go to business.
Did you have a meeting with Adidas and you played porno?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
You definitely played porno first.
What's your perspective on that? And I'll tell you mine.
No, I don't know. My boy told me yesterday, he's like, I didn't know nothing about that.
What did he say about it? What did he say?
The way he told me, this is what I got from the gist of the little bit he told me. That you were just showing them how perverse they were.
Exactly.
Now, that's it. That's all I know.
The funny thing, okay, so the guy in the
He loves Adidas, by the way.
Oh, I'm an Adidas guy.
He's a company guy.
I'm still going to be Adidas guy.
Adidas got this Samba that Bella Hadid be walking around with that is like, I love this shoe. I love this sneaker, right? Amelia Gravy walking around with this shoe.
Shelto is a legend.
Yeah.
And I hope Run DMC. I hope they've gotten
Run
it. They
DMC
need to
got
get
nothing
more
to do
if they
with this
haven't.
shit, right?
No, but they made it.
Yo, I'm gonna make sure when I become the head of Adidas that every rapper ever can.
Are we saying, is that where we going? You saying you gonna be the head of
Give
Adidas?
them what they deserve,
That's
man.
a side note. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
fuck yeah.
all right. So what was the question? You
I
had
want to
before?
come up with a drunk sneaker.
No, we
Gotta
were
be
talking
21 years
we
old.
gotta get you the sneaker.
Yeah,
100%
21 years
immediately.
or older. And you gotta, and as soon as you buy it, still, you gotta take a shot.
No, man, come on.
What was the question? You had a good question I want to answer, though.
No, we were just talking about that moment when you showed the porn to the
we're talking
executives.
about, and now we're talking about your sneaker.
Yeah.
At Adidas, at this point, I should be the person that says, Nori, get a sneaker.
That's right.
I should be the person that delegates. But instead, they gave it to Stella McCartney's husband. And I'm not going to speak no ill on Stella McCartney's husband because I'm cool with her, with his father-in-law.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's my man. You know what I'm saying? That man stood next to me. We went into the studio. We did all day. We did Only One. We did 4 or 5 seconds. Like me and Paul McCartney got joints. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why Adidas, you really found you a Virgil in Stella McCartney's husband and a person that I'm going to give a hug no matter what. So, because that's the way it is. It's like, even at war, even in John Wick, even with Neo, it's ones that they just have to pass on. So it's just like Stella McCartney's husband, because he's Stella McCartney's husband, part of the reason why he became Stella McCartney's husband, he get a pass from Ye, and you get a pass from Ye, you get a pass from the culture, right? But that said, I did play that in a meeting. And it's funny because the first meeting that I had with John Wexler and different people in the meeting, I played, my favorite porn star of all time is Francesca James, right? And
you got a favorite.
Yeah, right? So I played this meeting with her drinking milk, right? So she was drinking milk out of a bowl with a catsuit.
You out of control,
and
man.
Yes, I think that's covered, right? So Francesca James is, I played some adult content for the Adidas. Because what does Adidas stand for anyway, by the way?
All day I dream about sex.
True.
Well, that's Killer Mike's version, right?
Well, it's hip hop's version. I don't think Adidas.
That's my
really
battle.
What is Adidas? We should find out what Adidas really means.
Me and Jesus gonna have to arm wrestle. Because when I see God, it's like, yo, bro, how you make it where like I'm on some Adidas shit where all day I dream about sex, but then in the Bible you told me I'm not supposed to. This shit got me fucking.
But let me do a little.
I'm just throw that as a question. You know what I'm saying? Because I know it's honest. I'm gonna tell you honestly. So I went to the Adidas meeting, and I had a laptop. I don't have laptops anymore. I just use my phone. But it's just.
And this during the beef between what's going on recently.
No. This is the beginning of the Adidas relationship before I even pulled out anything.
Oh.
And I was like, look, nobody's getting pussy in Adidas. People get pussy at Nike. And I was just like, yo.
This is the way you presented your marketing?
Yeah.
This is amazing, by the way.
Yeah.
It's amazing marketing.
You guys are not getting pussy. Let's get pussy, guys.
How many times, if you think about a situation where somebody got some pussy, how many times you think some Force Ones was on the side of that bed? Or still on, by the way. So,
still on. They might not take them off.
But now, sometimes it be some 350s. So that was the whole point.
Yeah.
And actually, this is something only me and Steve Stout know. You know the sewing at the top of the shoe on the 350. You know, the little thing. Steve Stout, if you ask him what that's called, it's called a get pussy toe.
I'm sorry, what?
Get pussy toe?
Bring Stout here and ask him. That's what it's actually called.
But who came up with that?
I came up because I said no one's getting pussy in Adidas, bro. Y'all got backpackers that like not like backpackers like rappers, mean like mountain climbers. I got niggas out here hiking. Niggas is doing everything except for like. And you know what Jesus? You know what God and Jesus loves when I say get pussy? Because it's pro-life.
It's pro-life.
It's pro-life.
Right. You get the pussy, babies happen.
Fuck a condom.
Holy shit.
Almost some Amish shit. So,
fuckacondom.com.
And we not wearing Yeezys.
Fuck a condom, Libra.
He going in. Those boots right now.
You might buy you a crib.
Oh, she my girlfriend. You my girlfriend for life.
For life? You got a lot of lifers, man.
I got lifers.
Your lifers are different.
Your life kind of changed right now.
What do you got on right now? What do you got on?
You know what? I got some Ye boots, but they was designed by the future designer Yeezy, who's actually at Balenciaga tonight. Dimna.
I am not putting my shoes up.
I got some Dimna. But you got some Adidas?
Yeah.
Now put them up, bro.
Yeah, put them up.
Adidas.
Am I supposed to put my leg up? I'm sorry.
Here, Bob.
Right.
Boom, let's go.
I'm an Adidas head. I'm sorry.
Hey, let me tell you, you don't got me started because Adidas is a team. You know what I'm saying? Look, no laces. So, okay, this is what I did. So I played a Francesca James adult content for...
Which is basically porno.
I don't use. I like to have adult conversation.
I respect that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that sounds like Soho
Think
House.
about like True Love. Like my kids can. We listen to True Love at Kim's house, which used to be my house. But we listen to True Love in front of the kids. And Chicago be like, you said Chicago, you said Chicago. So I was big on Donda that even though I was beefing with my baby mama, that I wouldn't say anything that I couldn't play in front of the kids. That's the consciousness that I had to have as a leader in all of my content. So even right now, I say, okay, it's adult content, right? This is a grown conversation. It's a grown conversation that I ran into at age 5, but it's still a grown-up conversation to me, right? So I played this for grown-ups in the Adidas meeting. I said, look, we have to do this because culture, it ain't no culture. If you have a party and it ain't no girls there, that's not cultural.
Yeah, that ain't right.
And this is the reason why Drake runs the culture, right? Because at the end of the day, he's at the time. It don't matter. It don't matter if I could take over Fashion Week for 2 weeks or whatever. It's like Drake runs the culture at the end of the day. Because the culture at the end of the day is about finding a nice young Libra that you could connect with on her birthday, possibly.
I feel like you're making a love connection today, bro. Dream Chance do two together,
and make them always be your girlfriend.
They don't gotta be forever girlfriends, yeah. Come on, man.
Oh, yes, they do.
Oh my God.
You're a Gemini. You better roll with
No,
them.
I'm a Gemini.
Yeah.
I understand, but I'm trying to.
I'm gonna just give you like a fun video game fact. Amber Rose and Kim got the same birthday.
Yeah. Forever girlfriends.
You want to go there?
Yeah, let's go.
You want to go there?
Oh, let me tell you. Where we going? You hear me? Give what you going? Oh, no, okay. Now we got to follow up. So I got this thing where they're documentary, right? It's called Last Week. And it's basically all this stuff that happens every week. But I'm like, Larry David is like the white Ye. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, as I worded that in a different way, right? So, because my personality, Larry David's personality is just like mine. So I'm just
That's
going
my favorite
like,
guy.
I'm pushing
That's my favorite person on
in
earth,
real life.
Larry David.
That's what I'm, come
That's
on,
my
man, what
favorite
about
person.
me, man? What about me,
77
bro?
boys. No, 77 boy.
No.
Oh, I forgot. You did. You did.
But after you see Last Week, I'm going to become your favorite person because now in meetings, I just push into it like on some Sacha Baron Cohen level.
I'm not mad at that.
Anything that's on my mind,
that's
I'll
genius.
say it. So I played a video, and the funny thing is, so in this video, there's a video with Francesca James where her boyfriend has a German accent, and he cheats on her. And to get her
There's
back.
a porn, right?
And it's adult. We don't use that word. We're talking in front of children.
There's children here, bro?
Film.
All right. Adult content. So finish. So what's happening in it?
Okay, so in the joint, her boyfriend cheats on her. So in the context of the film is her boyfriend, and I'm talking about
In the porno?
This is. We don't use that word.
I mean, excuse me.
I mean, come on, guys.
Okay, so this is filmmaking magic, right? So
this is Scorsese.
This is Scorsese level. This is Coen Brothers. This is Spike Lee. You know, so in the context of the script goes as such, right? The Luke I am your father moment is.
You know how to control good. I love it. The source will have action.
So the Luke I am your father moment is, so her boyfriend with the German accent cheats on her, so she has a black guy come in and they hook up in front of him, and he keeps on begging
In front of the pops.
in front of her boyfriend.
Oh,
right?
boyfriend.
And then the boyfriend's like, please, no, stop it. And then eventually they all join in together, right?
Out of control.
So then this is the movie that I played in last week, right? And we got to show. We need to like literally show this on this clip so people could understand.
Send us the footage.
Right?
We will put it.
Because I have it every week. It's my own. I had a show on HBO they didn't use. It's called A Little Inappropriate. It was shot by Larry Charles, who shot Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Wow.
And it didn't get picked up. So now I'm doing a show again.
But you own it though, right?
Of course not. Who do you think owns it?
Fuck, man. But how? But you would know. You would know to make the deal. No, but wait. But you would know to make the deal to own it.
Hold on. Let's just finish the idea of what
Okay,
happened.
go ahead.
Okay, so let's fast forward to the next meeting with Adidas. And I was like, yo, this guy Torben, his voice sounds just like the guy from this video. So I hold the video up to, like, right next to his head, and I'm just like, I'm asking my boy Shervin, right? I'm like, don't he sound just like him? And Shervin just keeps saying, yo, he does sound awful like him. The guy from the Adidas meeting has the exact same accent as the guy in the film that's watching his wife hook up with the black guy. And I said, well, how does it make you feel that I'm playing this? Does this make you feel uncomfortable? Do you think this makes me feel how I feel when you name my Yeezys for me? When you pick my colorway? When you limit the amount of Yeezy slides and then make your own version of Yeezy slides? How are you feeling right now? You get what I'm saying? I'm making people play business on my turf. But then after that, I went and got a massage.
Absolutely. That's what happens.
That's what happens. Massages happen.
No, but you. All right, so let's because let's be clear.
No, wait, hold on, real quick. I want to ask a business question. In your business with Adidas, is there any way that you were able to, when you made the deal, that they cannot duplicate anything without your consent?
We're gonna fix all of that up. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna fix all that up. It's fine. You gotta understand, I'm 68% of Adidas board, so I didn't cross the gun line.
That's heavy.
I mean to say board. That was drinking the smoke. I did both.
Because board is heavy. It's heavy.
Yeah. Okay. So I am 68% of Adidas online sales.
Okay.
Yeezy is, as a black man, I'm the 100% owner of, no, I'm the 95% owner of the Yeezy trademark. Who do you think got 5%?
Our friends.
No.
Come on, you got Jews. That fucking sounds crazy out here right now.
I'm pointing at you. I think you can figure it out. Who got 5%? Think about it. If I'm asking you, who got 5%?
Nori.
Who got 5%? Kim got 5%. Kim has 5% of Yeezy. And how much you think I got as Kim's? I got 5% as Kim's. Jared's Kushner bitch ass got 10.
I'm starting to get lost now. I got lost.
I don't know if I was supposed to make noise.
No, I was like, noise.
I know it's just too much truth. It's like, it's awkward. It's like, but I'm the 95% owner of Yeezy. And Kim is legally the 5% owner of Yeezy.
But you gave her that for her birthday, remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's your family. That's your legacy.
That's for the kids.
Right. That's nothing wrong with that. Definitely nothing wrong with that.
We don't want to shit on Kim over here. We like Kim over here.
My thing is, I love Kim. I would take Kim over anyone. Right?
Let me get the blunt back.
Yeah.
Let's smoke with that. Let me get that. Okay, continue.
Yeah, but I feel like, you know what I'm saying? When I was having this funny thing with the issues with like Puff I was having.
Thank you.
I went to the Waldorf and I saw a couple people.
Waldorf where? Because I visit.
The Waldorf in California.
I love it.
And I saw a couple people just standing out in front of the space, just standing there. And I was like, oh man, Puff really does this, right? And it just made me think, I gotta really get on my billionaire shit. So I went and bought a $50 million penthouse, and I made back the fleet out. because I was like, yo, I can't be walking around homeless, like beefing with Puff. You gotta like, you know what I mean? Like,
I don't think that would have been an issue.
and so what I really did get out of it is to like, Puff like, stay rich, never gonna, you know what I'm saying? You never seen this man in no Vans. You know what I'm saying? This nigga's just keep
He's
it
always,
rich.
he's good.
But
He's
he always been rich at all
like
times.
this. He was like this. He was doing the puppy dance. You remember?
Puff is my idol, bro.
Yeah, that's why
I said. I was like, yo, I know how Virgil feels now on the times when I scream at Virgil, especially if I scream at Virgil in front of somebody. You know what I'm saying? But for Puff to call me and say anybody with a White Lives Matter t-shirt is getting greenlit, I know how Virgil felt at that moment if I ever said something where his idol said something that hurt his feelings. And, you know, and that's why Virgil took the watch from Drake. You know what I'm saying? He knew that would hurt my feelings. You know, we hurt each other's feelings and we don't mean to, but part of the reason why we hurt each other's
But I
feelings...
want to address that. You said Virgil took the watch from Drake because Virgil actually designed a paddock.
Oh, well, Virgil took the watch, sent the watch to Drake and all that type of stuff. Because he know that, like, you know, that would hurt my feelings. I work with Balenciaga because I knew it would hurt Drake's feelings. We're operating, like I said, it's 4D chess.
You guys are playing crazy games, bro.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? This is like real war. This is like Virgil is a psychological warrior. He was a warrior, bro. That man made it from being Ye's assistant to the head of Louis Vuitton. That man's a warrior.
And I'll be honest with you. You held on to your family. You want to still be with your family, in my opinion. Outside looking in, that's the inside looking out. I feel like we always want to see Ye back with his family.
Absolutely. That should be the goal.
That's the real Ye back.
Ye back!
Yeah.
Are we making some noise for that?
Yeah, man. Come on. The family is first, bro. Fatherhood is first. Family is first.
Because I feel like you know, me as the outside looking in, as the inside looking out. I feel like that's very important to you, for you to be at your children's activities.
It's important for me to be the person that's setting the tone of what their content is, what they're wearing, to be there, to be a presence at all times. But I was taken away from my dad, and then I was taken away from my kids. And that's what they did to the black community as a Tuskegee experiment, basically. And they're using that same tactic to destroy America. And that's my opinion on the reason why I have to run for office. Because...
But hold on. I'm gonna just to try to, like... The thing is, this is the thing. You could say all this stuff, you could say Tuskegee, and people don't even know what that is, right? No, hold on.
Google.
No, I know. Hold up. And they just think you're throwing things out there, and they're like, yeah, he's just saying things. But if people do the research, if you can articulate what Tuskegee, what really happened, which is legit, it really happened. It's not a conspiracy theory. The government did this to people. Then you can get people on the side of what you're saying. It all becomes about articulation and history, because history is real. And that's what I think sometimes, I think we as Americans, we have no history anymore. We're not learning history, real history, teaching history. It's all done, it's gone. And we need to bring that back, and bring it back in the right way, where people articulate what really happened.
What you guys are doing was different right here, because as you're talking, I was like, wow, there wouldn't have been no way for me to become president without coming to Drink Champs. When you were talking right now, like who, you know what I'm saying? The way you articulated it, because it's very important that we stay in constant communication. That's what the enemy wants us to do. They don't want us to talk like the slave ships, right? They cut our tongues and told us not to talk to each other.
And now eat pork.
Yeah, like the thing is, even in the way we chop this up, we need to
bust
bring
that
it.
Denny's down.
What's that?
Since you bust that Denny's down. That Denny's.
I remember I used to play ball with Common with Rashid at UCLA, and afterwards was like, we can go to Denny's. You know, this nigga skinny actor. He said, Denny's? But I like Denny's after that. But I want to just take this moment of breath and just soak it in how important you guys' voice is. And I want to just compliment, you know, my favorite person in the world. Do you know who that is? Does anyone here know my... No. Does anyone here know who my favorite human being is in the world?
I would think your mom is.
No, not my mom. Close. Me. I want to compliment me.
But through your mom empowered you.
Yeah, second favorite. So I want to compliment me on having the wherewithal to be sitting there through the divorce, through all that, and say, the next time that people hear me talk, I'm going to Drink Champs. And think about this. You know, when I was at Rolling Loud, I hadn't seen Future until I saw him on stage. He said, freestyle, freestyle. And he looked at me, he said, like, man, most influential in the world. We sat there. And I moved to Miami to work on Donna 2 with Future. I put a small hoodie on, took an Uber over every day. And Future kept on being like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Future would be happy now because they have Maybach Fleet, you know, houses, all this type of shit, buying houses for all my girlfriends. So, but it's proven. You think, and the funny thing is, now let me tell you, here's a Drink Champs of all Drink Champs of all Drink Champs.
We in.
Future said, I will wait for you to me, and said, make it about Kim.
Oh my God.
You gotta remember, he also said, I'm gonna fuck your bitch in the Gucci flip-flops.
And I'm gonna fuck your bitch in them Burberry diamond flip-flops. Now, what if...
Y'all fucking bitches in a lot of things, bro.
Yeah, I gotta ask. I gotta ask, yeah.
You gotta ask, yeah, about the Gucci flip-flops?
Thong flip-flops that you walk through in Fashion Week. We were proud of you, and we was also like, we don't know.
He was not proud of you.
But
I just kept on thinking, this is for Future. This would be the new flip-flops that Future should use to fuck your bitch.
I just fuck your bitch in some diamond flip-flops.
There we go. That's the new one.
I just fuck your bitch in some diamond flip.
Yeah. That's it. That's
All right.
That's the new one.
But it's not diamond flip-flops.
Yeah. Diamond flip-flops. We got to get the diamond flip-flops.
Okay, but let me ask you something, yeah. Because in my mind...
Let me tell you the most influential people in my life. God, my dad, Future.
Hey.
Let's go ahead and give you that. Yo, but how about the 44? Is it because you designed this when you was 44?
That's because that's your size in Italy, and Italian sizes is 44.
Yo, you mad Italian, son. You mad Italian, son.
Jay back! Come on, yo. Holy moly.
Italian Nori, sit down, bro.
Italian Nori, I gotta relax. I got on Balenciaga and everything. So, can we describe the Balenciaga relationship? That goes to the mic.
Thanks, Lee. Thanks, Lee.
Y'all gonna have to adjust. You have to adjust. Sometimes I just want to lean back. Sometimes certain stuff I say, I gotta lean back.
Nah, you good. You good. You good.
I can't even say it
we
like.
Turn up your mic. Our mic's gotta be good.
Yo, did you finish Quick Time Slime?
No, we didn't. We didn't finish it. We did not finish Quick Time.
Yo, but I'm gonna tell y'all straight up, the bar that I wouldn't have been able to make unless we did this in real time.
Yeah.
The whole I'm jealous because it's such a perfect thing. It's basically saying, hey, you know, my people rise up. They did something good. Let's copy what they're doing, and let's rise up.
So why not start with that though? Yeah, you know what I mean. Like, why not say Jewish people? We're not trying to offend you.
God didn't give it to me yet.
Ooh.
God gave it to me here. Ooh. Yeah. Dream
Yeah, because Jewish people, I want everybody to know, black people, Jewish people, Kanye loves y'all.
No, I'm jealous of y'all.
Which is love. Which is bigger.
Which is
even
love.
bigger than love.
Yeah. Which is love. Because
We are quick time, bro. Relax, man. Fuck with your glasses on. You fucking me up right now.
No, but you know what I would like to, last couple of questions, focus on is a lot of people say it's absent as the black father, and I feel like that's your whole plight. It's your whole everything is to be present as a black father.
Yeah.
And when you say these, like, my kids, I didn't get. Is that actuality? Like, you're not being invited to your own kid's birthday party, or you can. I mean, you can do your own birthday party, or do you want to be invited to the one birthday party?
It should be one birthday party. It should be one family.
Sure.
It shouldn't be separated in that way. Period.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
I agree. So
too.
is that what happened?
That's what happened. They
Right.
didn't invite me, so they would have Corey, that we don't know his family, don't know where this guy came from, at Chicago's birthday party, at Psalm's birthday party, and not have me. That's incorrect decision making, Chris. And Chris, I got a problem with you for doing that. And by the way, if my dad was there or if my mama was there, because they ain't finna play with a black woman like that, it wouldn't be no chance that would happen. But we get played with so much by the media, and you just write yay off as crazy that they could go to the extreme of kidnapping my child in real life. Yeah, I would like to have Kim as my wife, but on God's terms, not on the Hollywood media's terms. Not, hey, I'm married to Hollywood, I'm Marilyn Monroe, I'm listening to Corey, I'm listening to Hillary Clinton. No, we listening to God. Because if you take a family, it's like a pyramid. The father is there, the mom is there.
The Trinity.
When y'all get closer to God, y'all get closer to each other.
Right. Holy Trinity, yeah.
Real shit. We respect that. We respect that. We love that.
Yeah.
Let me ask a presidential question. Let's just say in one future, you're running for president, right? And we're still in the quagmire that is the Ukraine war.
I made y'all see the 2024. Why he's talking.
What would a President Ye do to avoid what might be World War III?
I'm ending all wars.
How?
2024, we ended all wars. Because wars...
But how do you end wars? Don't just say end wars. You gotta have real tactic.
War is made off of greed and deceit.
And economy as well.
Economy. But there is a free economy that the world has created for us that needs to be simplified by me. I am the visionary. I can end war. I can end war. We can end war.
But how? Don't just say that. Give me, if you were the presidential candidate, what would you say? How would you end it?
You know, the biggest thing is I can see things. I live 20 years ahead. Everything I do is like something someone would do.
As you should.
20 years ahead, right? So it's laying out the plans. The same way how I laid out the blueprint for Blueprint.
But you got to give us a layman. You're going to be speaking to constituents that don't understand anything.
Here's the rap language. I made the blueprint for Blueprint. I made the blueprint for Blueprint as a vessel of God. Not me. God is actually the only artist. This is the thing. God runs the world. In this situation, we came up with the idea of not like, oh, DEFCON 3, but hey, I'm jealous of Jewish people. Why? Because they don't abort their people, because their families stick together, because they do business together, because they don't shoot each other dead in the street. Here's 4 reasons for me to be jealous of the Jewish culture. We made that today. I don't have the exact answer in front of us today in 2024, but Moses had 4 chapters. So when he dropped the 10 Commandments, if someone screamed out, what are we going to do about this sea over there?
Right.
Oh, by the time we get to the sea, I guarantee God's going to give me a staff to part it. But right now, we're here dealing with the Jewish comment, blah, blah, blah. That's like kind of the main thing. And we solved it. We, matter of fact, made something that brought all the Jewish people in and the black people in together. So going from the person that turned his back on black people with the White Lives Matter and then was anti-Semite with the DEFCON 3 comment, we've now brought it together.
And you told George Bush he don't like black people.
That happened also.
Come on.
But
I'm sorry. I just wanted to, like, I really feel like it's important, like, right now, like, the war in Ukraine could spill over into a nuclear war. We don't know. It could be World War III.
Biden got money in Ukraine. You understand
we
that,
know
right?
that it's nefarious what's going on.
You understand Biden has money in Ukraine.
Absolutely.
Okay, so
what is Kanye, what is Ye doing?
And that's out of being selfish, right? You know what I'm saying? I'd be fine to not have any money whatsoever and be able to make the monasteries. That is my main focus, is the monasteries.
But you fuck with Putin back in the days.
Absolutely, and Putin would love a monastery also. He's an Orthodox Christian, right? So let's ask the head of Ukraine, is he Orthodox Christian?
Head of Ukraine, could you bring us out here?
Zelensky.
I mean, you can ask him.
He's a comedian.
You can ask him. He used to be an actor. You can ask him.
Yeah, he's a comedian.
He's a comedian. You can ask him. I guarantee you could get him, here, because, you know what I mean? So
I doubt we'll get him here, but we could get him here.
I think you could get him here.
We think we'll get him here.
So what was the question then?
No, I just wanted to know what you thought. What would you do to avoid World War III in this situation?
The world is led by the least noble and the most greedy. These wars and this threat of people dying are based off of Biden and his son's account, Josh Kushner's account. It's based off of a few really greedy people that want to run the world, and they don't care who dies or who they leave miserable in their tracks because of it. My two daddies don't live like that. That's not what they built, and that's not who they built me to be. I already showed you multiple times, even when I said...
Who's the two daddies? Pops and God.
Yeah.
That.
So I showed you when I said Beyonce had the best video. I put myself at risk for the truth.
It was real.
I will put myself at risk for the truth.
And George Bush don't like black people. Let's not forget that.
I put myself at risk for the truth.
Because right now they be saying Kanye don't like black people. It's a little weird.
I'll take a piece at the same time. Sorry.
What'd you say?
I got this. Go ahead.
I kind of got to use the restroom too. I ain't
All right, go.
We got one last second.
Gemini. We got one last second. Because I was heating up.
We gotta go from these shots to these shots. I need
that.
No, I need
that's
that.
Help.
We're gonna be juice champs.
Yeah, juice champs. That's Juicy Juice Bar. My wife owned that.
I would love a shot of ginger from Juicy Juicy. Juicy Juice.
Yes.
Right.
Both juice champs.
Okay, but let me ask you something, yeah.
Relax, I'm ready. We rolling? Hold on, we rolling?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's go.
We already addressed the George Bush don't like black people part. Do you want to address that more in detail? You already did.
He did it on previous show as well.
Yeah, it's like that's what I saw. That's what I felt, and then people just rode with it. They loved that someone said something like that.
That's right. Yeah. Okay, but now Kim is actually helping Gunner get out of the penal.
That's dope. That's dope.
I felt like that's dope too.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
That's.
It's just.
Was that sarcastic? Or
no, I'm saying it's good. I mean, it's just a thing to be like, hey, who are the people that black people can be like, oh, okay, that's dope that you did that.
Right.
That's where it comes from. Yeah.
You don't think it's genuine? You saying?
Yeah, I think it's genuine, but still strategic. I think it could be strategic and genuine at the same time.
From your ex-wife.
Yeah. I think it could be both. I think she could use a little bit more genuineness. I could use a little bit more strategy, for that matter. So.
Okay, so moving on. Ray J actually hit me and asked me to help his family integrity.
This is where I'll put. I say, I remember Kim was attempting to get Rocky out of jail, and Trump didn't really rock with Kim because he knew that she was just using the fact that he was president to get people out of jail, but she was playing both sides of the fence because she was really down with Hillary, right? So,
but is that important?
Rocky was like, Trump was like, yo, I'll get Rocky out of jail for you.
For you?
Yeah.
Or to you?
To me.
Okay.
To me. Because he was
That's
like,
when
yo,
you said Jared Kushner?
What'd you say?
That's when you said, what's the name? Jared?
No, it was just me and Trump talking.
To
right?
get ASAP out of jail.
To get
Right,
Rocky out of jail.
But the issue is, should it be politically inclined? Like, it shouldn't matter who it's for. It should be right to get ASAP out of there.
Yeah, but theoretically, it should. But that's not the world we currently live in.
So you're being honest about it.
I'm
100%.
always being
Yeah,
honest.
no,
So
that's
we'll
all.
get to that point. So I'm saying that every time the celebrity does something, you know, in the public, it's, you know, to raise their profile or something, some way. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm here, right? But I would love for people to understand my perspective. I want to be, I don't even like the word want. We shouldn't want for anything, right? I need people to accept the version of me for exactly who I am, for me to do the best version
of you.
But for the people. Meaning like
you're gonna do the version of you regardless.
Yeah, so say Ye is in office 2024. Look at what I did at Adidas. Look at what I did next to Jay-Z. Look at what I did next to Kim. Look at what I did for myself. That's exactly what I would do. I'm 45 years old. You know what I'm saying? I'm old enough to be president now, right? So the same things I did, you know, whether in high school or college as a producer, or going into rap, going into production, going into creating merch, going into creating the first sportswear factories in America since World War II. That's the mentality I have. And I'm a minimalist. I'm like, I mix a bit of the Amish idea of simple life with Apple, Mercedes-Benz, Louis Vuitton. Bernard Arnault is still one of my heroes. So I got to say that though.
That's the guy, Louis Vuitton.
Head of LVMH, yeah.
Yeah.
So I got to shout out to like good taste when I see it. I performed at Bernard Arnault's son's wedding, Alexander Arnault, and I said, man, you know, when I'm the richest man in the world, I hope my son is cool enough to hang out with Ye. Yeah. I'm saying this on stage with him, but I told him afterwards, I said, yo, Bernard, you're my favorite. Jeff Bezos is commodity, your opinion. Jeff Bezos don't have no opinion. He don't got no taste. Jeff Bezos ain't got no taste. You wouldn't ask him to pick out what you want for Christmas. You know what I'm saying? Jeff Bezos can't pick. Would you let Jeff Bezos pick your bag? You know what I'm saying? So he just learned how to go to Vegas and break the machine.
It's Amazon, right?
Yeah, and they respected him.
I can't front. He came from a Cuban family. I gotta represent. What's up, Cuban people?
Yeah, but I'm saying, and by the way, it's like, okay, you broke the machine, but Bernard Arnault, you know what I'm saying? It's like, put it like this, you know, at the end of the day, if someone's going to colonize, I would like it to be Bernard. If I had to deal with a colonizer, I would deal with it being Bernard Arnault.
We should get beyond that part.
Yeah,
But
I would, you know what I'm saying?
But let's address that.
Yeah.
And I think this is kind of serious. Where you critique Virgil or my guy Tremaine, and then they said you wasn't invited to Virgil's funeral.
Yeah.
Was that true? Why would he say that?
Me and Virgil became rivals.
At the end.
At the end, yeah.
But prior to the end, I seen y'all also hug.
This is the person I spent the most time in my life with my mom, the second most time with Kim, the third most time with Virgil in my entire life. So this is still my brother, but you know, am I my brother's keeper? You know, it's like people have to, in order for Virgil to realize everything that he wanted to be, he needed to go take that deal from this white company to come back in a pink Cadillac and say, hey, I'm the head of Louis Vuitton.
But can I be devil's advocate? You took that same deal with that white company with
Gap and with Adidas. And now, the thing about it, me and Adidas, is like, I could literally say anti-Semitic shit and they can't drop me. I could say anti-Semitic things and Adidas can't drop me. Now what? Now what? You know what I'm saying? So that's the position. That's the reason why when I was talking to Cube, I said, yo, I'm going to hold my ground. I'm not backing down. No Nick Cannon, no. And by the way, Nick Cannon, the GOAT, pro-life. Let's go. So
Nick Cannon's dope, man.
But why say anti-Semitic shit if you know that you love?
I don't think you're saying anti-Semitic shit. That's the thing. I think you're owning that.
Okay, now
but you're not saying anti-Semitic.
I'm gonna say, let's
things.
take the word Semitic, right, and say we're Jews. Semitic. I'm gonna name you some anti-Semitic shit right now, right? Because we're Jew. Let me put it like this. Remember I talked about the chakras? Remember I talked about Rick Rubin? I talked about the 808?
The chakras is real.
Now, I'm gonna say some anti-Semitic shit. I'ma fuck your bitch. I'ma kill this nigga. 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 That's the real anti-Semitic shit that the Jewish people get paid off of. Now let me little Apple move. Let me on Apple right now. How many people want to bet their house that content is not within the first 3 songs on Apple Rap Music?
Nobody.
So they're gonna have to take my life before they take my people. We ain't taking it no more, bro. They get paid off that shit. Ain't no, when the last time you seen a Jew person kill a Jew person on World Star?
But and again, devil's advocate. Is they?
You know what?
Is it
Devil's
they?
advocate,
Is they just?
you're advocating for the devil.
Okay, but is they just Jewish? It could be all business people.
Man, let me tell you what it is. It's like
that's the thing that starts to get weird.
All old white people is racist. Cross board. Trump, whoever you want to. Boom. They all racist, right? Everybody's racist, right? Because world's racist, white supremacists. I love Superman. I love Tom Brady.
All right.
I seen Mahomes.
So why
I seen Mahomes throw that game. I see him throw that game, and it's so funny. It's weird because I'm you know, it's like some bipolarity, right? Because I see Mahomes, and I can see it in his face. I seen a couple passes he threw. I knew the conversation. The conversation is like, you got a long career ahead of you. We need our boy to get 7 rings. And I love Tom Brady too, so I'm torn. You know what I'm saying? You're not always one thing.
When you were AB, you were AB.
Yeah, I'm with AB. I'm talking about when Tom Brady won that Super Bowl over Mahomes, right? So I seen him throw a pass, and it looked like Christian Laettner running up the court slow to me, because I seen it. I know, and I knew what the conversation was. The conversation: you got a long career ahead of you. We need this one. You ain't gonna be coming out doing all this. You ain't gonna be moonwalking today, Mahomes. We'll give you your opportunity to moonwalk. It's just not today. And if you go out here and pull a Bruce Willis on Pulp Fiction, you pull a Ye, you won't make it. And they showed him a picture of his grandmother. And they showed him pictures, you know what I'm saying? Do this sound like about right? Does this sound about right?
Yeah.
And the interesting thing, the way how Quentin Tarantino framed it, whether it's in Pulp Fiction or Django, he framed it where Ving Rhames was the Jewish media, and Bruce Willis was us. So go back and look at Pulp Fiction and look at what it was. This is real NFL. This is like on TV, bro. Act like you ain't see that. Act like ain't my home saying like, man, all right, okay.
No, but let me just ask you, because.
And I love Tom Brady, bro. I love Tom Brady. But guess what? I was also taught to love Tom Brady. Who's your first superhero? Superman. So the whole world is white.
Is that your shirt? You got the Superman.
No, it's just tremendous.
No, the other shirt.
We did.
Yeah,
no, instead of Superman, we had like, it was Ali against Superman. Instead, it was me against Tremendous. But where we were going with that, bro, it's like we've landed on some kind of planet here. Something that was ordained by God here. Something about the balance, the sensitivity, the drinks, the juicy bar, the douce.
Juicy bar.
Yeah.
Goddamn, make some noise for that. Goddamn. Come on. Yeah.
I love juicy bar.
Yeah.
Juicy bar is quite delicious. It's great after workouts.
We don't live in a correct universe, guys.
No, but yeah. Juicy bar.
We're fucked in this universe.
You got the douce and the juice. Yeah, he stay on some fuck. You say. I don't give a fuck. Who say?
But yeah.
Y'all don't want no smoke. You want Luce's? You know, like the small ass cigarette left. Go ahead.
No, but yeah, just real shit. Like, there was so many people that was conflicted, and then switched sides because we didn't understand what was your plight.
You mean on the red hat or the T-shirt or what? Which part?
Yeah, I mean
Like his
both of them.
specific plight?
Yeah. So, I fuck with you. I love you. I consider you my brother. And to these people that is complaining, I'm the guy that's talking to them. So help me out on what's your actual plight.
Who's your number one producer you ever worked with?
Me.
No, okay, at that, who you say?
Pharrell.
All right, I said Pharrell.
Pharrell.
My wife just said Pharrell.
I'm the
Fuck up.
Pharrell. I'm the Pharrell of politics.
It's for me.
I'm the first time you seen a black dude wearing a Harley Davidson hat, riding on a, on a
You're transcending
on a
politics,
Haro
though.
GT or a GT bike. 'Cause I used to freestyle bike. I was a extreme gamer and shit. I can stand up on top of a bike like this and ride and shit, like just like Pharrell. I was a nerd also. You know what I'm saying? I was a nigga with the pink polo and and
We
basically-
love you. Ruling the world right now.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. In a way, they gotta have a taste though, bro. You know what I'm saying? Steve Jobs had the best taste. I've yet to meet a tech guy with better taste than me. I'm the next frontier. You got Ralph, Steve, and then it's me. You know what I'm saying? It's like none of these guys, even Elon flew me, you know what I'm saying? Vori, Whack 100. It's like a team of went to SpaceX. He flew me in his new jet out there. He said, I want you to design SpaceX for me, blah, blah. We were sitting there, Grimes was there. He just had a newborn. We watched a rocket take off. But before we started the meeting, he said, you have the best EQ on the planet. That means taste. Best EQ on the planet. This
Relaxation guy.
Yeah. This is a person that a lot of people consider having best IQ on the planet. He says you got the best EQ on the planet.
EQ.
The EQ is the connectivity. How can Jay-Z be my brother, right? Kim, be my baby mama type shit. I'm here talking to you, right? But you got a connection. The same way that you connected with Pharrell and in ways you indemnified him is the way you connected with me. You got a sight beyond sight. It's something that you got that's like you see. Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Keep going, yeah. You giving me that shit.
Yeah.
Keep going. Keep going. Don't stop. Don't stop.
Yeah, no, I'm saying that's it. And it's something to that. 'Cause I was watching the video. Oh no. And what? Yeah. And what people say when I wore the red hat and when I wore the T-shirt. Oh no.
Kinda. Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is look, man, this is a trauma economy.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not here just to pull up in the Cadillac and impress the oppressed. It's time for us to move forward. It's time for us to get free. We have to leave the Roman Empire, the Egyptian Empire. Sorry, I'm doing Moses comparison. We have to make our own empire. We have to get free just like the Jews did. So if people want to argue, right, because it's a question, are black people really Jewish? For me, there's
Israelites.
go read. Yeah,
Israelites.
we are the Israelites. Blacks are Jewish.
Yeah,
we are blood of Christ. The Orthodox, Putin's feels like Orthodox Christians feel like they are blood of Christ. I'm on some arrogant Christian shit. I feel like I'm blood of Christ. You know what I'm saying? I'm on some arrogant God shit. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I'm blood of Christ. But for the people who argue if we are, or not.
No, but yeah, I'm gonna be honest.
Be honest.
I gotta be honest. So, but when you wear the White Lives Matter shirt, it kind of takes away from everything from black people. Because what it is the same way you wore the
Confederate flag.
Confederate flag. And we're like, damn. And I know you. I love you. I fuck with you. You my brother. So I take this. And I'm a real nigga. And I'm a real nigga in the streets every day. But even me, I question, like, why would you try to, like, even when you said, you know, George Floyd, and you said, George Floyd, like, and you said, I could prove that somebody wasn't on his neck. We don't even care about that, yeah.
Because we don't care.
But let me finish. We black people, we Black Panthers, we fucking the people that you gotta fuck with. We fucked with you when it was time for you to say that it's to fuck with you. We wanna continue to follow you. We do. You are yay. But when the white lives matter, we know white lives matter. We know that. But Black Lives Matter when we are getting killed every fucking single day. We have to notice that.
But since that happened, we haven't got killed less. We got killed more. We broke more shit up. You gotta understand, it's like what I'm doing is tight jeans. If you think about if you think about a Meek Mill's outfit and you picture him, you're gonna picture him in some tight jeans. But the same mentality would have been Beanie telling me and Pharrell to come out the closet because we was wearing tight jeans back in the days.
Yeah.
And then I got on tape, I say, yo, don't try me like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm on some forward shit, and now me and Beanie, we good. Like everybody know, I'm Michael. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no one like, no one. You know what I'm saying?
But
so
that's what I agree.
It's like
I agree.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
can you talk? Can you let me talk?
Yeah.
But I agree. I agree with everything you're saying. But we really getting killed out here, yeah? Yeah, listen. We're really getting killed out here. Our little brothers, God bless our
the
children.
T-shirt's
Listen,
not
hold
gonna
on.
change it,
You
though.
have children named Nori, Chicago. Imagine Nori in Chicago comes to you and says, yo, they call me a nigga. And then Nori says to you, well, why they call me a nigga? And they say, because they said Black lives didn't matter.
No. White lives matter doesn't mean that Black lives don't matter.
Yes.
Right, that's the thing. That's the conversation. That's the conversation.
That's what we need you to say, yeah?
That's the conversation.
Yeah. All right. Now we talking. That's what we need to say. Because you know why? Let me tell you why. And I did see Candace always shit. And when she says Black Lives Matter organization,
separated from the organization.
But let's just be clear. That's like saying, you know,
the Catholic Church don't love Jesus or something. The Catholic Church did bad. Yeah, like niggas did something bad.
Wu-Tang. But let me tell you something. Wu-Tang,
it's for the children.
It's for the children. It's forever.
Wu-Tang is for the children.
It's for the children. Come on, I don't give a fuck if Devon or whatever is for anybody else. But guess what? Wu-Tang is still for the children. And that's what I want you. Fuck Black Lives Matter.
Don't say that. Don't say that. You can cancel. You can get canceled by the Jewish media. Say fuck Black Lives Matter.
No, when I say that, what I mean is Black Lives Matter as an organization. But as a movement,
as a statement, it matters.
You know what I'm gonna tell you? I love the fact that we can be free in front of the world, right? Because I hear the do say and I hear the do say there.
No,
and this is how
this
niggas.
This is so.
No.
Real speech.
No, I'm not saying that take away. It adds to it. Like you at somebody's wedding and somebody get into a fight with a family member at
and
the
they
end.
say some real shit.
But they ain't said it until they had to do say.
They say some real shit.
And I'm telling you, the whole difference is when people come and speak their truth, they need to speak their truth off the do say. They don't need to speak their truth off of Hennessy. So I want to say today is I need every single, and we can get back to the Black Lives Matter, but I need every single liquor store in the world to remove the Hennessy and put the Douce in it. I'm asking and calling for every. I'm asking every black person, when you want to drink and you want to go full, the uncle that don't give a fuck level at the wedding, you know what I'm saying? Do it off the Douce. Don't do it off the Hennessy. Don't do it off the Hennessy.
Go Kanye off of Douce.
Go yay. Go yay. Go full yay off Douce.
Go full yay off of Douce.
Go full yay off Douce.
But yeah, let me just be clear real quick.
Respect.
Because this is the only time.
This is delicious. This Douce is good also for an evening nightcap.
And nightcap is well recommended, my friend.
But yeah, I mean, honestly, this is where we love you at. We don't love you at Tucker Carlson. We don't love you at fucking the Good Morning America. I'm gonna be honest. This is what I do to these interviews. I just say, Ye belong here. Because, are we lying?
Hey, don't
Where do Ye
don't play
belong?
that part where he threw the hat.
No, I got 2024. I'm wearing my shit. I've been wearing my shit. But yeah, we want you to come back home. We want you to stand next to us. We want you to stand next to us. Because in order for us to vote for you in 2024, we need for you to understand that when a White Lives Matter shirt was worn, it wasn't the time.
But maybe he meant the conversation. That's the thing.
Or
did he mean the conversation?
Because I also see you post or repost, and you said, but I'm gonna donate to the real Black Lives Matter.
Which I already donated to Breonna Taylor. You know what I'm saying?
That's what we need to hear.
I already donated. So what I'm saying is like, look, y'all don't want me to wear that shirt. If these women ever kidnap my kid in broad daylight, I need the entire culture to stand up and be like, we not going for that. You got to understand, I didn't have Chicago's address. Chris Rock said, as a father, your only job is to keep your mama off the pole. The more and more Chicago is next to their grandmother, the closer and closer she is to the pole or the second tape. That's what I see. As a father, can't nobody beat that out of me. You can't Ye is crazy that out of me. You can't Ye is a sellout out of that in me, because at the end of the day, I got the knowledge, then we have our water, we got our homes, we got our shelter, we got our people that surround our family, our immediate family. My immediate family. Chicago is either gonna be a blessing or she's gonna be a problem. And I feel that Hulu and I feel like Chris are trying to turn her into a problem.
We
as
say
a
Chris,
father.
we talking about
Kris Jenner. I ain't talking about Chris Brown.
Kris Jenner.
I'm talking about Kris Jenner. And I love Kris Jenner, but come home to Jesus. If you serving Christ, I'm serving you. If you serving anything but Christ, as you tell Kim and Kylie and Chicago what to do, then it's up. Because I'm serving Christ. And I am the living Rob.
And it's up.
So for the
Did
culture,
somebody say amen? Amen. Amen.
So for the culture, y'all don't want me, because I feel like the culture didn't stand up for me when I asked y'all to.
What did you ask for the
did.
culture to stand up for? No.
These women kidnapped my child in broad daylight. You know what I'm saying? Pete should be afraid for everything, and it's like how
Pete gone though.
But how could he say I'm in bed with your wife, and the culture just sit back in this? But then y'all mad at me when I wear a shirt. If y'all don't give a fuck about me, I still love you, but it's less of a responsibility. You know what I'm saying? We gotta come collectively together.
That was hard. That was real.
But that's why we had this conversation. And by the way, we're going to have this round table. Can you imagine when we design our communities, starting here down in Miami, and then around the world?
Let's go.
Around the fire pit. And
around the
beautiful,
Drink Chance fire pit.
Yeah, right there. We got the Douce. We don't got the Hennessy. We got the Douce.
We need Karis One.
Yeah.
Cool Herc.
Hey, you know what?
Flash.
I will say, I want to come and say to my people, I'm apologizing that hurt. I imagine that Moses many times had to come and say, hey, I know this hurts you, but we're going here. It's a lot of people that had in their daily life, it got used to like moving those bricks and building pyramids and also building up Jewish record labels and, you know what I'm saying, building up the basketball teams or building up the fashion brands and shooting ads for like fashion brands we don't own or drinking Hennessy or signing with Larry Jackson at Apple instead of doing it on Tidal or whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? And there's no knocks to Larry Jackson. Larry Jackson got his own thing now, right? And that's better. But every single black artist need to be on Tidal. And every single black artist need to wear Yeezy. And if Cedric, the head of Balenciaga, talk left or right to me, we need to be able to turn the switch off on Balenciaga. And if he talk right to me and us, we turn the switch on. We have to come together as a block, as Claude Anderson said. We have to be a block. So this time, say if I don't, let's say just in our wildest dreams, Ye doesn't become president. Oh shit. Let's go. My favorite Jewish homeboy.
Your favorite Jewish homeboy is here?
Yes, it is.
Steve Rifkin.
Bring him in. Steve Rifkin.
Give him a 5, DC.
Yeah.
Give him a 5 and you got to move up.
Yeah.
Come on.
No, this the goal right here.
Steve Rifkin.
Yeah, I love Steve, man. Steve is the go, bro.
We love Steve. Steve.
I'm going back.
All right.
Nah, Steve, you gotta sit down, bro.
I got a flight to catch. I was just dropping the car off.
All right.
Yo, we gotta put it together. Yo, you gotta show us how to put this label together. You gotta get us all the Jewish information, all the Jewish stuff.
Yeah. He loves Jews, bro.
Yo, it's one thing to love. It's another thing to respect. It's one thing to love. It's another thing to respect.
Well, I love you and I respect you.
Yeah.
Nah, bro. It's all love, man. It's all love.
It's all love and respect